الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطاهرين. Welcome back to all the esteemed counselors. We resume our session this morning with the verses from the Holy Quran by Qari Hussein Ismail. Please welcome him with the salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنما المؤمنون إخوة فأصلحوا بين أخويكم واتقوا الله لعلكم ترحمون. يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا يسخر قوم من قوم عسى أن يكونوا خيرا منهم ولا نساء من نساء عسى أن يكن خيرا منهن ولا تلمزوا أنفسكم ولا تنابزوا بالألقاب بئس الاسم الفسوق بعد الإيمان ومن لم يتب فأولئك هم الظالمون. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اجتنبوا كثيرا من الظن إن بعض الظن إثم ولا تجسسوا ولا يغتب بعضكم بعضا أيحب أحدكم أن يأكل لحم أخيه ميتا فكرهتموه واتقوا الله إن الله تواب رحيم. يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. قالت الأعراب آمنا قل لم تؤمنوا ولكن قولوا أسلمنا ولما يدخل الإيمان في قلوبكم وإن تطيعوا الله ورسوله لا يلتكم من أعمالكم شيئا إن الله غفور رحيم إنما المؤمنون الذين آمنوا بالله ورسوله ثم لم يرتابوا وجاهدوا بأموالهم وأنفسهم في سبيل الله أولئك هم الصادقون قل أتعلمون الله بدينكم والله يعلم ما في السماوات وما في الأرض والله بكل شيء عليم يمنون عليك أن أسلموا قل لا تمنوا علي إسلامكم بل الله يمن عليكم أن هداكم للإيمان إن كنتم صادقين إن الله يعلم غيب السماوات والأرض والله بصير بما تعملون صدق الله العلي العظيم
MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Ahsantum tayyiballah anfasukum. Mu'mineen, I'm sure you will agree that our hopes for the future are stronger and more optimistic by watching our beautiful young reciters at this age to come and deliver. And inshallah, they will continue to grow and improve their attachment with the Holy Quran.
Secretary Sahib,
Pramukh Sahib.
માશાલ્લાહ આ છોકરાનો આવાજ એનો અંદાજ આપણા દિલોને પરવાસ કરી નાખી છે. પહેલાં તો એના મા બાપને મુબારકી, અહીં જમાતનો છે એને મુબારકી, બધાયને મુબારકી. અને આ આપણે જોઈ છે કે માશાલ્લાહ ખરેખર જેટલી આપણા દિલોને આ સાંભળીને સંતોષ મળે છે લાજવાબ છે. આપણે તો આના બદલા નથી ચૂકવી શકતા, પણ આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન તરફથી આપણે 100 પાઉન્ડ આ છોકરાને ગિફ્ટ આપે છે.
Salawat. Allahumma. Ahsan. Amin bhai, thank you. On that note, I hand the meeting back to the chair. Pramukh Sahib.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Respected councillors, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Of course, the invitees and everybody watching online also, our greetings, salams and salutations to the entire community. Today, just to put a very quick preamble, the first paper that will be presented is a strategic update on the economic upliftment, which I will personally start with, and then I will invite our economic expert, Ali Bhai, as well as Ali Bhai Shroff from Mumbai Jamaat to come and present, co-present with myself. Thereafter, we will have a paper on the census update, very, very key project to be able to deliver our strategy. And then after Salat and lunch, inshallah, we will have a very, very important paper on external engagement before we end with the last paper of the day, which will be the conduct task force work that I alluded to yesterday in terms of safeguarding the community in a range of events that unfold within the community. So these are the 4 key papers, 2 before Dhuhr and 2 after Dhuhr. These are policy papers that are strategically implemented at a global level and that disseminates down to the regions and to the Jamaats for implementation. So your views and input in all these 4 papers is extremely critical. But before I do that, there is an important matter that I would like to discuss and I will request the audiovisual team to go offline for a few minutes, inshallah. Allow that to happen. Switch on. Okay. So ready? Once we are live, let me know. Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So this is our first presentation for today. We'll try and keep it brief, but I'll be co-presenting. I'll do the preamble, inshallah, and pachi Ali Bhai will present the methodology. And lastly, we'll get Ali Bhai Shroff to talk about the case study in Mumbai, economic upliftment of the community. This is our focus as one of the two key objectives of our manifesto. One is economic upliftment. The second is supporting the spiritual strength through the institution of ICARE. So the update, today is an update session of Susu Kantyuch as far as economic upliftment is concerned. One of the challenges we have in our community, and I think we have repeated that many times, that we have 5,000 families at least who live below £3,000, $3,000 per annum. Less than $300 per month. 5,000 family to guaranteed છે. Majority India અને પાકિસ્તાનમાં ને આફ્રિકામાં થોડી families છે. તમે વધારે જાણો છો મારાથી. અને એમાં 1,000 families તો are living well below that. ખાસ કરીને India અને પાકિસ્તાનની અંદર. અને જ્યારે when we took leadership, and all the leaders for that matter, genuine concern અમે શું કરે? Every year તમે જો તો રમઝાન રાશનની જરૂરિયાત વધી જાય છે. વેલફેરનું બજેટ વધતું જાય છે. મેડિકલનું બજેટ વધતું જાય છે. ઘટવાની વાત નથી થતી, વધવાની વાત થાય છે. અને જ્યારે એસેસમેન્ટ પૂછવામાં આવે છે કે હાઉ ડુ ઇવેલ્યુએટ, ગરીબી વધે છે, ક્યાંથી વધે છે, કેવી રીતે વધે છે? How do we assess that? Of course, census is a project that will come after this, which is long term. But we need to find short-term solutions, otherwise we will end up with budgets that will be endless and poverty will remain eternal. For a community of 143,000 with only 5,000 families out of 25,000 living below poverty is not acceptable. Now, zakat and khums is eternal. It will remain there. Poverty will always be there in the world. But within the Khoja community, we have the capability to resolve it so that then we can serve the wider community. Now, how do we achieve that? And why are we not achieving that? And that's why this project becomes important. And every night when I sleep, it haunts me. Ke Malik Ashtare jare Egypt jata tha to Amirul Mu'minin ene ke, for Allah's sake safeguard their rights, the rights of the poor. For on you rests responsibility of protecting their interest. Amara par wajibat છે as leaders. That our families ne apne undermine ya elaka par tawajjuh special ape. Pachi Amirul Mu'minin શું કહે છે? Assigning for their upliftment a portion of the Baitul Mal. આપના જેટલા પૈસા છે અમારા બૈતુલ માલમાં, ટ્રેઝરીમાં, એમાં એ લોકોનો હિસ્સો છે ગરીબોનું. વાજિબ છે. Wherever they may be, whether close at hand or far away. Far away નો મતલબ એમ છે કે બાજુમાં રહેતા હોય મારા ગામમાં કે પછી દૂર હોય. હું લંડનમાં બેઠો હોઉં કે બીજા ઠેકાણે બેઠો ને આફ્રિકામાં કોઈ ફેમિલી હોય કે ઇન્ડિયામાં હોય, એને કહે છે કે તારા મિસરમાં તારા પાસે હોય કે દૂર હોય, બધા ફેમિલીઝમાં તારી વાજિબાત છે કે you need to keep an eye કે એ લોકો તકલીફમાં ન હોય. The right of the two should be equal in your eyes. દૂર હોય કે બાજુમાં તમારી નજર નિગાહ સેમ હોવી જોઈએ. Do not let any preoccupation slip from their mind. આપણે એટલા બિઝી થઈ જાય છે as leaders. આ કામ, આઈકેરનું કામ, પોલિટિકલ કામ હોય, બીજા કામો હોય, વેલફેર હોય, જે હોય, ગરીબોને ન ભૂલે. અમીર મુમીન કહે છે. Do not treat their interests of less importance than your own. તમારા so important, and never keep them outside the purview of your important considerations. It was important to bring this at the Executive Council because we cannot have oversight of that. And mark the persons who look down upon them, and of those conditions they keep you in ignorance. Sometimes leadership પાસે નથી પહોંચતી cases. બિચારા ગરીબ માણસો ત્યાં હોય, ક્યાં સફદર પાસે આવશે ત્યાં? એના મગજમાં છે કે અમારે પહોંચવાની हैसियत જ નથી કે હું મુંબઈ જમાતના પ્રેસિડેન્ટ પાસે પહોંચું. શાંત બેઠા કે ઇજ્જતનું સવાલ છે, ઇજ્જતે નફ્સ છે, મને જાય મારી ઇજ્જત વેચવાની છે. યા તો પછી અમે બોલ કરશું આખા ગામને, જો આ માંગવા આવ્યો, યા તો અમે પોલિટિકલ આવું બધું થાય દુનિયામાં. આપણામાં તો નથી થતું, પણ it is important that we are responsible for that. તો હવે અમે શું કરે? What do we do as a community to eradicate poverty? So the first step is we identify those families. It is not great identification, but we had to narrow down कि हमें શું કરે. So we selected two Jamaats, Mumbai and Karachi. These are the two largest Jamaats in the world, first and two, and they have the largest number of people who live below that economic life of degree. Right as I was doing election campaign the first time in 2019, I was taken to Mumbai, અલીભાઈ ઇઝ ધેર મુંબરા જોઈને મારા તો મગજમાં આવ્યું કે ખોજા છે આવી હાલતમાં રહીએ. સેનિટેશન ફેસિલિટી ન હતી, ઇલેક્ટ્રિસિટીના ઠેકારા ન હતા, પ્રિવેસી ન હતી, એક બેડરૂમની અંદર 8, 9, 10 જણા રહેતા હોય. ઇનકોમ્પ્રિહેન્સિબલ જ્યારે અમે આરામની ઇત્મીનાની જિંદગી, જ્યારે આપણે આટલા મોટા મોટા કેપિટલ પ્રોજેક્ટ્સ કરે છે. સમટાઈમ્સ when I look at the donations globally, I say આપણે $5 million, $10 million આપો, આપણે પતાવી નાખશો poverty. It is possible. And I'll show you the numbers very shortly. At least as far as India, Pakistan, the African cost of living is higher. So what do we do and what have we done? So we had to bring an economist on board. And I'm really pleased to say, alhamdulillah, we have a young brother here, Ali Bhai, son of Sipten Bhai Ali Bhai, who has worked at OECD, who has worked at the Treasury in UK, who has the methodology and pedagogy to be able to see how can we identify and put a methodology to assess. આટલી families છે, આજે ચાલો ઇનિશિયલી પૈસા વધારે દેવા પડશે, પછી કેવી રીતના આપણે સપોર્ટ કરીએ કે લોકોની ઇન્કમ ઇન્ક્રીઝ થાય, લોકોનું પોવર્ટી રિડક્શન થાય, કેવી રીતના મેજર કરે. કયામત સુધી તો લોકોને આપણે નથી રાખવું ગરીબ, આપણે અપલિફ્ટ કરવું. જેને કામ ન કરવું હોય એ અલગ વાત છે, પણ જેને કામ કરવાની સલાહ હતી તો આપણે શું કર્યા કે પ્રોસ્પેરિટીના જે પિલર્સ છે એમાં એજ્યુકેશન અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ તાલા વી હેવ અચીવ્ડ 100%. આજે કોઈ બાળક, છોકરો કે છોકરી પાકિસ્તાન કે ઇન્ડિયામાં હોય, આફ્રિકા તો it achieved the target many long time ago, are not deprived even of higher education. Health partially achieved. Healthની અંદર જે છે, and I'll take Mumbai as a case study. Karachi still has milestones to go. Mohsin bhai, you're here. Alhamdulillah, we are very fortunate. We have Fatimiyya Hospital, which is our own hospital. It's the only tertiary hospital we have in the Khoja world so far at the moment, within the institutions. But there is a lot of work still to be done on health. આજે સુધી છે, મોઝાભાઈ તમને ખબર છે, દારેસલામની અંદર અમીનભાઈ તમને ખબર, હજી કેસીસ આવે છે કે we have to send them to India, to Pakistan, પૈસા કોન્સ્ટન્ટલી દેવા પડે છે. એ મસાલો હલ નથી થયું અને હજી જારી છે. And that's a challenge. Housing. The work has commenced અને એનું બ્રીફિંગ આપશો તમને. એને ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટલી માઇક્રોફાઇનાન્સ લોન્સ $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 આજે we can change the lives of so many people. I will ask Ali Bhai to talk about the Unnati scheme in Mumbai that has transformed the lives of thousands of people who have now become self-employed, alhamdulillah, with SMEs, and have come out of that difficult ladder in their journey. So without further ado, I think, Ali, over to you for the methodology that we have used to come up with the work that is being done, and it is work in progress.
Assalamu alaikum. So, Sadr Uncle outlined the challenge that we face. I thought I would. Can we have the slides back, please? 22.
So you go next and previous, and you'll see what's on the slide here.
Fine.
Okay. So give me 1 second.
Okay. Good. So, generally, how we've been approaching poverty upliftment in the community has been quite piecemeal. Somebody comes to you with a problem, you solve the immediate problem. You know, there's Russian deliveries happening, lots of various small initiatives, but we haven't looked at it on a holistic basis. And so what we want to get into the practice of is alleviating poverty and uplifting. And so to do that, we have to ask ourselves a couple of questions. So what is the situation people are in, number one? Where do we want them to be? What in our mind is a good living standard for our fellow Khoja brothers and sisters living in these conditions? Then we need to look at what can we do to lessen their load, and by that reduce the cost that they face where possible, and lift them up, help them achieve an increase in income. And then we need to look at that, fine, we've done all of this. You know, is it enough? Does it get them to where we want them to be? And then what works best from the range of initiatives that we're trying? So that's the general approach that we have here. So to do this, as you can probably guess, needs data. Upliftment needs a data-driven approach. So, as Sadr Uncle said, we're doing a trial that has two aims and objectives. One is to test income upliftment activities on cohorts of families to gather primary data on efficacy. When we do an initiative, we don't know what it's going to deliver. If I tell you, write me a blank check to do X, you're going to ask me, well, is it actually going to achieve its objective? Is it actually going to get us to where we want to be? And we simply don't know. So one of the main objectives in this trial across Mumbai and Karachi is to try these different initiatives proposed by the local Jamaats to get the data on, do we know whether it works? And the second is to prove the value of a data-driven approach. So what exactly are we doing? So working with those two Jamaats, we are defining a common, obviously per Jamaat, because there's different circumstances in Mumbai, different circumstances in Karachi, target living standard based on savings. So the idea is per number of people in your households, you should have a certain amount of savings that will put you in a good place to continue. And that will get you out of a level of poverty that you have a basis to rely on. The second thing is defining common levels of support linked to categories. We shouldn't be giving two different families different amount of subsidy for primary education just because we may know one family better because they're near versus another one is far. Let's be standardized. The costs are standardized, so why can't our support be? And the final aspect of there is collecting information. So we need to know the demographics. Who lives in the household? Are they working age? Are they retired? How many children are there? What level of education they're in? What are their main expenditures? What are their main income elements? That is the data that will help us build a very clear perspective on what are the challenges they face and what can be done from the tools we have available to help them. And all of this information gets input into a spreadsheet tool that I've designed and supplied and tailored with the Jamaats we're working with, which tells you where can you target the support and helpfully what exactly is the cost going to be. So it provides us a very clear perspective of what is the bill and how much will it get us to. So the interventions we're considering within this tool are wide-ranging and they're linked to the prosperity pillar that Safdar Uncle outlined. So they relate to primary, secondary, and higher education subsidies, health insurance provision, housing support, so that can be rental subsidy, rent-to-own schemes. Some of this we'll talk about a bit later in Ali Uncle's presentation. And economic upliftment, and that ranges from microfinance, soft skill courses, hard skill courses. And this last bit is where really we have lots of interventions, but we don't know if we roll them out on a standardized basis, what will they deliver? And that's one of the aims of this process to get us the data on, so that we have a set of stock of interventions. And we know that if we go from 100, 200 families to the number that we outlined earlier, living below the poverty line, we will get results. And the key will be, once we've done these interventions, to follow the people to know that this is the outcome and we have that data. And I'll pass on to Ali Uncle for the next bit.
Yeah. So Ali bhai, bismillah, tame aavo and just talk about the Mumbai case study, which will lead us to the Palghar project, and then we have a video, inshallah. So Mumbai is a case study, and I must acknowledge Ali bhai Shroff. I mean, getting data has been the biggest challenge across all 6 regions. Now, alhamdulillah, when the census team will talk about it, certain regions are ahead of the game and certain regions are catching up. But the challenge of collecting data remains in place, and there will be a discussion that Shiraz bhai will allude to. But what has happened in Mumbai is that we have managed to get detailed data of families, those 250 families living below economic dignity, with specificities of their lifestyle, of their education, of their health requirements, of their housing. And when you can quantify that, you can then understand how do we move. So these are some of the initiatives that Ali bhai Shroff is going to talk about as far as alleviating poverty in Mumbai Jamaat is concerned. Bismillah.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Assalamu ala al-Husayn, wa ala Ali ibn al-Husayn, wa ala awlad al-Husayn, wa ala ashab al-Husayn, wa Muhammad wa ali Muhammad, salawat. Pramukh Sahib, thank you very much for this opportunity and constantly motivating us and leading us to this path. Ali bhai, thank you very much for your inputs, your active interest, and the offline meetings that we've had on this subject. So to the August House, the main challenge is, like, we are all concerned. My journey at World Federation has also been like, more than about 10 years now. ક્યારે આ ચીજ ખતમ થશે અને ક્યારે આપણે અચીવ કરશું જે આપણે અચીવ કરવા માંગી રહ્યા છે. Okay? So this is the biggest question that we have, and we need to resolve this at the earliest. Because donations આવતા જાય, કામ થતું જાય, but there's no end of the tunnel that we see. All right? So working on this mission and how fast we can achieve this with huge potential that the entire community has. Okay? I think this is quite achievable, what we are looking at. So 4 segments that we identified. One was education, the other is healthcare, the third is microfinance, and the fourth is housing. And Alhamdulillah, here I must say that, the fourth one was something that was out of our reach, or it was not unimaginable. But with Pramukh Sahab's vision, emni himmat, I would say, okay, we are now on the path of achieving that as well. So shortly, I will just let you know what education we are doing. Alhamdulillah, today I am standing in front of you and pleased to confirm that no Khoja in the city of Mumbai or possibly in Maharashtra also can say that I do not have subsidy or I do not have a helping hand from my Jamaat or from my India Federation to achieve my education dreams. So we have, of course, we have our limits on all the other parameters, as if, higher education, secondary education, primary education, everywhere. But no Khoja can say this. And this huge support comes from the World Federation and the local Mumbai community. Just a brief 30 seconds more that I will take. The year 2023, when I came back in Mumbai Jamaat as a president, I flew down to Dubai and I just met Pramukh Sahab and I said, Pramukh Sahab, I need your support. And he was gracious enough to just say, Su Joech Bol. And I said, on these three parameters, education, healthcare, and medical, you need to support me, microfinance, and I will take it forward to the next level. Within 3 years, I will promise you that, Bombay Jamaat will go self-sufficient. And he said, Bismillah, bol tane Su Joech. And that's how we began this. And I'm pleased to confirm that in about 1.5 years' time, and Pramukh Sahab and the Secretariat Office will also confirm this, that, Mumbai is already on the path of progress, and we have achieved almost about 50% of the expenditures. Everything has been taken care of by Bombay Jamaat in partnership with India Federation and World Federation that we are achieving this. So education side through ZCSS is done. Here I would also like to take a pause and express my heartfelt gratitude to Pramukh Sahab and Razali Bhai Hirji. He's also started with Hirji Foundation loan schemes in Mumbai for higher education, mashallah. And he's covered that whole expenditure by pledging us about $150,000. And in piecemeal, this academic year, this has already rolled out. And this scheme is planned for 3 years. So inshallah, in 3 years, no Khoja in the city of Mumbai will be able to say, for the sake of money, my higher education was stuck. So alhamdulillah, let's recite the salawat for Murabbi Razali Bahirji as well. Coming to healthcare. Healthcare in Mumbai, we have a huge challenge. We have about 225 to 230 widows as well. And these widows are the ones who are very vulnerable, without any incomes, and who look to constant support from the Jamaat and the Federation. So these widows and the elderly Mumineen, brothers and sisters and my elders, are covered with monthly medicines, whereby we give them a medicine of 3,000 rupees on the higher side every month, which is their chronic illness, like their blood pressure requirements or their diabetes requirements, or on the cardiac side or anything of that sort. So that all is also been taken care of. Plus the hospitalization cases. Hospitalization cases here, in a big way, WF comes into picture. And they have approved a limit to us, whereby the local community also supports this cause. And by this day, I can also confirm that nobody can say in healthcare also, we are left unattended by India Federation, or by Bombay Jamaat, or by World Federation. So that's a huge achievement that we've done on healthcare as well. With this, we are also covering health insurances as well. We are giving Mumineen who require, we subsidize their cost of health insurance as well. Okay, so that is also, we have about 150 plus families who we are supporting on yearly basis for their insurance premiums as well.
I just want to intervene here to say in my recent trip to Mumbai, I was really impressed to see something which might be a good example for other Jamaats. Mumbai Jamaat is spread. So you have Mumbai, you have Dongri, so on and so forth. So Mumbai is quite far from head office in Dongri. And I was taken there to see how the health is processed on a daily basis. Any individual of the community who meets the threshold brings their own ID card of the Jamaat. They come there to the office. They say, "Aaj mane maro prescription che. I need prescription, Dr. Basi. I can't afford it." The prescription is given. There's a lady there. She opens the system. She calls the head office. They check membership share. Done. Unnati scheme, which is a loan scheme. Are they paying their loans regularly? Done. Lavajam done. Done. Go directly to the pharmacies where they already have a deal and a discount, 20–30%. Get it approved, you go there, you get a medication. Same thing with inpatient services, same thing with outpatient. Instantaneous responses and the member gets the entitlement with the Jamaat dealing directly with hospitals on a discount basis. I just found that quite impressive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Farooq Sahib. And for all of this, success mali rahi chhe at Bombay Jamaat, I would really like to mention this, I'm blessed with an excellent team who works with me. I have about 80 volunteers in the city of Mumbai who are actively involved in the Jamaat work and who are only just a phone call away. I just have to make a phone call to them in their levels of interest of field of education, economic upliftment. They take responsibilities and they do it. And I have an excellent team of office bearers with me who, mashallah, take care of all these requirements on day-to-day basis. Like, attending a medical prescription on day-to-day basis for a patient, okay, it's a very sensitive thing. Timelines are there, but my team is efficient enough to take care of this, and I'm very thankful to my team. With this, I will also request for a loud salawat for all of them. Now let's come to microfinance. So microfinance is one place where, Pramukh Sahib, and when we were sitting, we identified that this is the place where the community is going to go to the next level. And I'm pleased to confirm that in this house, in the year 2014-15, we had several of these, discussions coming up under the leadership of Dr. Asgaruddin. Shan Hasham was at the head table at that point of time. And 4 musketeers were there, Shabir Bhai Najafi, Sadiq Bhai Jafar, and yeah, you remember those titles. So these were the 4 people that came forward and pledged about $10,000 at that point of time. Pramukh Sahib was there in that meeting as well. So that's where we embarked on this journey that, how do we get to the next level? So at that point of time, a challenge was thrown at me that, you collect 50 lakhs and we invest double of what you do. So I accepted that challenge. 50 lakhs was arranged by me and my team in Mumbai, and 1 crore rupees came down from the World Federation. Alhamdulillah, I'm pleased to confirm that this was in the year 2016. We are in 2024. It's almost about 8 years. This scheme is successfully running till today. Alhamdulillah, as less as 20,000 rupees, maybe 200 pounds, to 5,000 pounds are the loans disbursements that the people are getting. They're benefiting. They do seasonal businesses as well. Like if the rainy season starts, they have to invest in umbrellas. If there is a Diwali season there, then they have to invest in crackers. Or if there is any raincoats, or if there is a school back to school period, then they invest into bags, or they invest into shoes business. So those small category of businesses, they come to the Jamaat. We finance them. They pay the money back, and inshallah they keep progressing with all of this. So I'm pleased to confirm that this money is safe. 90% plus recovery is there, and alhamdulillah, this is what we've achieved from this August house and the support of World Federation at Bombay Jamaat. Moving forward, the biggest challenge in the city of Mumbai, as you all know, is housing. And this is something that, we could not achieve in such a long period of time. But there are about 250 families which we've identified where we know that they don't have a house of their own. And this is a very difficult situation where these vulnerable, Mu'mineen brothers, sisters, and community members require our attention and our, as Pramukh Sahib said, the khutbah of Imam Ali al-Islam that, was given to Malik-e-Astar. Yesterday, when I heard khutbah from day before yesterday from Sheikh Ali Dina as well, Sheikh Ali Dina mentioned that for a society to have a social justice and soft hearts, okay, you need to look after them and you need to create resources for them. So this is one thing that Honorable President Sheikh Safdar Jafar has achieved, mashallah, and he encouraged us, okay, go ahead and I will support in this project. So this was a land which was gifted to Bombay Jamaat via Hiba in the year 2000. 2002, this land was registered, and Marhuma Jinabai had donated this land to the Jamaat in loving memory of her husband and her father-in-law. So I just request everybody to recite the Surah Fatiha for this Mu'minin. Video check.
Tech team, we have the video, please.
In the spirit of generosity and faith, a new chapter of community living begins. Mumbai, the city of dreams, is suffering from a serious problem. lack of spaces and homes for everyone. Hence we are on a mission to transform the lives of our brothers, sisters and community members. A mission to fulfill the dreams of every home buyer. In a city where housing is a constant struggle, a visionary's generosity paves the way for lasting solutions. Mumbai, the city of dreams, faces a harsh reality, a housing crisis leaving millions without a place to call home. The Mullah Asghar Memorial Housing Complex. Empowering the Khoja community with affordable housing, dignity, and a lasting legacy for generations to come. Offering 94 homes, 425 to 450 square feet units. Making housing a reality for families, with love and care at its heart. Just 90 minutes from Bandra. Strategically located in the heart of Palghar district, MMR. A new era of living begins. This project is right opposite Palghar railway station, just minutes away from city's growing infra. Offer your daily prayers and attend all community gathering within Masjid and Imam Bagh in the heart of the complex. Near the Mumbai-Delhi Expressway set to boom connectivity and growth. Upcoming Mumbai-Ahmedabad bullet train. Palghar will be home to India's largest deep water port. Easy commute to Mumbai via the coastal road extension. Transforming the lives of our brothers and sisters in Palghar.
Thank you very much. And Mullah Asghar Saab's connection with Palghar. So this is already mentioned in our brochure as well. So when myself, Pramukh Saab, we were there at Palghar to lay the foundation stone laying ceremony. And there comes Anwar Ali Bhai Rupani, who is about 82-year-old now, Jina Bainaje's son. So he came and he passionately spoke, and we had tears in our eyes. So he said that, this mosque that you saw is an actual mosque which is there on the land at this point of time, as we speak. So he said that when this construction of the mosque was going on, so he was told by Marhum Jafar Asir that, Mullah Sahib is in Mumbai, and he is at Ghulam Ali Bhanji's residence. So you must go and see him there. So he will, pledge some donation for that. Mullah Sahib પાસે Anwar Ali Bhai ગયા, એમના એક બીજા subordinate ને લઈને, અને Jafar Asir Bhai was also with him. So they went and they told Mullah Sahib કે Mullah Sahib આવી રીતે પાલઘરમાં છે, આપણી કમ્યુનિટી છે ને અમે મસ્જિદ બનાવવાની ઓલી કરી રહ્યા છે. તો મુલ્લા સાહેબે સીધું કીધું કે ગુલામ અલી ભાઈ ભાંજીને આને 20,000 રૂપિયા આપી દો. So Ghulam Ali Bhanji said, I've already given him 10,000. So he said, આને 20,000 આપી દો. The third time that he said, મેં કીધું ના આને 20,000 આપી દો. So whenever you go to any village in Gujarat, interiors, or Palghar, or Mumbai, anywhere, mashallah, the World Federation and Mullah Sahib is present. Before that we go, and this generation today feels a lot of, enthusiasm, spirit, and pride that, our ancestors have done this. So it was a befitting thing that, Pramukh Sahib ne મેં રિક્વેસ્ટ કરી કે આપણે આ પ્રોજેક્ટનું જે નામ છે મુલ્લા અસગર મેમોરેબલ હાઉસિંગ કોમ્પ્લેક્સનું નામ આપે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. સો બર મોહમ્મદ વ આલે મોહમ્મદ સલવાન. Thank you, Pramukh sir.
Thank you so much, Ali Bhai. As I mentioned, we are approaching Mullah Asghar's 25th anniversary and WS 50th anniversary. Nothing more befitting than naming this housing complex in the name of Marhum Mullah Asghar Rahmatullah Alayh. We have so far, the construction is going to commence next month. Groundbreaking has commenced. All the planning permissions are approved. By the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Mohsin and Fawzia Foundation have already pledged support for 20 homes, which is $500,000, alhamdulillah. Dr. Ahmad Hassam has already pledged 10 homes, the cost of $250,000, $25,000 each, so we have 30 homes. Alhamdulillah, World Federation together with Mumbai Jamaat and India Federation have managed to get another 20 to 25 pledges confirmed. So we are short of around 40, 35 to 40. So I really hope and pray, inshallah, that this house and the philanthropists listening online and those who are here and others, one house of $25,000 is Baqiyatu Salihat ila Yawmil Qiyamah. Until the day of judgment, you will get the benefit of, reap the reward of that, inshallah. So I would just like to announce that and wish Mumbai Jamaat all the best, and I hope all of us together in 2026, when we celebrate the 50th anniversary, Remember Home, we can go together in the opening, inshallah, and see for ourselves the transformation of lives that this house will have adopted and supported, inshallah. Like the Unnati scheme, 2016 ma aaj sabhae kairu tu. Aje we are reaping the reward of that great work of this house. This is the added value of the Executive Council. Alhamdulillah ta'ala. As I mentioned in my opening speech, there are other housing projects that are also we have embarked upon. There is a very short video, I believe, on that. So let's have a look at that, and then we will take comments and suggestions from the house.
Imagine a world where every family has a home to call their own, where communities can thrive and families can grow together. The World Federation is making that a reality across India. Thousands of our Khoja families live in unsafe conditions. Economic uncertainty and financial constraints make it a struggle to find a suitable place to live. The numbers are staggering, but we are committed to supporting our brothers and sisters find safe and affordable housing for their families. In Palitana, we have renovated 18 flats at a cost of just over $48,000, impacting the lives of daily wage earners. In Talaja, 36 homes were renovated at a cost of $40,000, giving shelter to hundreds of brothers and sisters. In the Mannat rent-to-own housing scheme, 22 families have been brought up the housing ladder through interest-free, EMI-based housing plans to give them access to affordable accommodation. And in Sihor, construction of 25 flats is underway, costing just over $153,000, benefiting middle-class families. And finally, to Palghar, which is our largest housing scheme, building 94 flats at a cost of $2.35 million. Every single project, each apartment, every family will stand as a testament to the power of our collective effort and our global community's compassion. The impact of your donations goes beyond just building homes. In Baroda, for example, we are building a community center which provides education facilities, hostel for students, prayer facilities, and skill development center, costing $500,000. The Bhavnagar Girls Hostel, costing just $35,000. The Mahdi Community Center in Ahmedabad, which features classrooms, hostel, and flats, costing $850,000. We have received a generous donation. Millions of dollars have been invested. Over 200 families have been housed. Together, we have converted numbers into milestones and impacted countless lives. But this journey is far from over. Can you imagine the impact of your donations? One family at a time, one home secured, one child's future brightened forever. Join us today. Donate generously and help us build hope.
So we are talking of almost 200 homes at the cost of $3.7 million. We have already got pledges of $2.235 million. We are left with $1.4 million only to complete 194 homes for Khoja Shia Itnashi. Sadqa starts from home. We do 15 million of charity work annually. This is an investment which is eternal for a mere 3.5 million. So imagine that atlu mate atli mehnat lagi humne mulai 600 makan banaivi. So sometimes I wonder how we did it, and the only answer I have is that when a person does it with khulus and has tawakkul in Allah, Allah opens avenues. This house has the capability. We can raise this. We are raising millions for capital projects. This is a mere 1.4 million. I hope you will help us and relieve that burden. I know the cost in Africa is significant. I mean, by 30 million the costs are high. At 10% of that cost, we are getting almost 200 homes. So it's a no-brainer. Aapne jo gurbat batavi nakhe, it's not difficult. Then we focus on the middle class, the upper middle class. It's a journey. યુરોપની વાત કર્યા, યુરોપ એ તકલીફમાં છે. હવે where do you prioritize? યુરોપને ઓલ હોમની જરૂરત છે, હેરફિલ્ડને 14 મિલિયનની જરૂરત છે, બર્મિંગમને 8 મિલિયનની જરૂર છે. ઓલ ધીઝ આર ઇક્વલી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ. આ દિનની વાત છે, આ દુનિયાની વાત. અહીંયા એટલી ગરીબી છે કે let's just get over and done with. So one is administrative strength, two is making sure things can be done, executed by good leadership on the ground, which we are now seeing in India Federation. And three is the money, which is not a big amount. So inshallah, I will stop with that and get a few comments and observations before we move to the next agenda. Quite a few hands up, so I will lead the secretariat to facilitate.
Amin bhai, bismillah, please.
ના પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, જેમ તમે કહી ગયા, અને જે હાઉસિંગનું જે પ્રોગ્રામ તમે ઇન્ડિયામાં કરી રહ્યા છો આ બરાબર છે, કારણ કે પોવર્ટીને આપણને જો ફાઇટિંગ કરવું હોય તો આ તો બહુ જરૂરી છે. માણસો પાસે ઘર હશે તો પછી એ લોકોને કામ ગોતવાનું બધી વાતમાં સહુલત પડશે. તો આ તો સારું છે, ઇન્ડિયામાં બહુ જરૂરી છે. હવે બધાય રિજનલ ફેડરેશનની પોતપોતાની જરૂરિયાત પ્રમાણે પણ આફ્રિકામાં આ જરૂરિયાત છે. એટલે આપણે વાંય પણ આ પ્રાયર કરે છે, કારણ કે આફ્રિકામાં એ પ્રમુખ સાહેબ તમે કબૂલ કરશો ને કે આપણા બધાય ભાઈઓ બહેનો કાંઈ બધાય સારી હાલતમાં નથી. તો આપણે જે રેન્ટ ટુ ઓન છે એની કોશિશ કરી રહ્યા છે કે મિડલ ક્લાસ પાસે ઘર થઈ જાય. અને દુઆ દો શબીરભાઈ નજફીને કે જે એના વિઝનમાં આ લઈ આવ્યા, અને જે ડિઝર્વિંગ લોકો છે એ લોકોને ઘર મળી જાય. તો તમારી સાવ સાચી વાત છે કે જ્યાં જ્યાં જરૂરિયાતો છે આપણને અહીંયા બધાને સપોર્ટ કરવાની છે. અને ઇન્ડિયામાં માશાલ્લાહ આ સારું કામ થઈ રહ્યું છે. અને બીજું એ જ સાથે મને હેલ્થ બારામાં કહેવું હતું કે તમે જે હમણાં હેલ્થનું કીધા તો બરાબર છે. આફ્રિકામાં આપણને તો ખબર છે કે એટલી બધી સારી સારી સગવડો નથી. હેલ્થ બારામાં પૂરી આપણે કોશિશ કરી રહ્યા છે. દાર એ સલામ જમાત હમણાં જે સ્ક્રીનિંગ કાર્ડિયાક કરી રહી છે, સારું છે. સ્ક્રીનિંગનો પ્રોગ્રામ છે એમાં કેટલા ખબર પડે છે, અનફોર્ચ્યુનેટલી પણ ટાઈમસર ખબર પડે છે કે માણસોને ઘણાને ખબર નથી હોતી કે શું એ લોકોના શરીરમાં બીમારી હોય છે. અને આ આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનનું કામ છે બરાબર. દાર એ સલામ જમાત મોટી તાદાદ છે જે આપણે પ્રાયર કરે છે, પણ આપણે કોશિશ કરે છે કે આપણી બીજી જમાતોમાં, નાની જમાતોમાં, ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ મોન્ઝા છે, બીજી બધી જમાતોમાં એ આપણા જે સેન્ટ્રલ હેલ્થ બોર્ડના અલી રઝાભાઈ બંદાલી છે, કોશિશ કરી રહ્યા છે કે આપણે વાં પણ સ્ક્રીનિંગનો પ્રોગ્રામ જારી રાખે છે. જે બધી હોસ્પિટલ હોય છે હમણાં જારી કામ છે કે એ લોકો સાથે આપણે કરારો બાંધે છે કે કેવી રીતના આપણા ભાઈઓને ડિસ્કાઉન્ટ મળે. અને એક બીજો પોઈન્ટ કે જ્યારે આપણા પાસે દર્દીઓ આવે છે બરાબર, આપણે ઇન્ડિયા તરફ મોકલે છે, સારી સગવડો છે, પણ આપણને જે જાફર ફેમિલી ફાઉન્ડેશન છે એનોય પણ એસિસ્ટન્સ છે. અને પાકિસ્તાનમાં આપણે જોઈ છે કે સારી વધારે ફેસિલિટીઝ છે, તો એ તરફ પણ નિગાહ કરવી જોઈએ. આપણે એમાં પૂરી કોશિશ કરી રહ્યા છે. તો હેલ્થ અને આ ઇન્સ્યોરન્સ એ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે. જો હેલ્થ ઇન્સ્યોરન્સ હશે, કારણ કે આપણે આમ દર્દીઓને જ્યારે મોકલાવે છે બીજા ઠેકાણે તો આપણે કેટલો કોસ્ટ આવે છે. જો હેલ્થ ઇન્સ્યોરન્સ હોય એ ડેવલપ આપણે કરે તો આ ખર્ચો ઓછો થાય. લાઈફ ઇન્સ્યોરન્સ આના તરફે આપણને નિગાહ કરવી જોઈએ જે આફ્રિકા હમણાં ડેવલપ કરે છે. આભાર.
Thank you. Shabir Banaji, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll focus what's on the table, Indiana project. Sapratham to I commend Pramukh Sahab, tamne India Federation ne Alibai Shroff in Mumbai, કે જે વસ્તુ ટેબલ ઉપર ચાલી રહી હતી આટલા વર્ષો, અને આમ રિલેટિવિટીમાં જો તો નાની વસ્તુ હતી અને બહુ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ ફરજિયાતની વસ્તુ હતી. It's finally done, and it's done so openly, so transparently, and so professionally. My focus has been income generating and housing in Africa. And I, being related to that field, and even in Mumbai, I have investments in that, and I can tell you, for your assurances, that Mumbai ma 25,000 ma આ એપાર્ટમેન્ટ છે અલીભાઈ, this is just unthinkable. It's not possible. ઓલા સ્ટ્રીટમાં એક શેકલ્સ હોય છે ને, ઓલા આપણે કે ઝૂંપડા, એની પાઘડી $25,000 ને $1,00,000 છે. just that shackle. So this, what is the key here? As you said, Mr. President, Africa ma construction costs are much higher, India ma low. But what is most expensive in India, sometimes more so than United Kingdom, is the land cost. And when you factor, so yeah, land mali gyu che, so this is why you're scoring that, and in other regions. What I would say here, and this is why I said, and I'm not going to touch on that, WFA ની એટલી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્સ છે કે એ આપણી ફરજિયાત છે, એને આપણે ડીલ એને કરી શકે. તો આ જે ખોજાનો ફોકસ છે ને, this 1.3 no shortfall and $3.9 million, we shouldn't even be debating. We are convinced this housing is good. You do this, you uplift. I always say do two things, housing and education. Education comes first to uplift. What are we discussing here? Mr. Pramukh Sahab, I would say you undertake a pledge that 1.3 crore we'll have to fulfill. Our cases are, let's put how many where his mouth is. We shouldn't even talk 3.9. And I'll just touch on Africa. Africa is not the subject here. In the last 4 years, we have completed income generating and housing of $35 million. हमने अपने Al Madina start किया 15 million. This is not counting Jamaat's projects in India. I'm talking about Africa. 15 million किया just before I got here. That figure with the new welfare housing neighborhood is going to $30 million. ये अपने गोतवा कब से अपने करसु will come here. But what I'm saying on India, which is on the table, this is peanuts. And आज जो अपने कहिरू, you know, future what transformations we are doing with these families. So I really support this. I think this is one on the housing, and this is also upliftment. I think this office has done fantastically well. Ama have deal na kare, ane jaye, and we should all raise money. Ali bhai, I'll tell you, we've known each other, we've walked, we've argued, we've done everything. But I commend you. And I think I'll go as far as saying this House and Africa Federation, the way it's been put forward and the way it's handling. And to India Federation, all the best. Don't talk about 4 million to house these families. We should go, Mr. Chairman.
Assam, thank you, Shabir Bhai. I have Murtaza Bhai Ghulam Hussain, Ajwali Bhai, and Hussain Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to commend the housing project. Alhamdulillah, this is the right way forward. પણ ગુજરાતીમાં કહેવત છે કે રોટલો અને ઓટલો સંચવાઈ જશે તો બાકીનું બધું સંચવાઈ જશે. તો આપણે આ પહેલું જે પેપર હતું ઇકોનોમિક અપલિફ્ટનું, એના ઉપર આપણે ચર્ચા કરીએ. અને મારું સજેશન છે કે એક સ્ટ્રેટેજી પેપર આવવું જોઈએ. અને એની અંદર જે છે ને આપણા દુનિયાભરના ખાસ મોટા મોટા વેપારીઓ હોય ને તેઓને એક સભામાં બોલાવીએ. એ લોકોને કહીએ કે આપણે એક ઇકોનોમિક અપલિફ્ટમેન્ટ ફંડ બનાવી દઈએ. જેવી રીતના આગા ખાનની અંદર તમે જોશો કે એક ઇકોનોમિક ડેવલપમેન્ટ ફંડ છે. અને પછી એની અંદર સ્ટ્રેટેજાઇઝ કરે કે એવી રીતના કરે એમને કે પછી કે ઓલો કે મને આપ્યું ને ન મને ના આપ્યું ને મારું વધારે મારું નહીં. એની અંદર બધા બેસી અને એક ખોજા વાઇડ અપલિફ્ટમેન્ટ પ્લાન કરે કે જેની અંદર એક ખોજો હોય એને એડ્યુકેશન હસ્તક હોય કે પછી કોઈ હોનર આપીને એને કામે લગાડી દઈએ કાં કે બિઝનેસની અંદર માઇક્રો ફાઇનાન્સ એવી રીતના માઇક્રો ફાઇનાન્સ કરો કે એ ફંડ જે છે ને એ પૈસો બનાવે એની અંદરથી. તો જેની અંદર છે એ ફંડ જે છે ઇનિશિયલ કેપિટલ આવી જાય અને જારી રહે. અને આપણે 5, 10 year, 15 year પ્લાન બનાવી કે જેની અંદર આપણે કહીએ પોવર્ટી ઇરેડિકેશન આવે અને અપલિફ્ટમેન્ટ પણ આવે કે જેની અંદર હરેક ખોજો હોય દુનિયાભરની અંદર એ 25 કે 30 વર્ષની અંદર કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુટર થઈ જાય એઝ ઓપોઝ ટુ રિસિપિયન્ટ થઈ જાય. તો આઈ વુડ રિયલી અર્જ કે આ એક આના ઉપર ચર્ચા થવી જોઈએ. અને આની અંદર ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે કે મોટા મોટા વેપારીઓ છે ને એ લોકોની એક સભા હોવી જોઈએ કે જેની અંદર આને આગળ વધારે. આસંત.
Thank you, Murtaza Bhai. Arif Ali Bhai and then Hussain Bhai.
I just wanted to share that I think this is a landmark moment. I remember now for how many years have been talking about I think Safdarbhai, you came out in 2019, 2020 and talked about how we can fulfill the dreams of those who have nothing. And what we have now seen is that in the second biggest Jamaat area of Khojas in the world, those who have no housing, nothing, it's a massive step. It's a massive step. I think we can talk about improvements, how we go about, but I just wanted this house to acknowledge that people dream, and today a dream has become reality. So I want to just say a great Mubaraki to this whole house, World Federation, India Federation, Mumbai Jamaat, and all these people who have been working. And I think that this is one of the best gifts you can give to Bibi Fatima alayhi salam, that we are taking care of those widows who will not have houses. So I really just wanted to say I have been very touched by this, and from COEG and from on behalf of everyone, well done. Ahsantum.
Wonderful presentation by Ali Bhai. I've got three questions, basically. It's an observational question. So we create jobs, we give microfinance as well to the local students. Once, what I struggle is I didn't see anything in terms of supporting them once they've qualified. How do we support them to get into job or create job opportunities? We've got so many people who have got in India, they've got their own companies. So I would suggest that we should look into that. They should give back to the community as well in a way of, okay, we have supported you. Now what you guys going to give us back in terms of, so what that will happen as well, that they're going to support next generation in terms of getting into education, later health as well. Second thing is the complex is a wonderful idea, and it will help locals definitely. Who owns? I believe the land was gifted. Who is going to be owning the apartment? Is it is it going to be trust or World Federation?
Thank you.
And who will be the trustees if it's owned by the trust as well?
Thank you. Lastly, Mohammad Zabai Deji, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. પહેલા તો બહુ મુબારકી વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન ને પાકિસ્તાન ફેડરેશન અને બોમ્બે જમાત ફોર ધીસ એમેઝિંગ ઇન્ડિયા ફેડરેશન અને બોમ્બે જમાત જે એમેઝિંગ વર્ક કરે છે અને સારું એ છે કે ત્યાં કોસ્ટ ઇઝી છે, કોસ્ટ સસ્તું છે. અમારા ગામમાં લગભગ 10 ગણો વધારે હશે આનો કોસ્ટ. પણ ઇન્શાલ્લાહ વી વિલ ડેફિનેટલી સપોર્ટ દેટ અને એના પાસે દુઆ કરે છે કે આ કામયાબી થાય ને અમને ભૂલજો નહીં, જ્યારે ઓપનિંગ કરો તો બોલાવજો અમને. મને ખાલી કહેવું હતું કે બધાની પોતપોતાની તકલીફ હોય, જે ત્યાં પ્રમુખ સાહેબ બોલી ગયા આપણા આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનના, કે અમને બી ત્યાં તકલીફો છે. અમને એજ્યુકેશનમાં અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ વી આર ફાઇન. આપણી પોતાની સ્કૂલ છે, એમાં આપણે લગભગ 2 બિલિયન શિલિંગ અમે રિબેટ અને જે પૈસા ન ભરી શકે લોકોને ફૂલ આપે છે. એકચ્યુઅલ અમારું છે કે નો ચાઇલ્ડ વિલ ગો વિધાઉટ એજ્યુકેશન. તો હવે 35% રિબેટ આપે છે, ને ન ભરી શકે તો 100%, પણ કોઈ બચ્ચો એજ્યુકેશન વગર ન રહી જાય. હાયર એજ્યુકેશનમાં આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનવાળા લોન આપે છે અપ ટુ $10,000 જો બારે ભણવા જતો હોય. પણ અમે બી દાર ઇસ્લામ જમાત શરૂ કર્યા છે હમણાં, કે જો ત્યાં જ બચ્ચો ભણતો હોય જે બારે ન જઈ શકે તો અમે ગ્રાન્ટ આપે છે. એમાં બાકી ગ્રાન્ટ ખોલ્યા છે અમે, જે અમે ગ્રાન્ટ આપે છે ત્યાં લોકલી ભણવા વાસ્તે કોલેજીસમાં અને બીજી યુનિવર્સિટીઝમાં. બીજું કે જે હું ગઈકાલ વાત કરતો હતો શબીરભાઈ સાથે મેરાલી, કે અહીંયા તકલીફ છે આ ઓલ્ડ પીપલ્સ હોમ્સની. જે મને કીધા લગભગ 8,000 પાઉન્ડનો ખર્ચો છે એક માણસને રાખવાનું. તો અમને બી ત્યાં તકલીફ છે, કેમ કે અમારી દાર ઇસ્લામની જમાત છે ઇટ્સ એન એજિંગ કોમ્યુનિટી. હમણાં કે બચ્ચા બધા બહારે જાય છે અને બીજા પાછા આવતા નથી, તો એજિંગ કોમ્યુનિટી છે. તો અમે પાસે વધારે બુઝુર્ગ છે, તો એના વાસ્તે અમે બેવાખાનો બનાવે છે, હમણાં શરૂ કરે છે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ નેક્સ્ટ મંથ, જેમાં બેવાઓ હશે અને બીજા જે સિંગલ પેરેન્ટ્સ છે જે એફોર્ડ કરી શકે છે પણ ગામની બહાર રહે છે કરિયાકોર સાઈડમાં, તો એના વાસ્તે અમે આ બેવાખાનો બનાવે છે. અને સાથે અમે મદ્રેસા બનાવે છે, કે અમને મદ્રેસાની જરૂર છે. હમણાં સારા 900 બચ્ચા હમણાં જે મદ્રેસામાં છે એકચ્યુઅલી ગર્લ્સ અને નાના બચ્ચા અમ લોકોને બસમાં નાખીને સ્કૂલે લઈ જવું પડે છે. તો અમે ટાઈમ વેસ્ટ થાય છે 2 કલાક કરી આવવા જવામાં. તો મસ્જિદની બાજુમાં અમે મદ્રસા બનાવે છે. તો આના વાસ્તે ઓફિશિયલી તમને ઇન્વિટેશન આવશે આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન તરફથી. પણ તમે ખાલી ડેટ દઈ દો કે લગભગ 18મી જાન્યુઆરીના એ ડેટ તમે છે આફ્ટર ખુશાલી ઓફ ઇમામ અલી અને ઇટ ઇઝ ઓન અ સેટરડે. તો ઓફિશિયલી તમને આવશે બધી જમાતોને કે બધી રિજનલ ફેડરેશન ને ઇન્વિટેશન ફ્રોમ ધી આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન. પણ એટલીસ્ટ હું તમને કહું કે આ ડેટ ખાલી તમે સેવ કરી નાખો ને એના વાસ્તે તમે દુઆમાં યાદ કરજો કે આ 2 મોટા પ્રોજેક્ટ છે લગભગ $11-12 મિલિયન કે અમે આ પ્રોજેક્ટ પતાવી શકીએ. અમને પ્રોબ્લેમ છે ત્યાં ઇઝ મેડિકલનું જે આપણી હોસ્પિટલ છે નાની, પણ અમે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ માર્ચ-એપ્રિલમાં શરૂ કરે છે કે હોસ્પિટલ બનાવી શકે અને આ પ્રોપર હોસ્પિટલ કે અમને આ તકલીફ ઓછી થાય. હમણાં અમને સાચી વાત છે પેશન્ટ મોકલાવવું પડે છે ઇન્ડિયા અને પાકિસ્તાન અને અમદાવાદ વધારે મોકલાય છે. તો અમદાવાદમાં જે અમને સપોર્ટ કરે છે જમાત દ્વારા એનો આભાર. હસન, થેન્ક યુ.
થેન્ક યુ મિસ્ટર ચેરમેન. આપણે હાઉસિંગની વાતને બધું કરી ગયા. જસ્ટ દેટ વી નીડ ટુ reassure you, to give you muscles also to complete this. I was consulting our chairman Africa Federation અહીંયા. He is, and this conveying to India through you ને તમને કે they will do the internal consultations and protocols. But one thing we're giving that very shortly they will revert back to you on the amount and how to support that. That's number one. And I will also offline talk to you personally from my wife and myself what we can do. So this commitment both stand. We'll just do offline what it is needed. And I think we should now move with it. Thank you. And also with Dar Islamની તો વાત થઈ ગઈ છે અને તમને ખબર છે ને અહીંયાથી અમે છીક ના મારી શકીએ જો Dar Islamનો સાથ ના હોય તો જ્યારે એ કરતા હોય એટલે મેં કીધું ઇન્ટરનલ કન્સલ્ટેશન આપણે કદાચ વધારશું. થેન્ક યુ પ્રમુખ સાહેબ. અંજુ બોલી ગયું.
Jay, I'm keen to move to the next session. There's a segue. I mean, by 30 seconds? Nothing. Donation announce કરે તો પછી જેટલું
ના તમને ખબર છે ને હું એ કહેતો હતો કે જ્યાં દાર ઇસ્લામ જમાતના પ્રમુખ ઇન્વાઇટ કરે છે ને ઓપનિંગમાં તો આ ઓપનિંગમાં આવવું જોઈએ. કારણ કે જ્યારે કોઈ પણ પ્રોજેક્ટ હોય આનો મકસદ એ નથી કે મને બધી ઓપનિંગમાં બોલાવજો એની વાત નથી, પણ મારું કહેવું એ છે કે જ્યારે આવા બધે પ્રોજેક્ટ થતા હોય ને આપણે ઓપનિંગમાં પ્રમુખ સાહેબ તમે તો બધે કોર જાઓ છો પણ જેટલા બધા જઈ શકે તો આ એક કોમને સિગ્નલ મળે છે કે જો બધાય આ કામોને સપોર્ટ કરે છે. એ પ્રમુખ સાહેબ મેં આનું પ્રોમોટ કર્યું છે, મહેમાની વધી જશે પણ તમે તો એમાં માશાલ્લાહ છો. તો આવો 18 તારીખના અને આ ગ્રાઉન્ડ બ્રેકિંગને જોઈ કે કેવી રીતના આ બધું કામને આપણે આગળ લઈ જઈએ ઇન્શાલ્લાહ.
Inshallah. Thank you very much. We are definitely motivated with all your observations very, very quickly. જે જવાબ દેવાનું છે, I think most of the comments are acknowledging the good work. Some good suggestions. Murtaza Bhai, I don't know whether you are here, but Ali Bhai presented a methodology. We are already embarked upon a strategy of economic upliftment. Of course, we're starting with case study. The biggest challenge is the segue to the next discussion, which I will introduce shortly. And you all are invited. Ali Bhai is looking here. On behalf of Mumbai Jamaat and India Federation, we invite all of you, inshallah, if Allah gives us the tawfiq to get this completed. Ali Bhai, there is no pressure on you. We need to get this done by 26 so we can remember Marhum Mullah in good time. Of course, what Muhammad Zabai has also invited all of us through Africa Federation for the invitation of a range of projects of the Islam Jamaat. We are always there to support and show our solidarity. And I agree with Amin Bhai that the more the presence, the merrier. એટલે મરઝાભાઈ તમને ઇન્વિટેશનની જરૂર નથી, તમને ઓલરેડી આમંત્રણ 26નું મળી ગયું છે on behalf of the Executive Council for all of you. So I just want to end by ખાસ કરીને આ ટીમ ઇકોનોમિક અપલિફ્ટમેન્ટની ટીમ કરાચી જમાત જે મોહસિનભાઈ આપના એસિસ્ટન્ટ ટ્રેઝરર છે, he is leading from the office bearer front, working very closely with Perai on similar initiatives. I hope the housing initiative is an inspiration. Mohsin Bhai, Giwala, no pressure on you, but we need a housing project in Pakistan. We are craving for such a thing also there. We've been talking about it for 4 years now. We need to manifest it, inshallah. I hope that Pirai Jamaat can pick that up through India-Pakistan Federation. Ali Bhai, my personal acknowledgement. You said you will deliver, you have delivered. We have been craving for opportunities. Apo. Tame api dida. અને હવે જેમ શબીભાઈ કહે કે 3 million, 3.5 is a no-brainer. Already તમે જોઈ લીધા લગભગ 55 મકાનનું તો આવી ગયું. You have got the 2/3 funding, 1/3 તો આવી જશે, you know. So the onus is now to deliver, inshallah. India Federation, સુહેલભાઈ, તમે જ્યારથી આવ્યા છો આપને પૂરું સાથ આપ્યો છો અને તમે એવી રીતે સમજો અમારું સીમલેસ રિલેશનશીપ છે વર્કિંગ. જમાત, રીજન એન્ડ ધી વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન, અમે બધા એક ફેમિલી છે. હું ક્રેડિટ લઉં કે તમે લ્યો કે એ અલ્લાહ પોતે જાણે છે ક્રેડિટ કોને ક્યાં દેવાનું છે. આપણે આપણું કામ કરતા રહીએ અને આપણે ગરીબોની જિંદગી સુધારતા રહીએ અને આ જ સ્પિરિટથી કામ કરીએ તો ઘણું કામ થશે. તનવીરભાઈ પણ અહીંયા છે, વાઇસ પ્રેસિડેન્ટ ઇન્ડિયા ફેડરેશનના. તમે વાત કરી અમદાવાદની, મોહમ્મદ રઝાભાઈ, કે અમદાવાદમાં તમે પેશન્ટ્સને મોકલાવો છો, એના તમે શુક્રિયા અદા કરો છો. તનવીરભાઈએ ઘણા વર્ષ થયા અમદાવાદ જમાતની ખિદમત કર્યા છે. આજે વાઇસ પ્રેસિડેન્ટ છે ઇન્ડિયા ફેડરેશનના, એ પણ અહીંયા છે. એ પણ ક્લિનિકનું ને એવું સેવાનું કામ કરી આપે છે. ઇન્શાલ્લાહ આપણી તોફીક માકાતમાં ઇઝાફો કરે. The entire India Federation, I am very grateful to you for your support. And particularly last but not least, Sipten by Ali Bhai, who is our advisor on the economic upliftment, and Sipten by a lot of Ali Bhai બાપાને ક્રેડિટ દો છે. બાપ બેશક બાપનું ક્રેડિટ છે કેમ નથી. He has been a pioneer of Hairfield together with Murtaza. So Ali, we have a lot of expectations, a lot of more work. I know you're busy, but we need to accelerate the pace of economic upliftment. But thank you for your fantastic support. And let us recite a loud salawat for all the volunteers in the economic upliftment area. Huh? Yeah. Any point of order? Or?
Assalamu alaikum. No, very touched obviously by all of the work that's been done in economic upliftment, and from College we would like to pledge one home. You mentioned you were 35 to 40 short, and inshallah may this be a springboard for everyone to start donating, and maybe we can close some of those off here today, inshallah.
Allahumma salli ala. We very much appreciate that. It's not the quantity, it's the quality and the niyyah with which this grows, and we have seen that through, so we really appreciate that. With that important segue to the next team, please, Shiraz bhai, તમે આવો, હું preamble આપું છું. I hope the presentation, we have just under an hour before Zohar. I'm keen that we complete this. The segue to economic upliftment. Economic upliftment, અમે માર ખાતા હતા. આજે કેટલા વર્ષ થઈ ગયા ડેટા આજે બિચારાના વાર દોરા થઈ ગયા છે. ડેટા હું મારો પોતાનો એક્ઝામ્પલ નથી દેતો. I am an actuary. I deal with millions of records of data. આજે આખા મિડલ ઇસ્ટની અંદર આપણા પાસે ડેટા પ્રોટેક્શન શું છે બધું ને લાઇવ્સ ઉપર આપણે એક્ચ્યુઅલ સ્ટડી કરતા હોય, ડેટા પ્રોટેક્શન કરતા. પણ જ્યારે હું અહીંયા આવ્યો મને 1,40,000ની જમાત એક સ્પ્રેડશીટની વાત છે, આમ પતાવીને બધું પતાવી દો. આજે 4 વર્ષ થઈ ગયા ડેટા નથી મળ્યો. અજીબ. ઇટ ઇઝ સ્ટ્રેન્જ. આઈ જસ્ટ કેન નોટ કોમ્પ્રિહેન્ડ કે આ શું તકલીફ છે. અને આઈ રિયલાઇઝ કે જો ગ્રાસરૂટ જમાત રીજન ને WFનું એલાઇનમેન્ટ નહીં થાય આ પ્રોજેક્ટ નહીં થાય. અને અમે એક એસ્પિરેશનલ ગોલ રાખ્યા કે બધા ખોજાશી અશનાશી પાસે આપનું પોતે યુનિક આઈડી કાર્ડ હોય. એ આઈડી કાર્ડથી બધું કામ થાય. વેલફેરનું કામ હોય, ઝિયારત જવું હોય, વિઝા ખપતી હોય, મેરેજ કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ થતું હોય, તલાક થતું હોય, એવરીથિંગ એ કાર્ડની અંદર આપણે સિંક હોય. એ કાર્ડ આઈડેન્ટિટી હોય, જમાતની આઈડેન્ટિટી હોય, રીજનની આઈડેન્ટિટી હોય, WFની આઈડેન્ટિટી હોય, એક પ્રાઇડ ફેક્ટ હોય. અને એની અંદર આપણે પ્રોગ્રેશન કરે. ઇકોનોમિક આપણે મુર્તઝાભાઈ તમે કહો છો પૈસાવાળાને ભેગા કરો, પૈસાવાળા ભેગા કરે. પહેલું જ સવાલ અમને પૂછે છે હંમેશા ડેટા ક્યાં છે. ભાઈ મને એક જમાતનું સરખું ડેટા નથી મળ્યું તો હું 125 જમાતનું ક્યાંથી આપીશ. This is a serious matter. But having said that, hats off to Shiraz bhai and his professional team, truly professional team. We'll introduce it. કે આજે 4 વર્ષ બિચારા કોશિશ કરે છે પણ we are getting somewhere. First phase થઈ ગયું. હેડ કાઉન્ટ હું તો આજે દુનિયાભરમાં 143ની વાત કરું છું. ઇન્શાલ્લાહ ઇટ્સ વિધિન ધ પેરામીટર્સ. એ તો ક્યાંય પહોંચ્યું અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ, થેન્ક્સ ટુ ઓલ ઓફ યુ. Second parameter that has been achieved, which we will talk about, is the baseline study. બધી જમાતો પાસે ગયા ડેટા શું છે? બીજા પાસે પેપર ડેટા છે. આજે પેપર ડેટા આજના જમાનામાં બીજા જમાતો પાસે ઇલેક્ટ્રોનિક ડેટા છે. બીજા જમાતો એડવાન્સ થઈ ગયા છે, CRM સિસ્ટમ્સ છે. એ બધું પેશ કરશે અને વે ફોરવર્ડ. હવે ડિટેલ ડેટાની વાત થઈ છે. આ હવે જર્ની પર પહોંચી ગઈ તો પ્લીઝ give your full attention to this, and believe you me આપણે હુજ્જત તમામ કરી છે. જો આ નહીં થાય તો બધી વાતો જે અમે કરી છો એ આગળ નથી વધવાની. એટલે આપણે 2 જમાતનું સેમ્પલ ખાલી લીધા છે additional to come up with this. We can do so much more. So without further ado, Shiraz bhai, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sardar. આપણે સાંભળે છે we exist to serve. And if we do not exist, whom do we serve? I just want you to think about that whilst I'm doing my presentation. respected scholars, President Saab, Safdar Bhai Jafar, members on the top table, leaders of different regional federations, jamaats, and institutions and councillors, delegates, invited guests, Assalamu alaikum. It's always a pleasure and a privilege to stand in front of you all to discuss the World Federation's Global Census Project. This conference offers a valuable opportunity to reflect on our progress and strategize on the next steps. I can put my hand on my heart, and I'm being very honest with you, we are one of the most richest communities in the world. I was looking at the data today, per capita income of Luxembourg, Switzerland, Qatar, probably 150,000 on the top. I can tell you that our community is worth $150,000 to $200,000 per head. That's how rich our community is. In terms of education, if I go around and if I measure 1 square meter, I'm telling you, in every Khoja Imam Barga I go, because we are Ugandans, right? Ugandans have been expelled from Uganda. We know everybody throughout the world. We have connections. And every mosque I go to, every Imam Barga I go to, I know how rich we are and how educated our community is. 1 square meter here, I can tell you the brain power that we have is the highest in the world. You go anywhere in the world. But yet, we're still facing the same challenges. I attend meetings and I come to the same conclusion, challenges, challenges, challenges. But we've not been able to solve the problem. So that was what I wanted to start with, and I want to go further now. Before I move forward, I'd like to introduce my team very briefly. I think you know most of them. Okay, let me quickly go through them. We have presented this in the last ExCo in 2023. We have Shabir Alidina from Canada, Mebu Wasaria from London, Muhammad Rajpal from Karachi, Mehdi Fazal, who's here originally from Birmingham, Hussein Darsi, Orlando and London, Imran Sharali from Dar es Salaam, Sukaina Rashid, Vancouver, Sajjad Karamsi, Nairobi, Ali Devji, Muhammad Azhar Devji's son, Dar es Salaam, Ali Bhai, we just saw him here, and Dr. Sayeda, project coordinator. Ladies and gentlemen, if I had such a team with me, young, enthusiastic, educated, amazing team, I'll be very honest with you. All young as me, they're all young, we all are the same age, yeah? And amazing brain power. And I can tell you that if I had this team, I would form another World Federation. That's smart this group of people are. And I admire them, and they inspired me. So much so that I have, on a very lighter note, before I go serious, is I've not been well for the past 4.5 months. H. pylori, I don't know what it is, but you can Google it out. H. pylori, gallbladder problems, whatever. And I was in London, and all of a sudden I had a severe pain. So the ambulance was called, emergency at night at 2 o'clock, and I'm sleeping on the bed of the ambulance. And you know what? After everything happened, I went back home and I said, Sala, I suto to mane mara bank statement yaad nahi hua, census yaad avtu tu mane. Yeah? Vichar karu mana ke mara 7 million paida che, hu eno vichar na ke su thase mane kai thai jase to. 7 million. But khali hu Stanmore chairman ne apna Birmingham na 7 million. Ketla shilling, by the way. Dollar ketla thya? Okay? Thank you very much. So that's how the team has inspired me, to be honest with you. Akho divas ame sawati raat kaam kare chhe 2 varasthi. Time difference of getting from Australia all the way to Vancouver to get data as much as we can. Phone 4-5 phone kariye. Chairman ne phone kariye to ke secretary ne phone karo, secretary ne phone karo, the jamaat ne phone karo, and my team has been there for 24 hours helping me out. Ne Safdar bhai, અહીંયા આવવા માટે બી મને બહુ તકલીફ થઈ છે. એકલું ખોટું બોલ્યો છું મારી ફેમિલીને કે તમે નામ આપ્યા જાફર દારસી મારા સાથે ટ્રાવેલ કરે છે, મારો ડૉક્ટર છે, મારો પ્રમુખ સાહેબ છે મારા સાથે, મને કાંઈ નહીં થાય, આલકા મારી ધ્યાન રાખશે. કારણ કે ફેમિલી I'm blessed with a very wonderful family, wife, kids, my sisters. I'm in a camp actually. I'm blessed. કે આપણી ફેમિલી જો આપણા સાથે હોય ને સપોર્ટ હોય તો આપણે કોમને આગળ વધારી શકીએ. તમારી ફેમિલી એ છે કારણ કે તમે આ બધા ટાઈમ આપો છો ઇઝ બીકોઝ યુ હેવ અ વેરી ગુડ ફેમિલી સપોર્ટ ફ્રોમ ધ વાઇફ. દેટ્સ વાય યુ આર હિયર એન્ડ આઈ એડમાયર દેટ એન્ડ દેટ ઇઝ ધ બ્યુટી ઓફ ધીસ કમ્યુનિટી. થેન્ક યુ. Now today we stand here at a pivotal moment of a community, a moment that calls for action, unity and trust. Over the past 4 months we've been taking steps to better understand our community. First, we carried out a head count, asking only for the simplest information, a number on a piece of paper. The results are on the slide. Next slide. Now we are getting serious, which brings me to the question which I want each one of us and to reflect. Are we truly thinking about the future of our community and how we are shaping it? Seriously, think about it. Only 4% of the population is under 5 years old. This low percentage hits at a declining birth rate, a significant change for any society. If I look at Germany, they allowed 1 million refugees from Syria to come in. Why did they allow that? The reason was because there was a declining population. This is what we are going through with such a low birth rate. If this trend continues, how do we sustain growth? Let's explore potential strategies to reverse it, be it through incentives for young families or policies to foster childcare. I've given you the example of Germany. Most of the Western countries are suffering from that. How many of you feel we are fully leveraged this dynamic force in our community? It's time to channel their skills and financial resources to empower and uplift our communities. We need to brainstorm actionable steps, mentorship program, skills development, incentives, or innovating financial options. Half of our population is female. Are we literally genuinely empowering our women? Look at this house. How many women do we have? 50% of the population is women. Gender equality isn't just a moral imperative. It's an economic and social one. Let's explore programs to ensure women's voices shape policies and actions and meaningfully. Napoleon once said that give me an educated mother and I will create a great nation. We are undermining the potential that women have in our community. It's time that we appreciate them and give them the education that they need, allow them to empower them, we empower them so that they can get into businesses. A rapid aging population, in the next decade, over 20% of the global Kozashi population will be above 65 years old. Are we ready for this demographic shift? This will require robust health systems, senior-friendly infrastructure, and policies to keep our aging population engaged and supported. What investments do we need to make today to prepare for them? Supporting the 33% of a school-going population. Education is the backbone of our future. How can we ensure that every child has access to quality education and career opportunities, not basic education, O-levels, university, and professionalism? Is it through improved loans, grants, or career mentorship? Let's commit to the development. Before I go to other challenges, if you look at Singapore, in 30 years, it was transformed from a third world country to first-class country in the world today. And I was reading the biography of the leader, and what he says is that he traveled all over the world. He went to Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge, brought the best professors to come and teach their students in Singapore. 30 years, they transformed the country. China, on the other hand, 700 people were out of poverty in 30 years. And આપણે કેટલા છે પ્રમુખ સાહેબ? 143,000. આપણે એ જ વાત કરીએ છીએ કે એડ્યુકેશન પૂરું નથી, પૈસા નથી, ઘર નથી, ખાવાના પૈસા નથી. That's the reality. Our team then conducted local Jamaat assessment of sample Jamaats from each federation. While I wish not to preempt the next presentation, the insights reflect how far behind we are to match with the world today, which is wrapped in artificial intelligence, and automated systems. It also reflects how we actually need to come together to realize this eventuality if you want to move forward as a community. Respected leaders, this information is just the tip of the iceberg. There is so much about our community that we do not know. And there is so much that we need to know and to allow us to plan carefully. Now, we are ready for the third and the most critical step, creating a complete, accurate picture of who we are. Why? Because without this knowledge, we can't plan for a stronger future. We can't meet the needs of our youth, provide for our families, or care for our elders. We can't build opportunities for education, address health challenges, or grow our community. At this moment, allow me to kindly invite Ali Bhai to do the presentation on the baseline study and the way forward, and then I'll come back to wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you, AV team. Thank you, Shiraz Uncle, for the introduction. So, as I'm sure you'll all know, the team has been busy conducting a baseline study, and the purpose here was to understand the systems in place across Jamaats. And the proposal of this came from the workshop that was held in Harefield in May 2024. The work was done from August to October of this year, and we looked at across AFED and Pakistan Federation 10 Jamaats, COEG 5 Jamaats, Nasimco 4 Jamaats, India 1 Jamaat, and a slightly different approach to Australia. And before I continue, I just want to thank the regional federations for all of their support in making the connections and helping us to speak to the right teams and leaders in Jamaats to get the information for this. So just to give an overview of what we got from here. So analysis showed that the systems we have in place were outdated, and the data was even more outdated. Just look at the charts you have here about the prevalence of paper-based or mixed systems and how infrequently our data is up to date. We don't know who our members are, and we are not even sure about the paper that is based on that collects it. The data was not being backed up. Imagine something happens and you've lost your entire Jamaat's data set. You don't know who your members are. You don't know who's paid your subscriptions. You don't know who's died. You don't know who's alive. Imagine. And worst of all, the data was largely non-compliant with local rules and regulations. Tomorrow, if the Information Commissioner's office across Europe knocks on your door, that's a hefty fine you could be facing. Really concerning. And despite strong digital uptake, which is one positive thing, if you look at the accessibility of smartphones across our community, we don't seem to have embarked much on digital solutions. And this is just a snapshot of the data from the baseline study. Your packs that you will have has the more in-depth results, but just some snapshots to help point and show you towards the solutions we're heading to. So what does this call for? Well, a digital approach is the best way forward. And we want to use the baseline to help define how we roll out. So the first step for a digital approach is, as Safdar Uncle said and Shiraz Uncle said, a digital ID solution. Can we give an ID card to every single member of our community across the world? And this is something we've been thinking about, developing, refining over the past 2 years. And each of the phases that we talked to has helped us shape exactly how we want to come across and do this. And we had a proof of concept ready in May 2024 to show you, but we decided to take a step back in consultation with the top table because data security and compliance is very important. We don't want to release something that will make our member data unsafe or at risk for compliance issues. That is so important to us. And that's why the next step we are embarking on with your support is to launch a request for proposals, which is an invitation for private companies to tender to us a solution, which primarily we will put to them that we will want you to give a solution that's compliant with the laws in each one of our touch points across regions and countries that meets the highest security standards that we know today. So the basic idea here is that we want to collect basic data in exchange for ID cards. There's two methods we are thinking of as a primary approach, tailored to the kind of situations we see on the ground, guided by the baseline. So method number one is, for example, Ali Bhai logs on to a page, he puts on some basic data about himself, and that gets sent off to the Jamaat. Jamaat looks at, okay, this is Ali, this is his photo, this is his date of birth, this is his address. We can verify him against our Jamaat records. Right, let's give him the approval for an ID card. Suddenly, Ali Bhai has its Khoja ID card, which is recognizable around the world and will allow him to access incentives and benefits. Now, certain Jamaats, as you saw from the presentation I did earlier, their systems are in place, very paper-based, very primitive systems that they'd rather have something that they can adopt that meets global security standards, that is at the cutting edge. So in those cases, what we will allow them to do is upload all of their data on a bulk that they have into a platform. All the individual members will get a ping that your Jamaat has enrolled you for this global ID card. Just click here, sign up, there's your ID card, and you have access to all the incentives. Now, to be very clear, personal data is visible only to Jamaats. The regions and World Federation will only see aggregated level. We will not be able to see outside of a Jamaat the information on your members. That is secure, that will be protected, that will be safe. I want to make that incredibly clear. And our target is to have the majority of our community onboarded to this platform by mid-next year. It's a challenging target, but it's also easy. And why is it easy? Because this is not my target, this is not the top table's target, this is all of yours target in this room. This is a shared endeavor, shared approach, and we cannot achieve many of the aims we talked about today without it. So, what do we need from you? We need your ideas and for proposals, for incentives we can offer. What does Ali Bhai get to sign up to this ID card? Some of this will be at the Jamaat level. Maybe there are certain incentives, certain discounts from local businesses, certain sports-related things. I don't know. What works for your communities, your Jamaats, you will need to tell us. At the regional level, I'm sure there are other initiatives that can be provided collectively across the place. Again, we need you to tell us. And at the World Federation, we have some ideas, such as the visa aspect, which we can push forward. But this needs to be something that is available at all the different tiers. Otherwise, why would I sign up? I don't have storage on my phone. Why would I want another app, another login? We need to make people buy in. And an idea we had to get the community excited is to launch a global competition to design the membership card. And this is something, once we will have communications out from the Secretariat, we will need your support to push across the world. Inshallah, before launching, we will have an award ceremony where we will announce who is the winner here. And then once we have a product, once we have launched, we need everybody's support to get people signed up. The incentives are there, but the word of mouth, talking about this, pushing it is what you need. So your commitment at regional and Jamaat level is essential. We need that. I'm sure we have that already. And we need contact points who can work with the team at the Jamaat and regional levels, committed volunteers, skilled professionals, people who are well connected, who have that influence, who can drive signups. So, just some FAQs to make things absolutely crystal clear. Will the World Federation, Regional Federation be able to email all of your members now, bypassing the Jamaats? No. We're not going to be able to do that. The data will be secure. That will not be possible categorically. And again, will World Federation have access to individual Jamaat members' data? No. The system, the design of the system will not allow that to happen. And with that, I'll pass back to the chair.
Okay, so you want to open it for discussion now, then you will come back. Okay. Any of your team members who want to contribute at this stage or later? So we have the privilege of having Hussein Bhai Darsi from Orlando, as well as Mehdi Bhai Fazal as part of Shiraz Bhai's team. Shiraz Bhai is here, Ali Bhai is here, and three of them are online. Okay. So we should allow for a discussion now, yeah. Great. So I think the floor is now open for your contributions, and then we'll pass it back to the team.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Pehla to Shiraz Bhai and the team, બહુ મુબારકી તમે કે કામ કરી શકો છો. I know it's not easy, it's the toughest job ever. But I had only one suggestion, ke when you are ready, and so we will advertise in the Dar es Salaam Jamaat, and we will talk to the other shopkeepers and where we buy our rations and other things, that તમે તો કાં થોડું ડિસ્કાઉન્ટ આપો, જેની પાસે આ કાર્ડ હોય તમારી પાસે આવે તો he or she gets a discount. તો એના લીધે it will be easier people to register and get these cards. બીજું કે we'll be a bit selfish by telling Africa Federation to make it compulsory કે જ્યારે લોન આપતા હોય higher education loan તો they don't give without having this card. કે અમને ઇઝી થશે ટ્રેક કરવાનું કે આજે લગભગ $6 million દેવાના છે આફેર એજ્યુકેશન હાયર એજ્યુકેશન લોન અને ઓવરડ્યુ ઇઝ મોર દેન $3 million ને અમને ખબર નથી માણસો ક્યાં છે. દારેસ્લામના ખાલી મળ્યા છે $8-9 લાખ હશે જે દાઇસ્લામ જમાતને મંગાય છે, દાઇસ્લામ મેમ્બર્સને મંગાય છે એકચ્યુઅલ. વી ડોન્ટ નો વેર દે આર. તો આ જો કાર્ડ હોય જ્યારે લોન મળતો હોય વેધર હી ગોઝ ટુ ઓર્લાન્ડો કે ક્યાં તો અમને ખબર પડે તો વી કેન કોન્ટેક્ટ નસીમકો ઓર યા તો એને કોન્ટેક્ટ કરીને અમે પાછા પૈસા રિકવર કરી શકે. તો એ કમ્પલસરી રાખી દે કે વી કેન નોટ ગીવ લોન્સ ઇફ યુ ડોન્ટ હેવ એન ID કાર્ડ. તો આઈ થિંક દેટ માઇટ વર્ક. થેન્ક યુ.
Ibrahim, please.
Assalamu alaikum. So first of all, great presentation, and I feel sorry for the team that you're not getting the response that you need, because I think as everyone recognizes here, this is a very important project for our entire community around the world. And I'm surprised it's taken this long. I think that, I appreciate the concerns of our members regarding privacy and so forth, but when personal data is not being shared, this should not be an issue. So I think that the difficulty we're having is not getting the data from the individuals, but we're not having the right channels to get to the grassroots to get the data, right? So I think we need to have proper channel, proper people, individuals that are able to gather data and put in the right format for us to use. Surprisingly, it amazes me that with everything we talk about security and of data, etc., and we want our data to be secured, but we don't realize that most of our jamaats, have spreadsheets running around from one email to another, and the data is floating everywhere. Yet when we ask for something so simple, it becomes a problem. Sometimes maybe it's better you don't ask, then these issues don't come up, right? But anyway, I guess a couple of things. You talk about having a card that's recognized. I'm not sure how or what your thought process is on which organizations or where is this card actually being recognized, for one. And two, I think as far as services are concerned, I'm not sure if you have ideas of what it is, because these are some of the benefits that will encourage people, to actually sign up. Is what types of services would they be denied or not have access to if they weren't part of this system. The other thing, I think a lot of it is, as you said, so much of the data is being tracked and manually. I really think that if we could provide some sort of application or software, which is lacking not just in Africa or India or Pakistan, but even some of the North American jamaats that think that they're technology savvy, they don't have the proper systems in place to protect their data. And I think that if there's some sort of a secure app that we could help all the jamaats around the world be able to track their data or allow their members to update data through the phone, which is the most common device to use, I think this would be very beneficial and helpful. Thank you.
Hassan, thank you. Ali Bhai Shah, please.
To Sirajbhai Walzi and the team on data census, this is one of the toughest job that you guys are doing. And I would rather put it this way, કે આ એક ડેટા સેન્સસની જે એક્સરસાઇઝ છે એ આપણા લોક બધા માટે વાજિબ કુરબતન લેલેલા છે અને we should take this as seriously as that. Having said this, I myself have been on the wrong side when it comes to communication with Siraj Bhai. He's been like, the motivation level, yeah, jetla amount of phone calls and follow-ups that Siraj bhai has done is next level. Now, I also need some help from you. Siraj bhai, when you rolled out this to us, we also went back to our community in Mumbai. જે ગ્રાસરૂટ પર જે લોકો છે જ્યાં વેલફેરની સ્કીમ્સ છે એઝ ઇન હાઉસિંગ ઓર ડે ટુ ડે મેડિકેશન education, we've implemented this data census form for all of these beneficiaries to fill in, and then these welfare schemes roll out to them. So that's one segment which is done. An estimated figure in Mumbai would be somewhere around 18 to 20,000 of head counts. We've achieved around 4,500. That data is complete and that has already been passed on to the team. Where I feel dejected, and here I have been joined with my esteemed councillors, Hastin Shroff, Muhammad Ali Nasser, and the others at India Federation table. All of us need to get this very seriously under the leadership of Sohail bhai. We need to support India Federation in this exercise, and we have to take it very, very seriously. હવે પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, આમાં તમારા તરફથી થોડો હેલ્પ આવે તો આપણે આના પર નેક્સ્ટ લેવલ પર લઈ જઈ શકે છે આને. This card rolling down from World Federation will be a winner in this. If this comes down, see, because શું છે લોકલ કમ્યુનિટીના બી ડાયનામિક્સ હોય છે. ક્યારે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનથી કાંઈ આવે તો બધાને ઓર એન્થ્યુઝિયાઝમ હોય છે, આગળ આવીને એ લોકો એના અંદર બડી ચડીને હિસ્સો બી લે. તો ઇફ સમથિંગ a card rolls down from the World Federation, and we've discussed in the past, but I'm just bringing it up here, visas for ziyarat. If Haram Mubarak thi tame વાત કરો અતાબાથી, and if Ataba can, on the Khoja identity card issued by World Federation with India Federation logo and the respective Jamaat logo, આ card પોતાની identity બની જાય, as the Bora community has it or the Ismaili community has it. તો અગર આ ચીજ અગર તમે કરો તો આઈ કેન અશ્યોર યુ કે ફ્રોમ 40% ઓફ અચીવમેન્ટ વી વિલ એટલીસ્ટ ક્રોસ 85%. એટલીસ્ટ ક્રોસ 85%. અગર જો તમે આ એક ચીજ આના અંદર એડિશન કરી નાખો, આઈ નો, એન્ડ પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, ઓનલી યુ કેન ડુ ધીસ. આ એક ચીજની તમે હેલ્પ આપો તો આ મેં પહેલે કીધું વાજિબ છે આ કામ આપણા માટે, પણ ચેલેન્જીસ બહુ આવી રહી છે. અને ગ્રાઉન્ડ લેવલ પર હું જોઈ રહ્યો છું ને કે લોકોને સમજાવો, પૈસાવાળા માણસો ડેટા નથી આપતા. દેટ ઇઝ અ હ્યુજ ચેલેન્જ. They have a problem. They will not share their data. They don't want to participate in these activities. એ લોકોને ક્યારે જ્યારે જમાતને, સોરી આઈ એમ જસ્ટ બ્રિંગ ઇટ અપ, બટ આ કદાચ બધા રિજન્સમાં બી આ હોઈ શકે છે અને તમારા દિમાગોમાં ના હોય એટલે હું બોલું છું આ ચીજ. યા લગ્ન કરવાના હોય યા બોડી દફન કરવાની હોય ત્યારે જ એ લોકોને જમાતની યાદ આવે. અદરવાઇઝ they don't want to be connected. So but for us, we've seen Uganda, we've seen several other, and આજે જે vulnerability આપણે લોકો જે જીવન જીવી રહ્યા છે તો ખુદા ના ખાસ્તા ક્યારે બી કોઈના પર બી આ સિચ્યુએશન આવી શકે છે. So this is like proactively World Federation is doing this, mashallah, with a great team here. So I would suggest કે આના અંદર થોડુંક આપણે અગર જો આ તમે કરી આપો ને પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, so I am sure કે 80-85% of the data of the community will be there in your desktop, inshallah. Thank you, Prabhu Sahib. Jazakallah.
Thank you, Ali bhai. I have Murtaza bhai, Ghulam Hussain, Sujat bhai, and thereafter Hassan bhai Shroff.
Yeah, Asant. First of all, I'd like to commend the paper. Just a couple of challenges and then take it on further. And I'm sure કે ટીમ જે છે એના ઉપર નજર રાખી હશે કે GDPR issues જે છે, you have allayed that, yeah? Because આ એક બીજું કે I will have to also look at our constitution whether we need a general body approval of some sort to get this thing on board. This I will talk to my team. Generally, every Jamaat has their own constitution, and whether that requires anything, any approval. Thirdly, the one thing ke je che aani andar, it's not to do with World Federation, but generally speaking, આજકાલ especially I can talk of UK કે ડેટાની અંદર છે ને સસ્પિશન આવી જાય છે. બિકોઝ શું છે કે હું ડેટા છે ને બહુ વેચાય છે ફોર માર્કેટિંગ પર્પસીસ અને લોકો થાકી જાય છે ઘણી વખતે. તો આ જે છે સસ્પિશન જે છે, જસ્ટ ટેક ધેટ ઇન માઇન્ડ કે એને એલે કરવું પડશે કે ભાઈ આ જે ચીજ છે એ ડેટા સેલ માટે નથી, બટ ધેટ ડેટા ઇઝ ટુ એન્હાન્સ યોર લાઈવ્સ ઇન ધ ફ્યુચર. The positives, if you look at it, is we talked about economic upliftment. Economic upliftment ની અંદર આજનું economic upliftment ન હોય પણ 10, 20, 30 વર્ષનો વિચાર થાય. જ્યાર સુધી આપણા પાસે ડેટા ન હોય કે આપણી કોમ કઈ હાલતમાં છે, ક્યાં છે, એ લોકોનું એજ સ્પેક્ટ્રમ શું છે, તો એની અંદર આપણે વધારે એની અંદર ઇકોનોમિક અપલિફ્ટની અંદર પણ વી કાન્ટ મેક ધ રાઇટ ડિસિશન્સ. સો ધીસ ડેટા ઇઝ વેરી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ ઇન ઓર્ડર ટુ ડુ ધેટ કે ભાઈ આપણે હવે શું વધારે શું જરૂર છે, હોસ્પિટલ્સની જરૂર છે, નર્સિંગ હોમ્સની જરૂર છે, એજ્યુકેશન સ્કૂલ્સની જરૂર છે. ઓલ ઓફ ધીઝ વર્ક ફ્રોમ જેમ પ્રમુખ સાહેબ કહી ગયા કે એક્ચ્યુરીસ છે આ લોકોનું પ્લાન જે ફ્યુચરનું આ ડેટાથી કરે છે. The second positive that I think we need to take on is the fact that our data ni andar, we will understand the resources of the community. કે આપણે કઈ પ્રોફેશન્સ જે છે, કઈ જાતના વિચારો છે, what positive resources that can be deployed from one area to the other because it is within the community. So e data census ni andar, you should take that on board. I mean, આપણા પાસે કેટલા ફોર ઇન્સ્ટન્સ કેન્સર સ્પેશિયલિસ્ટ છે દુનિયાભરની અંદર. Those are the data. I'll tell you why. Because અમે હુજ્જતની અંદર we've been working on this કે અમને જાણવું છે કે અમારી કોમની અંદર કયા રિસોર્સિસ છે. અને when we started going અમને ખબર નથી કે અમારી પાસે એવા રિસોર્સિસ છે that are going to be beneficial, કે જે એવા છે કે જે છે ને NHSની અંદર સાવ અંદર છે, કે જેની અંદર આપણે લોકો સાથે કામ કરી શકીએ, કે આપણી કોમને આગળ વધારી શકીએ. So that resource allocation will come from this. So you should take that into mind whenever you are taking this data. One of the other things is કે જો દુનિયાની અંદર છે ને આજકાલ બધું ગ્લોબલ થઈ ગયું છે અને મેજર ઇમ્પેક્ટ્સ જે આપણે લાઈફની અંદર હોય છે or services that we take are from global community or global businesses. So if we had bulk discounts for argument's sake and you went to an insurance company and કે જો ગાડીનું ઇન્સ્યોરન્સ છે, હેલ્થ ઇન્સ્યોરન્સ છે, house insurance છે, બધા insurances છે, we will have a bulk. I'll tell you why. The reason I say this is that a few years ago, we had in Hujjat Jamaat, about 6-7 years ago, we had a lot of meetings with the local Ismaili Jamaat. The whole idea was કે એ લોકોને તબલીગ જાણવું તો અમારા પાસેથી ને અમને એ લોકો પાસેથી બેસ્ટ પ્રેક્ટિસીસ શીખવું હતું. અને વી લર્ન ધેટ કે એ લોકોની આ સિસ્ટમ છે કે એ લોકો એક બેંક સાથે જાય, એક ઇન્સ્યોરન્સ કંપની સાથે જાય, એક યુટિલિટી બિલ કંપની સાથે જાય ને એ લોકો બલ્ક ડિસ્કાઉન્ટ લઈ આવે. So these are the added bulk discounts જે છે ને આ the added advantages that member can see. ઘણી વખતે મેમ્બર છે ને લેતા હોય છે અમારું આ ફૂટબોલ ક્લબનું કાર્ડ છે, આ કાર્ડ શા માટે કે એની અંદર there certain membership benefits મળે છે that attracts them to it. So if that happens, that's a buy-in over there. And from Hujjat Jamaat, I can assure you that we are no longer paper. We've spent a considerable amount of investment to take on Salesforce. And we're cleaning all our data and making sure everything is there in Salesforce. Reason being, number one, કે અમને proper up-to-date data જોઈએ છે. Number two, it's easily accessible data. Number three, importantly, that we feel કે data ની અંદરથી we will be able to do targeting fundraising. Because એની અંદર તમને ખબર પડી જશે. Yeah? This is for our, yeah? We're not going to give that information. But all I can say that we can have a support. We will give you the person who's dealing with our community data and you can liaise with him.
Thank you, Mustafa. We have, mashallah, several more observations remaining, so I request kindly if you can keep it to 1 minute, please.
Okay, thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Ali Bhai, for your presentation. And Murtuza Bhai I'm agree with him. And you will have our support from our Jamaat. And you will have, inshallah, by June, I'm sure that from our Jamaat, 80% to census data, પણ બે ફોકસ કરવાનું છે કારણ કે એ જરાક ડિફિકલ્ટ છે. એ ડિફિકલ્ટ છે આપણા સિનિયર્સ અને આપણા ન્યૂ બોર્ન બેબી. કારણ કે સિનિયર્સ રકમને ટેકનોલોજી સાથે બહુ ઓલું લાગવગ નથી, તો જ્યારે એડ્રેસ મેલ લખવાનું હોય કે ફોન નંબર રાખવાનું હોય તો ઓલોકમને જરાક મદદની જરૂર છે. તો એ પબ્લિક માટે જરાક ડિફિકલ્ટ છે. પણ એક ચીજ રકમ માટે વધારે બહુ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે, જ્યારે દફન કર્યાની વાત આવે તો રકમ પહેલાં આવી જાય છે. એ સાચી વાત છે. તો એના હિસાબે અમે કામ કરશું કે રકમનું સેન્સસ આવી જાય. અને ન્યૂ બોર્ન બેબી માટે એ જરાક ડિફિકલ્ટ છે, કારણ કે આપણને તરત જ ઇન્ફોર્મેશન નથી આવતા. અગર આપણે જાણતા ના હોય તો એમાં જરાક કંઈ આઈજે ગોતવાનું છે કે કેવી રીતે ન્યૂ બોર્ન બેબી જ્યારે જન્મે તો તરત જ રકમનું આઈડી કાર્ડની સેન્સસ આવી જાય. તો એમાં કંઈ આઈજી મળી શકે, કારણ કે એમાં જરાક કોશિશ કરવાની છે, કારણ કે એ ન્યૂ બોર્નથી ચાલુ થઈ જાય તો પછી આગળ જતાં ઇઝી થઈ જશે સેન્સસ મળવા માટે. થેન્ક યુ.
Thank you, Sajjad bhai. We have Suhail bhai, after that Hasnain bhai Shroff, and then we go online to Onali bhai Khalfan, please.
Assalamu alaikum. પહેલાં તો શબીરભાઈને અને સૈદ આપાને સોરી કહીશ, ઘણી વખત એમના ફોન નથી ઉપાડી શક્યો હું સેન્સસ માટે, કારણ કે મને ઇન્ડિયામાં એટલી બધી ચેલેન્જીસ છે. એક એક ગામમાં 2-2, 3-3 જમાત છે, બધા મોર દેન 40% મેમ્બર્સ 3 જમાતમાં 2 જમાતમાં મેમ્બર્સ હોય છે. તો જમાતના પ્રેસિડેન્ટ સપોર્ટ ન કરે કે મારા મેમ્બર્સ વયા જશે, મારા મેમ્બર્સ વયા જશે. આ બધી ચેલેન્જીસ બહુ છે ઇન્ડિયામાં. હું પ્રેસિડેન્ટ સાહેબ તમને એક રિક્વેસ્ટ કરીશ, ઇન્ડિયા માટે મને ઓલમોસ્ટ આઈ કેન સે ગુજરાત કાઉન્સિલે અત્યારે ટ્રીમેન્ડસ કામ કર્યું છે સેન્સસ ઉપર, કાર્ડ બનાવવાનું. ઓલમોસ્ટ વી હેવ રીચ 40%. શું કામ 60% નહીં? કારણ કે ભાવનગર ને મહુવા 2 મોટી જમાતનું હજી કામ નથી થયું. બાકી ઓલમોસ્ટ બધી જમાતનું થઈ ગયું છે. બાકીની બધી જમાતોનું ઓલમોસ્ટ થઈ ગયું છે. આજે અત્યારે સન્ડેના વિજપડી ગામમાં સેન્સસનું કામ કાર્ડ બનાવવાનું ચાલુ છે અત્યારે. હું એક રિક્વેસ્ટ કરીશ તમને, જેમ અલીભાઈએ રિક્વેસ્ટ કરી કે તમે એક વિડીયો એવો બનાવીને આપો કે કોઈ પણ જાતની એડ કે કોઈ પણ વસ્તુ આ કાર્ડ વગર નહીં મળે, અને બીજા બેનિફિટ્સ સ્પેશિયલી ઇન્ડિયા માટે આપો.
મને આઈ ડોન્ટ લાઈક ટુ ઇન્ટરવીન, પણ સોહેલભાઈ એક જ મને એક ચીજ કહું છે કે તમે જે કાર્ડ બનાવો છો હમણાં એ તમારા તરફથી છે, પણ ફરીથી નવી કાર્ડ દેવી પડશે, કારણ કે એકવાર ડેટા પ્રોટેક્શનનું ટેન્ડર જશે તો આખા દુનિયામાં એ મેયાર ઉપર હશે કે ડેટા સીઓજીને અને ઇન્ડિયા ફેડરેશનને નહીં મળે, જમાત પાસે જ હશે ડેટા. પણ એટલીસ્ટ તમે ડેટા કલેક્શનમાં, સોરી આઈ હેવ ટુ ઇન્ટરવીન બીકોઝ આઈ ડોન્ટ વોન્ટ ટુ, બટ ટીમ વિલ કમ બેક ટુ યુ. મેસેજ મળી ગયું, ક્લિયર છે.
ઓકે, નહીં, અને આ જે સોફ્ટવેર બનાવ્યો છે એના બધા એક્સેસ પહેલાં જમાત પાસે જશે. ઇન્ડિવિજ્યુઅલ દરેકના ફેમિલી ટ્રી બનશે, એની એપમાં જશે, બધાને પોતપોતાના મોબાઈલમાં બી હશે. જમાત પાસે જશે, કાઉન્સિલ પાસે હશે, પછી ઇન્ડિયા ફેડરેશન પાસે, પછી વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનને બી એક્સેસ આપવાનું છે. અને ડેટા સિક્યુરિટીનું પહેલાં અમે ધ્યાન રાખ્યું છે.
ના સમજી ગયો. આઈ લીવ ઇટ ટુ ધ ટીમ ટુ ડિસ્કસ વિથ યુ.
નો ઇશ્યુઝ. થેન્ક યુ.
Thank you, Suhail bhai. Hassan bhai, please.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I must say that this is a commendable initiative, and this is very, very critical. And everybody has emphasized that for taking any right decisions and being objective, the data is the most critical part. I was very happy to see Ali bhai in your presentation, the last slide, where you covered the 2 important questions. They're very, very critical from a Data Protection Act, and we all know that the regulations in all the countries now are there, and they are very stringent. Even if a small leakage happens, the penalties can be very, very material. And I think that the 2 points which you mentioned are very critical, but I think there is one more area which we should be careful about. Yes, it's this particular slide is very, very critical. There's one more area, and which is about data protection. And there I believe if World Federation can come up with a app which can be given to all the Jamaats, which will have inbuilt all those particular steps which generally all the regulations require, who will be the data owner, who will have the access, who will be having those particular layer of thing, so that most of the Jamaats may not even be able to understand that how to comply with those particular regulations. So I think the data protection part along with these 2 particular areas will be very, very helpful. And if one app can be done, rather than each Jamaat preparing their own apps and spending the money, if one app is done centrally and that particular app is shared with each Jamaat, they will use it, keep it with them. Then as the slide says, the data will be only shared on an aggregated basis to regional federation, and to the World Federation, because your is a decision-making thing, not to get specific details, right? Regarding the way we can actually incentivize, I think there won't be one way to actually drive this. You'll have to use multiple channel, and to use a particular phrase, it can't be a project, it will have to be a movement. Meaning thereby, you'll have to use multiple channels. And everybody in this group to be involved. Obviously, there has to be an owner. But that is how one time, if this initiative is driven, inshallah, once it's in place, then you don't need to really push the next additions which keep happening on a very regular basis. So there were some suggestions that we use a hybrid model where a lot of Jamaats have a number of data on physical records. If that gets digitized, and maybe that could be some incentive coming from the World Federation, it will become far easy. And Sohail Bhai was suggesting that there are so many Jamaats where the members are members of many Jamaats. So there's so much duplication also happening. The moment it's digitized at the Jamaat level, they'll be able to eliminate the duplication also in countries like India. So some of these thoughts, just to put it on the table, but very commendable. Thank you.
Hassan Bhai, thank you. We turn to Zoom. Murabbi Onali Bhai, please. Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Onali Khalfan, World Federation Councillor from Africa. I wanted to comment on the census presentation by Al-Haj Shiraz Bhai. First and foremost, I want to congratulate him and his team for the commendable work and excellent work that they have been doing. I know they are facing quite a number of challenges, but I want to reassure them from Africa Federation, they will have full support and encouragement from us. I wouldn't like to repeat on the data and ID because this has already been explained by councillors before me. However, I wanted to make one point that we had a Supreme Council session in Arusha last month. And one of the questions that was asked by our councillors was regarding the data and the full census. Sajjad Bhai Karamsi was present and he managed to respond. However, I think time has come that we should now embark upon having the full census of our community. The head count has helped to some extent, but it doesn't give the information that is required by various boards to do the work. So once again, I commend the work they are doing, and I wish them all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Murabbi Onali Bhai. Just conscious of time, we have now Mohsin Bhai Giwala next, followed by Dr. Jafar Darsi, Arif Bhai Jaxi, and then Abul Hassan Bhai Gokul. Please, Mohsin Bhai, may I request 1 minute, please?
Sure. Assalamu alaikum. Great work, Ali and Shiraz Bhai and the team for sure. I think the most important thing is about the data which will stay with the Jamaats. I think that's going to be a key challenge for many of the regional federations because at the ground level, that's where the Jamaats really struggle. And everybody's protective of their own data, yeah? Apart from the laws of the country, the data as well. I think the biggest challenge that we are facing at Karachi Jamaat is that those who are actually in need of the Jamaat services, it's easy to get data from them because they will come in, like for example, they use the card for Fatimiyya hospital discounts or all these things. So they will get the card made and the data is there. The challenge is for those who are not connected with the Jamaat, who don't really need the Jamaat. And that's where the biggest challenge of census comes in the play. Because as you said, as Ali Bhai said, for the nikah or for the burial, and that's it. So I think the biggest challenge for us at Karachi, and I'm sure this is probably true for some other Jamaats as well, for those who don't really need the Jamaat per se, they will get stuck. So we really need to have a plan on having strong incentives, and that's why we would like to maybe have a discussion with you on how can we create those incentives, maybe at the World Federation level or the Jamaat level itself, because that's where the game changer will be. Otherwise, those who want to give the data, they will always give the data easily because they need the Jamaat. Yeah? So that's one thing we need to work on. As Bhai said, the other Bhai said from India Federation, maybe a centralized app or a strong global incentive in terms of having visa on arrival or whatever. So that's really important. Finally, from the Pakistan Federation, Shiraz bhai, you asked us for support, spoke double by last night as well. And from Pakistan Federation, the support is always going to be there as much as needed. The challenge is to get people on board who don't really need the Jamaat, but we can sit down and have a strategy on that and go forward. Yeah, but I think it's a great job on the work done, and best of luck with all. Thank you.
Thank you, Muslim Bhai. We have 5 minutes for namaz, and we have Dr. Jafar Darsi, Arif Bhai Jaxi, Abul Hassan Bhai Gokul, and Amin Bhai Nasir.
Assalamu alaikum jamia. Abba jo shuf. Aaj Murtaza Bhai ne kursi ma shuf. Why do you take?
Oda me gottu to tiyan.
So not to take too much time of the August body, પણ આ બધું કામ કરવા માટે તમારી પાસે સ્ટાફ પેઇડ છે કે વોલન્ટિયરથી રિલાય કરો છો? બિકોઝ આ વોલન્ટિયરથી જો રિલાય કરશો તો આ કામ થશે નહીં. So I think it's important to understand that you need to have somebody who is in the office and maybe paid to be able to do this. I think the task is very huge. So that was one thing that I just wanted to mention. The other issue that I wanted to just highlight is that I suggest you start where you can. It's a process, as everybody says. તો ચાલુ કરી શકો જ્યાંથી ચાલુ કરી શકે છે રોલ કરવા માંડી જાઓ. Because if you want everybody to come and join this, it will take very long. So wherever you are, wherever you can, whoever is ready, then capitalize on that and start rolling it out, right? It may be even a simple app and then keep on upgrading it or whatever it may be. Otherwise, it won't happen. It's very difficult. Dar es Salaam Jamaatમાં મેં ઘણી સફરે ચાલુ કરી ચૂક્યા છે. And it just doesn't get done to the level that you want to get it done. So those are the two things. Thank you.
Arif Bhai Jaxi, please.
Thank you. Whenever people hear data, they get scared, right? You know how many data breaches there have been in the world, and I've got so many letters just personally on data breaches. That my information has been taken by, of course you submit it when you're applying for a credit card or at the bank or the health insurance or whatever, healthcare. And then you get finally, one fine day you get this letter in the mail, I do, whereby it says that my data has been breached. You can go to equifax.com or whatever, sign up, get, and track your own whatever, if ever no one's using it or whatever. So data breaches are very common, okay? So what I'm trying to propose is not to approach the Jamaats or the membership for data. Let's not call it data. What you need to do is maybe work backwards, whereby you first build a trust amongst Jamaat. Trust is the main factor, right? People are going to say, okay, what do you need this information for? Right? They need to find out what this information is for. So, for example, if you go to the Jamaats and you say, okay, I'm going to build an app whereby it's going to facilitate your processes within your Jamaats, and it will help you, work better with your Jamaat with this data that you need, etc. Build, so I know it's working the other way around, but for 6 years we've been trying to collect this data, right? So if we spend maybe 6 months or a year trying to figure this out, get to the Jamaats and try to help them help their own members. Build that trust that you've already done. You can beta it with one Jamaat. Once you're done with that, maybe you can say, okay, fine, we're going to now maybe make a business directory or a skills database or whatever the case is. If we work around that, once you have the Jamaats and just general data out there ready to say that, hey, listen, can you please supply us with further information on this, which will help us grow, rather than going this way. 6 years ago, I remember there was a lady before even Shiraz Bhai. Shiraz Bhai calls me every maybe month about this data stuff. But, and she approached me in Toronto, I remember, saying that, oh, we need to do the census. And we're still struggling today. So I think the approach needs to change.
Thank you very much. I think it's namaz time now. I'm just announcing this because there'll be no more discussion. We've got 3 people, that's it. Abul Bhai Goka after namaz. Because we need to move to the next paper and people have flights this evening. Abul Bhai Gokal, Amin Bhai Nasir and Rasul Bhamani. Rasul Bhai is the last speaker, and then the team will respond, and then we will move to the external relation working paper after lunch. So let's go for Salat, lunch, and what time are we? 1:30 sharp we should be here, please. Yeah? 1:30, Abul Bhai Gokal, you will start, inshallah. Jazakallah.
إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله الله أكبر ولله الحمد الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن عليا ولي الله صلوات الله وسلامه عليه أشهد أن عليا وفاطمة أولادهم المعصومين بالحق حجر الله صلوات الله وسلامه عليهم أجمعين حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله وسلم صلوات
Let's come on. Just the fellow we've been looking for. We have come to check what is being built.
We need to make sure the building's gonna have everything. May I use your bathroom, please?
Sorry to just turn up like this, but this meeting is long overdue.
Have you got any snacks?
I'm sure we can get something.
Good, because I'm starving. I'm with them.
As children of the community, first we wanted to say thanks to you and to your team for all the hard work.
It can't be easy managing work, the building stuff, and family life.
Work-life balance is so important.
Let's discuss the plans. We hear there's going to be a parent and toddler room in both the ladies and the gents.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool.
No swimming pool.
And space for the CTC and madrasa to use.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool.
No swimming pool.
And a sports hall for us all to play our sport.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool.
No swimming pool.
And a massive new hall for the majlises and lectures.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool.
You know that there is a swimming pool near the mosque.
Why am I the last one to know? Rizwan uncle, this center sounds amazing. We need somewhere so that our children and their children and their children come and follow the teachings of Sheikh Nuru.
You mean the teachings of the Ahlul Bayt?
Every day is a school day.
How many children are you planning on having?
Mom says I need to get married and get a job first. But if the center is big enough, maybe 7?
Maybe we'll need a 4th floor.
Give us a minute to think this over.
Now that they have gathered all the information, they want to first discuss amongst themselves about what role they will play towards its success.
You want a silver. You're going to give you our full support.
Now on, I'm going to make dua for the success of the project before I go to sleep.
I'm going to give you some of my pocket money. Don't spend it all at once.
Well done, bro. You just sent Sawab Jariya.
I'm gonna tell my mom and dad to donate their homes.
Centre in Birmingham is excited about the construction of its new centre. We seek to build an extended Imam Barga and Masjid, which will be more than double the size of its previous centre. Additional facilities include a much larger kitchen, parent and baby rooms, and facilities for those with special needs. We want to build a centre that caters for our diverse community. Our future plans include building a multi-purpose sports complex. Our vision is to build a spiritual and vibrant community from cradle to the grave.
The shell for the entire building is now in place, with the brickwork and roofing being completed. The internal partitions for all the rooms and halls across the building are now being developed. The project is expected to complete in the next 12 to 18 months. The estimated cost of the project is £10 million. We have £4 million left to raise. Please support us so that we can realise our dream of building our new centre.
Humble beginnings. Like many project communities, that is how we started. From just a few families getting together, the community grew and grew. Some moved here to find work, others to study. Families got larger. We now stand at over 2,000, making us the second largest project community in Europe. And so we need bigger spaces to ensure our vibrant community in Birmingham continues to thrive. The building committee, having interviewed prospective contractors, are now reviewing all the applications. But what is this? Looks like a unique group of candidates have decided to enter the lion's den.
Come in. Salam. 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 We're here to help.
That's really sweet of you, children. We're so grateful that you are here. But don't you think it's a job for grown-ups?
But we have lots of experience. Eddie here has built a massive castle. I did. But the tide came in and washed it away though. I have lots of experience bricklaying.
You know how to bricklay?
See, it's so easy.
Proper bricklaying is a bit harder than that.
You just put one brick on top of the other. What's so hard about that? And we all come with our own bulldozers.
You want bulldozers?
Of course we have. We came first. Come on guys, let's show him.
Having quickly assessed the situation, the children feel, with their level of skills, they would be much better utilised actually inspecting the building work. They go on site to take a closer look for themselves. Being a rather helpful bunch, they've brought their own tools. The children navigate their bulldozers, but I think the builders are just getting in their way. That's right, kids. I'm sure they'll need plenty of rocks. As lovers of Imam Hussein alayhi salam, our children always remember to look for ways to quench the thirst of those in need of water. Just in case the builders can't see the massive construction site in front of them, the children are handed to help. Forward, forward, forward. No, stop, 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 stop. Ali Hardy is explaining the art of bricklaying with his colleagues when he realises one of the builders could use his expert advice. Here he is explaining how best to place the bricks. On-site visit really inspired the children. They begin to take a closer look at the AIC project plans. This raises many questions for them. And being a group that love to find answers, they track down the chair of the building committee, Dr. Rizwan Ali Dina, in order to interrogate him.
Assalamu alaikum. How can I help you?
Alaikum assalam. Are you Rizwan, uncle? The chair of the building committee?
Yes.
It's in guys, come on. Just the fellow we've been looking for. We have come to check what is being built.
We need to make sure the building's gonna have everything. May I use your bathroom, please?
Sorry to just turn up like this, but this meeting is long overdue. Have you got any snacks?
I'm sure we can get something.
Good, because I'm starving. I'm with them. As children of the community, first we wanted to say thanks to you and to your team for all the hard work. It can't be easy managing work, the building stuff, and family life. Work-life balance is so important. Let's discuss the plans. We hear there's going to be a parent and toddler room in both the ladies and the gents.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool.
No swimming pool.
And space for the CTC and madrasa to use.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool.
No swimming pool.
And a sports hall for us all to play our sport.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool.
No swimming pool.
And a massive new hall for the majlises and lectures.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool. You know that there is a swimming pool near the mosque. Why am I the last one to know? Rizwan uncle, this center sounds amazing. We need somewhere so that our children and their children and their children come and follow the teachings of Sheikh Nuru.
You mean the teachings of the Ahlul Bayt?
Every day is a school day. How many children are you planning on having? Mom says I need to get married and get a job first. But if the center is big enough, maybe 7?
Maybe we'll need a 4th floor.
Give us a minute to think this over.
Now that they have gathered all the information, they want to first discuss amongst themselves about what role they will play towards its success.
You want a silver. You're going to give you our full support. No one. I'm going to make dua for the success of the project before I go to school. I'm going to give you some of my pocket money. Don't spend it all at once. Well done, bro. You just sent Sawab Jariya. I'm gonna tell my mom and dad to donate their homes.
developer in Birmingham is excited about the construction of its new centre. We seek to build an extended Imam Barga and Masjid, which will be more than double the size of its previous centre. Additional facilities include a much larger kitchen, parent and baby rooms, and facilities for those with special needs. We want to build a centre that caters for our diverse community. Our future plans include building a multi-purpose sports complex. Our vision is to build a spiritual and vibrant community from cradle to the grave.
The shell for the entire building is now in place, with the brickwork and roofing being completed. The internal partitions for all the rooms and halls across the building are now being developed. The project is expected to complete in the next 12 to 18 months. The estimated cost of the project is £10 million. We have £4 million left to raise. Please support us so that we can realise our dream of building our new centre.
Humble beginnings. Like many project communities, that is how we started. From just a few families getting together, the community grew and grew. Some moved here to find work, others to study. Families got larger. We now stand at over 2,000, making us the second largest project community in Europe. And so we need bigger spaces to ensure our vibrant community in Birmingham continues to thrive. The building committee, having interviewed prospective contractors, are now reviewing all the applications. But what is this? Looks like a unique group of candidates have decided to enter the lion's den.
We have
Come in. Salam. 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 We're here to help.
That's really sweet of you, children. We're so grateful that you are here. But don't you think it's a job for grown-ups?
But we have lots of experience. Eddie here has built a massive castle. I did. But the tide came in and washed it away though. I have lots of experience bricklaying.
You know how to bricklay?
See, it's so easy.
Proper bricklaying is a bit harder than that.
You just put one brick on top of the other. What's so hard about that? And we all come with our own bulldozers.
You own bulldozers?
Of course we have. We came first. Come on guys, let's show him.
Having quickly assessed the situation, the children feel, with their level of skills, they would be much better utilised actually inspecting the building work. They go on site to take a closer look for themselves. Being a rather helpful bunch, they've brought their own tools. The children navigate their bulldozers, but I think the builders are just getting in their way. That's right, kids. I'm sure they'll need plenty of rocks. As lovers of Imam Hussein alayhi salam, our children always remember to look for ways to quench the thirst of those in need of water. Just in case the builders can't see the massive construction site in front of them, the children are at hand to help. Forward, forward, forward. No, stop, 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 stop. Hardy is explaining the art of bricklaying with his colleagues when he realises one of the builders could use his expert advice. Here he is explaining how best to place the bricks. On-site visit really inspired the children. They begin to take a closer look at the AIC project plans. This raises many questions for them. And being a group that love to find answers, they track down the chair of the building committee, Dr. Rizwan Ali Dina, in order to interrogate him.
Assalamu alaikum. How can I help you?
Alaikum assalam. Are you Rizwan, uncle? The chair of the building committee?
Yes.
It's in, guys. Come on. Just the fellow we've been looking for. We have come to check what is being built.
We need to make sure the building's gonna have everything. May I use your bathroom, please?
Sorry to just turn up like this, but this meeting is long overdue. Have you got any snacks?
I'm sure we can get something.
Good, because I'm starving. I'm with them. As children of the community, first we wanted to say thanks to you and to your team for all the hard work. It can't be easy managing work, the building stuff, and family life. Work-life balance is so important. Let's discuss the plans. We hear there's going to be a parent and toddler room in both the ladies and the gents.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool.
No swimming pool.
And space for the CTC and madrasa to use.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool.
No swimming pool.
And a sports hall for us all to play our sport.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool.
No swimming pool.
And a massive new hall for the majlises and lectures.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool. You know that there is a swimming pool near the mosque. Why am I the last one to know? Rizwan uncle, this center sounds amazing. We need somewhere so that our children and their children and their children come and follow the teachings of Sheikh Nuru.
You mean the teachings of the Ahlul Bayt?
Every day is a school day. How many children are you planning on having? Mom says I need to get married and get a job first. But if the center is big enough, maybe 7?
Maybe we'll need a fourth floor.
Give us a minute to think this over.
Now that they have gathered all the information, they want to first discuss amongst themselves about what role they will play towards its success.
You want a silver. We're going to give you our full support.
No one. I'm going to make dua for the success of the project before I go to sleep.
I'm going to give you some of my pocket money. Don't spend it all at once. Well done, bro. You just sent Sawab Jariya. I'm gonna tell my mom and dad to donate their homes.
excited about the construction of its new center. We seek to build an extended Imam Barga and Masjid, which will be more than double the size of its previous center. Additional facilities include a much larger kitchen, parent and baby rooms, and facilities for those with special needs. We want to build a center that caters for our diverse community. Our future plans include building a multi-purpose sports complex. Our vision is to build a spiritual and vibrant community from cradle to the grave.
The shell for the entire building is now in place, with the brickwork and roofing being completed. The internal partitions for all the rooms and halls across the building are now being developed. The project is expected to complete in the next 12 to 18 months. The estimated cost of the project is £10 million. We have £4 million left to raise. Please support us so that we can realise our dream of building our new centre.
Humble beginnings. Like many project communities, that is how we started. From just a few families getting together, the community grew and grew. Some moved here to find work, others to study. Families got larger. We now stand at over 2,000, making us the second largest project community in Europe. And so we need bigger spaces to ensure our vibrant community in Birmingham continues to thrive. The building committee, having interviewed prospective contractors, are now reviewing all the applications. But what is this? Looks like a unique group of candidates decided to enter the lion's den.
Come in. Salam, 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 salam.
We're here to help.
That's really sweet of you, children. We're so grateful that you are here. But don't you think it's a job for grown-ups?
But we have lots of experience. Eddie here has built a massive castle. I did. But the tide came in and washed it away though. I have lots of experience bricklaying.
You know how to bricklay?
See, it's so easy.
Proper bricklaying is a bit harder than that.
You just put one brick on top of the other. What's so hard about that? And we all come with our own bulldozers.
You own bulldozers?
Of course we have. We came first. Come on, guys. Let's show him.
Having quickly assessed the situation, the children feel, with their level of skills, they would be much better utilised actually inspecting the building work. They go on site to take a closer look for themselves. Being a rather helpful bunch, they've brought their own tools. The children navigate their bulldozers, but I think the builders are just getting in their way. That's right, kids. I'm sure they'll need plenty of rocks. As lovers of Imam Hussein alayhi salam, our children always remember, look for ways to quench the thirst of those in need of water. Just in case the builders can't see the massive construction site in front of them, the children are at hand to help. Forward, forward, forward. No, stop, 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 stop. Ali, Ali Hardy is explaining the art of bricklaying with his colleagues when he realises one of the builders could use his expert advice. Here he is explaining how best to place the bricks. On-site visit really inspired the children. They begin to take a closer look at the AIC project plans. This raises many questions for them. And being a group that love to find answers, they track down the chair of the building committee, Dr. Rizwan Ali Dina, in order to interrogate him.
Assalamu alaikum. How can I help you?
Alaikum assalam. Are you Rizwan, uncle? The chair of the building committee?
Yes.
It's in, guys. Come on. Just the fellow we've been looking for. We have come to check what is being built.
We need to make sure the building's gonna have everything. May I use your bathroom, please?
Sorry to just turn up like this, but this meeting is long overdue. Have you got any snacks?
I'm sure we can get something.
Good, because I'm starving. I'm with them. As children of the community, first we wanted to say thanks to you and to your team for all the hard work. It can't be easy managing work, the building stuff, and family life. Work-life balance is so important. Let's discuss the plans. We hear there's going to be a parent and toddler room in both the ladies and the gents.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool.
No swimming pool.
And space for the CTC and madrasa to use.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool.
No swimming pool.
And a sports hall for us all to play our sport.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool.
No swimming pool.
And a massive new hall for the majlises and lectures.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool. You know that there is a swimming pool near the mosque. Why am I the last one to know? Rizwan, uncle, this center sounds amazing. We need somewhere so that our children and their children and their children come and follow the teachings of Sheikh Nuru.
You mean the teachings of the Ahlul Bayt?
Every day is a school day. How many children are you planning on having? Mom says I need to get married and get a job first. But if the center is big enough, maybe 7?
Maybe we'll need a 4th floor.
Give us a minute to think this over.
Now that they have gathered all the information, they want to first discuss amongst themselves about what role they will play towards its success.
You want a silver. We're going to give you our full support. No one. I'm going to make dua for the success of the project before I go to sleep. I'm going to give you some of my pocket money. Don't spend it all at once. Well done, bro. You just sent Sawab Jariya. I'm gonna tell my mom and dad to donate their homes.
Inshallah, we resume in 5 minutes, please. We resume in 5 minutes, please.
The Al Abbas Islamic Center in Birmingham is excited about the construction of its new center. We seek to build an extended Imam Barga and Masjid, which will be more than double the size of its previous center. Additional facilities include a much larger kitchen, parent and baby rooms, and facilities for those with special needs. We want to build a center that caters for our diverse community. Our future plans include building a multi-purpose sports complex. Our vision is to build a spiritual and vibrant community from cradle to the grave.
The shell for the entire building is now in place, with the brickwork and roofing being completed.
Just a gentle reminder, there are some QR codes that keep popping up on the screen between videos. These will allow you to download the books that have been published by Islamic Education. So kindly give it some notice when you have some time. Thank you.
The estimated cost of the project is £10 million. We have £4 million left to raise. Please support us so that we can realise our dream of building our new centre.
Humble beginnings. Like many project communities, that is how we started. From just a few families getting together, the community grew and grew. Some moved here to find work, others to study. Families got larger. We now stand at over 2,000, making us the second largest project community in Europe. And so we need bigger spaces to ensure our vibrant community in Birmingham continues to thrive. The building committee, having interviewed prospective contractors, are now reviewing all the applications. But what is this? Looks like a unique group of candidates have decided to enter the lion's den.
Come in. Salam. 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 We're here to help.
That's really sweet of you, children. We're so grateful that you are here. But don't you think it's a job for grown-ups?
But we have lots of experience. Eddie here has built a massive castle. I did, but the tide came in and washed it away though. I have lots of experience bricklaying.
You know how to bricklay?
See, it's so easy.
Proper bricklaying is a bit harder than that.
You just put one brick on top of the other. What's so hard about that? And we all come with our own bulldozers.
You own bulldozers?
Of course we are. We came first. Come on, guys. Let's show him.
Having quickly assessed the situation, the children feel, with their level of skills, they will be much better utilised actually inspecting the building work. They go on site to take a closer look for themselves. Being a rather helpful bunch, they've brought their own tools. The children navigate their bulldozers, but I think the builders are just getting in their way. That's right, kids. I'm sure they'll need plenty of rocks. As lovers of Imam Hussein alayhi salam, our children always remember to look for ways to quench the thirst for those in need of water. Just in case the builders can't see the massive construction site in front of them, the children are hand to help. Forward, forward, forward. No, stop, 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 stop. Ali Hardy is explaining the art of bricklaying with his colleagues when he realises one of the builders could use his expert advice. Here he is explaining how best to place the bricks. The on-site visit really inspired the children. They begin to take a closer look at the AIC project plans. This raises many questions for them. And being a group that love to find answers, they track down the chair of the building committee, Dr. Rizwan Ali Dina, in order to interrogate him.
Assalamu alaikum. How can I help you?
Alaikum assalam. Are you Rizwan, uncle? The chair of the building committee?
Yes.
It's in, guys. Come on. Just the fellow we've been looking for. We have come to check what is being built.
We need to make sure the building's gonna have everything. May I use your bathroom, please?
Sorry to just turn up like this, but this meeting is long overdue. Have you got any snacks?
I'm sure we can get something.
Good, because I'm starving. I'm with them. As children of the community, first we wanted to say thanks to you and to your team for all the hard work. It can't be easy managing work, the building stuff, and family life. Work-life balance is so important. Let's discuss the plans. We hear there's going to be a parent and toddler room in both the ladies and the gents.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool.
No swimming pool.
And space for the CTC and madrasa to use.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool.
No swimming pool.
And a sports hall for us all to play our sports.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool.
No swimming pool.
And a massive new hall for the majlises and lectures.
Inshallah.
And a swimming pool. You know that there is a swimming pool near the mosque. Why am I the last one to know? Rizwan uncle, this center sounds amazing. We need somewhere so that our children and their children and their children come and follow the teachings of Sheikh Nuru.
You mean the teachings of the Ahlul Bayt?
Every day is a school day. How many children are you planning on having? Mom says I need to get married and get a job first. But if the center is big enough, maybe 7?
Maybe we'll need a 4th floor.
Give us a minute to think this over.
Now that they have gathered all the information, they want to first discuss amongst themselves about what role they will play towards its success.
You want a silver. We're going to give you our full support.
No one. I'm going to make dua for the success of the project before I go to sleep.
I'm going to give you some of my pocket money. Don't spend it all at once. Well done, bro. You just sent Sawab Jariya. I'm gonna tell my mom and dad to donate their homes.
Center in Birmingham is excited about the construction of its new center. We seek to build an extended Imam Barga and Masjid, which will be more than double the size of its previous center. Additional facilities include a much larger kitchen, parent and baby rooms, and facilities for those with special needs. We want to build a center that caters for our diverse community. Our future plans include building a multi-purpose sports complex. Our vision is to build a spiritual and vibrant community from cradle to the grave.
The shell for the entire building is now in.
Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad Salawat. Esteemed councillors, please take your seats. Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We begin once again in the name of Allah, and we invite our young Qari, Muhammad Master, to come and bless us with a recitation from the Holy Quran with the loud salawat ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الأخلاء يومئذ بعضهم لبعض عدو إلا المتقين. يا عبادي لا خوف عليكم اليوم ولا أنتم تحزنون. الذين آمنوا بآياتنا وكانوا مسلمين. ادخلوا الجنة أنتم وأزواجكم تحبرون. يطاف عليهم بصحاف من ذهب وفيها ما تشتهيه الأنفس وتلذ الأعين وأنتم فيها خالدون وأنتم فيها خالدون بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفر إنه كان توابا إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا صدق الله العلي العظيم.
Santum, mashallah, mashallah. This, I can see the reminiscence of Hadi Esfadani here, alhamdulillah. May Allah bless you for this beautiful recitation. I must commend the Birmingham Jamaat for having produced, alhamdulillah, such great reciters over the last few days. Very impressive. May Allah increase the tawfiqat, inshallah.
We resume, inshallah, with the previous agenda item. We have 3 councillors on the list who have to make observations or questions. I will first turn to Abul Hasan Bhai Gokul over Zoom. Abul Bhai, Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, and thank you, Ali Jawad. I will switch off my video. Help me with the stable connection. I would not like to lose my census connection now.
We have identified you, Abul Hasan Bhai. Bismillah.
Thank you. There's a dual meaning of the word census here. I will take about 4.5 minutes. I'm pre-advising because I recall my talk in the last ExCo in the same chapter on census. So it will take about 4.5 minutes. As we learn from Dua Iftitah and many other duas, that before we put our contention forward or before we raise any point, we always start with praise and appreciation. The work that the census team has done is really tremendous. It was a very informative and interesting presentation. The paper on census was also very profound. The initiatives announced by Shiraz Bhai Walji and Ali Bhai are extremely useful, and it has eventually provided direction This is very encouraging because now a direction to move forward is visible. Also of profound importance were the weaknesses in data management as identified by them. This is obviously a sensitive chapter, and my advice to all the entire August body here would be that at our respective constituent Jamaats level, we request them to sensitize their relevant teams. Issues due to storage, digitalization, compliance, leakages can make life tough. So this was the preliminary. My inputs are as follows. I endorse the views that Nausan Giwala projected regarding the census work at KPSIJ and the challenges. The constituent Jamaats are primarily responsible to grant membership against the information that they seek or they collect. This is the basic information for eligibility of membership. The information sought by the World Federation is more purpose specific, and if WF can share with the regional federations the specific information fields that they require, and if it is already being done with the team, I'm not aware, but this process can start immediately, the sharing of the purpose-based information. Once the RFs receive this information and they share with the CJs, it's just a matter of time before the information is extracted from what's already available and passed on to the World Federation. So this will be really a time-saving method. As far as the WF issuing incentive-based cards is concerned, yes, that's again a good suggestion. However, this card, I'm speaking now from Karachi Jamaat level, this would be a supplementary card, the WF card, because the primary card, what the KPSIJ gives to its members, are information-based and used for many privileges that the Jamaat offers and extends. So that card, the primary card, will remain valid. At the moment, the census activity at Karachi Jamaat is already underway, and the same process will be followed for our constituent Jamaat, that is Badin Jamaat and Hyderabad Jamaat, to inshallah provide standardized data very soon. Thank you once again for this tremendous effort. I'm through.
Thank you so much, Abul Hassan Bhai. Finally, we have the last two councillors, Amin Bhai Nasir and Rasul Bhai Babani, to make the observation.
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, શિરાઝભાઈની ટીમ બહુ આ મોટો ટાસ્ક કે ખોજાભાઈની ગણતરી કરવી ઇઝી નથી. ખોજાવને ગણવા આ ઇઝી નથી, પણ ગણી તો લીધા માર્શાલ્લાહ. હવે મને કહે છે સેન્સસનું ઇન્ટેન્શનનું તો વાત હવે આપણે એક્શનમાં આવે ને હવે જરાક જલ્દી જાય, કારણ કે આ બહુ જરૂરી કામ છે. જરૂરી કામ એમ છે, શિરાઝભાઈ સાથે ગઈકાલે વાત થતી હતી કે પ્રમુખ સાહેબ તમે આ 2050નો જે વિઝન દીધા બરાબર છે, આપણે હમણાં શાયદ ડિસ્કસ કરીએ, પણ જો આ આપણા પાસે બધી ડાટા આવી જાય સરખી રીતના તો પછી આપણને આ વિઝન ડિસ્કસ કરવામાં બહુ સરખાઈ આવશે. અને શિરાઝભાઈ મને કીધા કે આને આપણને એમ ઉપયોગ લેવાનું છે, બરાબર છે, આનાથી આપણે ઓલા કાર્ટ કરશું, ફાયદો મળશે બધાને, પણ પછી આપણે પ્રોફેશન એક્સપર્ટને દઈએ કે જો આટલા આપણા છે ભાઈઓ આમ પ્રોફાઇલ છે ને એ લોકોમાં આપણને એક ડેમોગ્રાફિક એનાલાઇઝ કાઢી દઈએ તો એનાથી આપણને સીધી ખબર પડશે કે આપણા કોમ્યુનિટીને આપણને ક્યાંય લઈ જવાનું છે. તો શિરાઝભાઈ મુબારકી ટીમને, અલીભાઈને, કારણ કે આ ગણતરીનું કામ ખોજામાં ઇઝી નથી, પણ હવે જમાતો રિજનલ ફેડરેશન આપણે જલ્દી એક્શનમાં જાય કે નેક્સ્ટ આવે તો હવે ડાટા બધી જલ્દી નીકળે. આમાં આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનનો તો પૂરેપૂરો સપોર્ટ છે.
Assan, thank you. Rasul Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. Firstly, yeah, great job. Shiraz Bhai and the team, you've done an absolute wonderful job. And I echo the views that Amin Bhai said, that the paper that was presented yesterday, 2050 Vision, I think is dependent on this census. I think the information that we extrapolate from this census will help and will be a great source to provide a way on this 2050 vision. So well done for that. And also, Pramukh Sahab, I commend you for inspiring and mobilizing the young professionals from our community to lead on such critical projects. So well done for that. I just want to make one other point. I think we sort of had a brief discussion on it. I was just looking at the minutes of the meeting in Australia, and I think there was a talk about the launching of this app, the World Federation app, and it would basically, in that, if I can just read the minutes. The data, and I think what Abul Hassan Bhai mentioned about the protection of the data, I think it was mentioned in there that it would be owned by the regions, by the members themselves. So it will be launched through the regions, through the Jamaats, to the members, and there were safeguards within that, that the people who would download that app, that data would be owned by them. So while we're having this discussion, and it's absolutely fantastic, but if this app has already been created, then perhaps rather than reinvent the wheel, we can just launch this particular one. And if it hasn't been, or partly, then let's make that safeguard that, or do whatever we need to so it's compliant, and then launch it. But this discussion has happened, and I think it's important that we just now move on and roll this out. Thank you.
I will request the team now to respond to the questions. Shiraz Bhai, you want to come in the front also? Or Hussein Bhai? No, you can sit here.
Assalamu alaikum. Hope everybody had a lunch and was able to digest census alongside your kebab rolls. Thank you for the really good discussion, both in person and online. Some great questions. I have grouped them together, so I'll just give you a quick run through and also answer some questions you might not have, but you might have in your mind. So I think it's helpful to give a bit of clarity on the exact rollout mechanism we have in mind as part of this request for proposals that we're pushing out. So our idea is that there will be a common global app or web-based app. How we design it is up to a proposal to come, which will be available to everybody. Everyone will have a same common app on their phone, named TBC, and that will be where you input the data if you go through the approach of I sign up for my app and create my membership ID. And that will be the app that you are asked to download if your Jamaat bulk uploads the data and pings you saying your membership card is ready. So one common app. The back end of that will be a web-based platform where the Jamaat can log in. And as I said earlier, they will see all of their Jamaat data, sort of equivalent to a CRM, but in its early stages. So just the data, maybe not all of the bells and whistles you may have in Stanmore and Salesforce or in East Africa and Zoho, but getting there. And to just confirm, our idea would be in the future to work towards having something which would give all of those functionalities or equivalent. But obviously we need to go step by step, and the first step is to build a basic software system. So hopefully that clarifies exactly what the product is, what we're going after. And it will be through this web-based platform that the regions will also log in, see their aggregated data. User accounts will make sure you only see what you're entitled to see. Same thing with WF. Standards, roles-based access control that any software developer would tell you about. That's the idea. Now, the next element here was on the marketing side. So we have a high-level plan. We've had a high-level plan since we had the proof of concept ready in May 2024. What we need regional federation help is how do we turn that global plan into something tailored for your regions, given you have specific needs, specific sensitivities, and also for the Jamaat's constituent within you. And linked to that, there was a few questions raised about how do we sell it, how do we get on board, and I think, as much as Shiraz Uncle and I and the team would love to travel to every single Jamaat and explain to you the virtues of the census platform, we can't. There's not enough time, there's not enough resources. Really, we need the people already on the ground, and that's you. You are around us, you're our captive audience, we need you to sell it. And part of our marketing platform will be using you to get the message across, to get the value. We can give you the materials, we can give you the slide decks, the speeches, but we need you to deliver. You are our boots on the ground. The third aspect there was incentives. And already had some great ideas, and Dr. Sayyida, who is our project coordinator, without which probably the program would have sunk a long time ago. She's keeping us afloat. She is ready. Send your incentives to her, your proposals, your ideas. We'll get them worked up. But we need them from you. We can't come up with them globally. There's only certain bits the team here can do. But there needs to be things done at the Jamaat level, the region level, and that needs to come from you. So please email us, email the Secretariat, email Dr. Sayyida. We'll get them collated, part of the development. There was a question there about what can the ID cards be exactly used for. That's not a decision for us to take. If you want to require someone who wants Jamaat support to have an ID card, that's your decision. We will give you the technical framework to enable that, but that is a local Jamaat policy or a regional policy decision to make. That's not for the GCP. So we'll enable it if that's what you want, but we leave it to you. Then there's a question about what I will categorize, for lack of a better word, as the left out. Those who maybe don't come to Jamaat that often, those who, as we said, may only come when there's a death or a marriage. How do we get them? Incentives. Incentives are the best way. If you went to a restaurant and it told you, if you download a loyalty card app, you'll get 20% off, would you not sign up there? If it said, download this app, which happened to be a WF app, would you care? No, because you get the discount. I'm sure we all love our East African barbecue, and there's East African barbecue restaurants in every probably city, every Jamaat. If we got them on board, you'd get so many sign-ups easily from those who don't even come to mosque. And that's our way to do it. The other bit is our senior citizens and the people who struggle with digital access. And there, like any census, like here we do in the United Kingdom, someone will come to your house and say, right, how can I help you? Obviously, we may have to tailor that to Jamaat specific. Maybe that's at a Ashura program or Ramzan Iftar. How we do that is down to us to work with the regions and the Jamaats to make it happen. But we are working in the technical functionality for someone to sit with you, type up your data for you, so it's all created. Another, I think it was one of these WF meetings where one Jamaat mentioned that they managed to get data on people who are born in their community by sending them gifts, which is a very innovative idea that I never heard before. So maybe that's something Jamaats can trial out. That's a good way to get your thing. Sign up your child's birth, send us your birth certificate, we'll give them an ID card, and you'll get a gift hamper home. Again, that's not for us to dictate. That's for ideas at the Jamaat level, the regional level. We will make it technically feasible through the platform, but that has to come from you. And then the final thing, just about future scope. So this is phase one. Where do we go from here? Provided, inshallah, by mid next year, we have majority of the community. By the end of next year, we have the whole of the community on board on the platform with an ID card. So there's a few aspects of this. From a census thing, we have a whole list of questions that we would like to ask to build a demographic profile so that decisions at the Jamaat level, at the region level, and the WF level, including for the future vision, can be taken data-driven. There's a separate part of the team who came up with a list of questions, and we will have a strategy of how to roll those out and how to get that, but you need to have a platform ready to roll out the questions. That's what this first step is for. And the second aspect is, where do we go from here? If Jamaats want to adopt a full CRM, then a full CRM can be on the platform, on the roadmap. But it's step by step, and we need to take a few steps to get there. With that, I will stop. Inshallah, I've covered all of the questions there. Shiraz Uncle, anything you want to add?
Thank you, Ali Bhai. Ali Bhai, that was Brazil. That every child that is born, the government sends the gift and it is recorded. So that the history of the child from there they were born. Okay, that's Brazil. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, today as we gather here, we are faced with challenges that test us as individuals and as a community. But let me remind you, challenges are not barriers. They're not barriers, they're opportunities. Opportunities to rise, to unite, and to transform. We are a community blessed with incredible potential, but potential alone is not enough. We must wake up to the realities around us. Our youth need direction, our families need support, our entrepreneurs need resources, and above all, our community needs a purpose. Let's look around. Are we doing enough? Are we building the foundations for the next generations? Are we ensuring that no one is left behind? If the answer is no, then now is the time to act, not tomorrow, not next year, but today. Ladies and gentlemen, હું તમારા સાથે અડધી કલાક બોલી લીધો છું. મારી ટીમે બધું કામ કરીને આખું પ્રેઝન્ટેશન કરી લીધું છે. ઇમામનું કામ છે, મને વાવા નથી ખપતી, મારી ટીમને વાવા નથી ખપતી. અમે ખપે છે કે આ કોમ આગળ વધે. નથી ખપતું કે મેં તમે પહેલો સ્ટેટમેન્ટ જે આપ્યો હતો, વી એક્ઝિસ્ટ ટુ સર્વ. એવું ના થાય કે આપણે એક્ઝિસ્ટ જ ના થાય because of our own mismanagement without a vision. I want us to have a vision કે 2050નો જે આપણે પ્લાન કર્યો છે આપણે કરીએ. તો નેક્સ્ટ જનરેશન આપણે યાદ કરશે કે આ માણસો અહીંયા બધા બેઠા છે, એને આ કોમને ડાયરેક્શન આપ્યો છે. નકર હું તમે ખરેખર કહું છું કે 50 વર્ષ થશે આપણે આ જ જગામાં બેઠા હશું ને આર્ગ્યુ કરતા હશું ને કોમ ગરીબ થશે, ભણે નહીં, બાયુનો સ્ટેટસ સાવ નીચે વટાઈ જશે, તો જાશું ક્યાં? એટલે વી મે નોટ એક્ઝિસ્ટ. સો આઈ વોન્ટ યુ ટુ ટેક ધીસ વેરી સિરિયસલી. મેં સફદરભાઈને કીધું હતું મને 3 વર્ષ ખપે છે અને 2 વર્ષ મારા થઈ ગયા છે, 1 વર્ષ છે મારા પાસે એ કરવાનો. વાર થોડાક બાકી છે, આ પતી જાય, આઈ એમ ગોઈંગ ટુ બહામાસ ફોર અ હોલિડે. સિમ્પલ એઝ દેટ. With those few words, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
શિરાજભાઈ 7 મિલિયન મૂકીને જાજો.
પણ એક ચીજ હું તમને કહું છું, ઇમામનું કામ છે ઊભું નહીં રહે. No matter what barriers I have, I will succeed and I will deliver with my team. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hassan. Bio. Hassan. Bio, to close this very important subject, મને મજા આવી અલીભાઈ શ્રોફ કે આ વાજિબ કુરબાન ઇલાલા છે. એટલે આ વાજિબ કામ છે. હકીકતમાં હું વાજિબ સમજું છું કારણ કે આ જો નહીં મળે તો અમે પ્લાનિંગ નહીં કરી શકીએ. અમીર મોમિનીની હદીસ છે ને ઉલમાએ કિરામ બહેતર જાણે છે, અને પેરાફ્રેસ કરું છું કે મારી ભૂલ ન થાય, કે મને એટલું પોવર્ટીનું ખોફ નથી કોમની અંદર જેટલું શું તદબીર ઉપર છે કે તમે પૂરા પ્લાનિંગ કરો. પ્લાનિંગ કરો તો ફકરે ના આવે. તો એના માટે ડેટા વગર આપણે આગળ નથી વધી શકતા. માટે રિજનલ પ્રેસિડેન્ટ્સનું કમિટમેન્ટ છે બધાનું અહીંયા લગભગ મોસ્ટ ઓફ ધી ઇનફેક્ટ ઓલ ધ રિજનલ પ્રેસિડેન્ટ્સ આર હિયર ઇન્ક્લુડિંગ અબુલભાઈ ઓનલાઈન. એ લોકોનું કમિટમેન્ટ અમને છે કે રાત આપણી મિટિંગ પણ થઈ. અને 70% ડેટા તો ખાલી 5 જમાતના હાથમાં છે. એ લોકોના પણ બધા લગભગ પ્રમુખો અહીંયા છે. જો રિઝવાન બે ખલફાન ઓનલાઈન ન હોય તો આઈ ડોન્ટ નો વેધર હી ઇઝ ઓનલાઈન ઓર નોટ. તો 70% ડેટા મળી જાય તો બાકી તો પછી ઇઝી રન છે. તો પ્લીઝ તમે ઓલરેડી પ્લેજ કર્યા છો તમારો સપોર્ટ વિચ વી એપ્રિશિએટ થ્રુ ધ રિજનલ ફેડરેશન્સ. દેર ઇઝ અ હ્યુજ સસ્પિશન અને એ હવે માર્કેટિંગ ટીમ થ્રુ તમને મિટિગેટ કરવું ખપશે. ડેટા અમે શા માટે આપ્યા? પૈસા ડેટા દેશે જ નહીં કે અમે શા માટે જરૂર છે? અમારો ડેટા પ્રિવેસી છે, અમને માર્કેટિંગ માટે નથી ખપતું. WFના હાથમાં ડેટા ના આવે કે રિજનના હાથમાં ના આવે, જમાતના હાથમાં તો ડેટા છે તો મેમ્બરશીપ ન મળે. તો આના ઉપર આપણી પ્રોટેક્શન કેવી રીતે કરે? ટ્રાન્સપેરન્સી હોય, એક પ્રોસેસ હોય કે અમે જો આ કામ આગળ વધારતા હોય તો એક ઇન્ડિપેન્ડન્ટ પ્રોસેસ, એનું RFP ઇન્ડિપેન્ડન્ટ હોય, ડિસિઝન મેકિંગ ઇન્ડિપેન્ડન્ટ હોય, કે એ કામ સરખી રીતે થાય તો એક ગવર્નન્સનું તરીકેથી એનું એડોપ્શન થાય. અને ખાસ કરીને ડેટા પ્રોટેક્શન બહુ સેન્સિટિવ છે. એટલે જ્યારે સોહેલભાઈએ મને વાત કહ્યું ને આપણે કરશો આગળ કે ઇન્ડિયામાં ઓલરેડી કાજ શરૂ થઈ ગયા છે, આપણી સારી ચીજ છે ટુ કલેક્ટ ડેટા, પણ અમને કદાચ ફરીથી કરવું ખપશે, પણ વાંધો નથી. એક સ્ટેપ અહેડ, 1 સ્ટેપ બિહાઇન્ડ, વી મૂવ ફોરવર્ડ. તો ડેટા પ્રોટેક્શન મને એ જ સવાલ આપ્યો ગુજરાતમાં મને જ્યારે આપણે હતા ભાવનગરમાં, તમને યાદ હોય તો તલાજામાં હતા. તો એ સવાલ આવ્યો કે ભાઈ ડેટા તમારા હાથમાં છે એટલે સમટાઈમ્સ there is also an issue of trust between the Jamaat and the membership કે આ data will be used in the right ways, in the right hands of people who will professionally manage it and keep the confidentiality. અને હુસેનભાઈ પણ અહીંયા છે તમારા ટીમમાં અને બીજા છે who are experts in this area. I have no doubt that the team has the capabilities to deliver. અને last but not least, અને આ એક સખ્ત સજેશન છે મારું, અને આઈ ડોન્ટ વોન્ટ ટુ સાઉન્ડ લાઈક ધ હોરાઓ કરે છે, નથી કહેતો આપણે હોરા જેવા થાય, ને આપણા પાસે દફન તો વાજિબાત છે, વાજિબી કિફાઈ છે, આપણે કરવું જ ખપશે, કાર્ડ હોય કે ન હોય, પણ જમાત થોડીક તો એની એસર્ટ કરી શકે છે ઇન્ફ્લુઅન્સ કે તમે સર્ટિફિકેટ ખપતી હોય દફન ગિરિયાની તો તમે તમારું કાર્ડ ક્યાં છે, તમારું મેમ્બરશિપ ક્યાં છે, તમારો ડેટા ક્યાં છે, બર્થ રજિસ્ટ્રેશન છે, મેરેજ રજિસ્ટ્રેશન છે, એમાં તો થોડી સખ્તી જમાત એખતિયાર કહી શકે. રીજનના હાથમાં તો નથી ડાયરેક્ટલી, ન વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન આવે, જમાતના હાથમાં છે, ઓબ્વિયસલી થ્રુ ધ રીજન. તો આ બધા સજેશન્સ છે. ખાલી માર્કેટિંગ ટીમને હું અપીલ કરીશ કે તમે એક સરખું માર્કેટિંગ કેમ્પેન કરો, બધા રીજન્સને તમે ફોકસ કરો. એમ્બિશિયસ પ્રોજેક્ટ છે. શિરાઝભાઈ, આઈ સેલ્યુટ યુ દેટ યુ હેવ કેપ્ટ ટુ યોર વર્ડ ટુ ડિલિવર ઇન 3 years. જ્યારે તમે મને 3 વર્ષ કહેતા હતા કે આ શિરાઝભાઈ 3 વર્ષ બહુ કહેવાય, પણ આજે ખબર પડે છે કે 3 વર્ષ બહુ નથી, બલકે બધા કહે છે એમ્બિશિયસ છે. તમે ડિલિવર કર્યા છો હમણાં સુધી અને મને યકીન છે તમે કરશો ઇન્શાઅલ્લાહ, you and your team. So I really want to take this opportunity to thank the entire census team and all the regions and the presidents and the Jamaats for the support, and I have no doubt you will continue with your support. Let us recite a very loud salawat for the team. Before I invite Mohammad Mehdi Karim, and you can get prepared, Mohammad Mehdi, for your presentation, I would just do 2 important points here. One is to introduce some of the guests that are here, particularly from Birmingham, prominent members who have served the community in different positions. Then Africa Federation is a very positive announcement. Whenever there is positivity, donations, there is no limitation. પણ પછી શાયરી પછીથી છેલ્લે પડશે ઇશારા. So we have the past president of Council of European Jamaat here, Ghulam Bhai Sumar, with us. Privileged to have him. We have the past president of Birmingham Jamaat, Naushad Bhai Merali, he's here. Other very prominent community members, senior citizens, volunteers, people who have contributed to this community. And if I forget any names, but maaf karjo. Obviously, I'm not talking about Shiraz Bhai team. Kaki Mehdi Bhai Fazal also is a prominent member of the Jamaat, but he's part of the team. Ali Anaki Bhai Kurji તમે અહીંયા છો, શોકતભાઈ ડાયા, રઝાભાઈ મોતી, પછી આપણી પાસે મહમૂદભાઈ બગોડિયા પણ અહીંયા છે, અને સુલતાનભાઈ મેરાલી આપના સિનિયર સિટીઝનના પણ મોટા છે, અમીરભાઈ સાદક તો આપને બચપનથી ત્યાં છે, એની એમના મુલાકાત છે. એવી રીતે અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ લેડીઝની સાઈડમાં પણ અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ તાલા આપના ચેર લેડી પણ છે, અસનભાઈ કિમજી છે, ફાતમાભાઈ મોલુ છે, અશરફભાઈ સુમાર છે, અને બીજા ઘણા મોમિના છે. માફ કરજો, બધાને ઓળખતો નથી ને બધા મને મારા નજરમાં દેખાતા નથી, કારણ કે આ એક્સકોમાં ફ્લેટ સ્ટ્રક્ચર હોય છે, કોન્ફરન્સમાં જરાક ઉપર ચડાવો છો સ્ટેજને, કારણ કે દેખાય બધા, અહીંયા બધા કોશિશ કરે છે, પણ ખુદા તાલા બધાના તોફીકાતમાં ઇઝાફો કરે ઇન્શાઅલ્લાહ. And we are really appreciating the number of invitees who have come. We have got also the Master Foundation here, Sadiq Bhai Master Che, Murtaza Bhai Master Che, again the committee, the building committee, the project capital committee members are here. I may not have mentioned, or Mohammad Riyaz છે, દિનાને પણ હું જોયો પહેલે, એવા ઘણા બીજા મોમિનીન છે. માફ કરજો મારા ભૂલો થતી હોય તો ગુલામભાઈ તમે મને જણાવજો, બીજા કાંઈ ખાસ નામો હોય મને દેખાતું ન હોય તો, પણ પ્લીઝ, you are all welcome. We don't have enough time to include invitees in our speech. We allowed a couple of invitees yesterday. If we have time towards AOB, I will give a chance to invitees to speak as well. It is part of the process. You are part of the community. We are only a representative sample. તમારું આવાથી જ અમારું ઉત્તેજન અને અમારું કોન્ફિડન્સ વધી જાય છે કે અમે we are on the right track ને તમારી દુઆ હંમેશા રહેશે. આપના all invitees માટે એક આપને સલાવત પડે મોહમ્મદ. You can go ahead. You can go ahead. Because whilst you prepare, ગઈકાલે હૈદરભાઈ તમે ન હતા, હું મારા બધા કાઉન્સિલર્સને એક્નોલેજ કર્યો તો, ખાસ એપોઇન્ટેડ કાઉન્સિલર્સ, તમે ગઈકાલે તબિયત સારી ન હતી તો હૈદરભાઈ મેઘાની અમારા ખાસ એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલર ફોર ઇન્ડિયન અફેર્સ છે, બહુ મહેનત કરે છે. ખુદા તમારા તોફીકાત ઇઝાફો કરે, ઇન્શાઅલ્લાહ સેહત સલામતીથી તમને ફરીથી તમારા વતન તરફ તમે જાઓ ઇન્શાઅલ્લાહ. આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન તમારો એક પોઝિટિવ એનાઉન્સમેન્ટ આપને સાંભળે. બિસ્મિલ્લાહ.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. આ પાર્ટ ઓફ એજન્ડા નથી પ્રમુખ સાહેબ. ના એટલે ને કહું છું કે ભલે પાર્ટ ઓફ એજન્ડા નથી પણ આ તો ખબર છે ને એજન્ડામાં ન ખપે નોર્મલી. આપણે આ જે 2 દિવસમાં ગઈ શુક્રવારના હતું ને જે બિર્મિંઘામનું, તો એમાં આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન તરફથી આપણે 30,000 દીધા હતા. અલ્હાજ શબીરભાઈ નજફી 10,000, મોહમ્મદ રઝાભાઈ દેવજી 30,000, શેનીભાઈ 10,000. મેં તમને કીધું તો ઓલી વખત કે આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનનો દરિયો ઉછળતો દરિયો છે, પણ એ ઉછળતો દરિયો જો એક ટાઈમમાં કહું તો ચુનામી થઈ જાય. એટલે હું આહિસ્તા આહિસ્તા ઉછાળાને તમને દઉં છું, તમે ખાતરી રાખજો. ને મેં કીધું હતું બી વાવીએ છે પછી ઝાડ તમે ઉગાવતા રહેજો. તો આપણા અલ્હાજ ડૉક્ટર જાફર દારસી તરફથી 50,000 બિર્મિંઘામને અર્પણ કરવામાં આવે છે.
શું શિલિંગ, ડોલર કે પાઉન્ડ?
અમે ડોલર્સમાં વાત કરે છે, કારણ કે પછી ડોલરને ખરાબ લાગી જાય છે કે તમે જ્યાં જ્યાં જાઓ એ મનીમાં વાત કરો છો, પછી અમારી જરૂર તો ડોલરમાં જ આપણે હમણાં.
જઝાકલ્લા, અલ્લાહ જઝાય ખેર આપે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ જાફરભાઈને ને આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન.
ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. તો કુલ મળી આફ્રિકાથી $1,30 પ્રમુખ સાહેબ થયા જ. અને બીજું મોહમ્મદ અને જ્યાં હાઉસિંગ મુંબઈમાં છે તો એમાં પણ આપણે શરૂ કરે છે અલ્હાજ મોહમ્મદ રઝાભાઈ દેવજી તરફથી એક $25,000નો ફ્લેટ મુંબઈમાં ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. $25,000 બરાબર છે. અલ્હાજ શબીરભાઈ નજફી તરફથી એક ફ્લેટ $25,000નો. ડૉક્ટર જાફર દારસી તરફથી એક ફ્લેટ $25,000. મરહૂમ ખાસ ફાધરના રૂના સવાબર્થે અને મરહૂમ ફેમિલીના રૂના સવાબર્થે. હવે મને એમ થયું કે આ લોકો એક મંડાવે છે બુઝુર્ગો, પછી આપણે ઓવરરૂલ ન કરી શકીએ, ભલે જેટલા મોટા હોય એટલા આપણે ઓવરરૂલ ન કરી શકીએ. તો હમણાં આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન એક ફ્લેટ આપે છે $25,000. કુલ મળી 4 ફ્લેટ આમાં અર્પણ કરવામાં આવે છે.
ઇન્શાલ્લાહ અલ્લાહ જઝાય ખેર આપે. આ બીજ છે તમે કીધા ને દરખ્ત અમારું કામ છે તમે કે તો હું એક બીજું પોઝિટિવ સમાચાર આપું. સુનામી તો નથી કહેતો, કારણ કે તમે હંમેશા અમને ઉત્તેજન આપ્યા છો, એક હોસલો આપ્યા છો. અને શબીરભાઈ મને ઇશારો કરી ગયા, તમે બોલતા હતા કે આ 4 બિગિનિંગ છે પણ ઇન્શાલ્લાહ આવતા જશે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. અલીભાઈ હવે વી આર ફાર અહેડ ઇન્શાલ્લાહ, વી નીડ ટુ ગેટ થિંગ્સ સ્ટાર્ટેડ. કાંઈ બોલું છે?
હું એ બીજ પર પાણી નાખતો રહીશ તો ઝાડ જલ્દી ઉગે.
જઝાકલ્લાહ. અસંત.
હા, હું મિનરલ વોટર જ નાખીશ.
અને બર્મિંઘમ જમાતની બીજી ખુશખબરી પણ એ બંદે ખુદા છે એટલે એનું નામ એને નથી આપવું, પરંતુ એક કમિટમેન્ટ ઓફ $135,000નું પણ આવ્યું છે બર્મિંઘમ પ્રોજેક્ટ.
Just to add on, Jafar Bhai, as always, in all the donation, and he and his family done hugely across the world and in Africa, and he is not keen ke enu naam ke bolaya, but I think from inspirational point of view, it was very important. So I know he hame bande khuda ne secrecy ma karta hai, but through you, Mr. Chairman, we are indeed very grateful. And then our father was one of the leading and formidable councillor of Africa Federation. Jafar Bhai, keep up the good work for the family. Thank you.
આપને એના ફાધર માટે અને બધા કુલ મરહુમીન માટે એક સૂરહ ફાતિહા. So there is a request from the Council of European Jamaats that they want a response to 2 questions that may not have been answered. So the first question is to do with the one earlier. Ali Bhai, if you can respond to that. Question came from the treasurer of Birmingham Jamaat Council member, is the ownership of the flats. If you can explain that, we'll appreciate that.
Okay, so Pramukh Sahib, and to the August House, the ownership of the land is of Bombay Jamaat, which has been given to Bombay Jamaat via Hiba. So now the construction is being done with the participation of the donors and the WF. Proactively, what Bombay Jamaat has done is we have already sent an email to WF, and the housing board of Bombay Jamaat, okay, will consist of about 7 or 9 members, and we propose that, you know, WF has a nomination of 3 members on that board and be a part of the decision making, not only in the initial process, but in the years to follow as well. Now comes the question of ownership of the individuals. So this property ownership after construction also remains with the Jamaat only. This will be given on a leave and license basis to all the beneficiaries, and as soon as, mashallah, we give it with a lot of barakat, that, you know, they become self-sufficient, and when they hand it over back to the Jamaat, so Jamaat is the owner with this housing board and WF involvement, okay, this goes to another beneficiary. So that's how this module has been planned, inshallah. I hope this solves. If any more questions, I'm happy to take it.
Yeah. If there's any further question, Hussein, then if you can pick it up with the Mumbai Jamaat directly, yeah? There was a second question. I can't see Shiraz Bhai. I would like him to respond, and that's to do with Rasul's Bhai question, which I understood was not answered properly, or wanted clarity. I thought I gave that clarity, but I rather have the team do it. With respect to the app and the minutes of the meeting in Sydney, with respect to that, if WF launches an app and we collect data there, it will be a faster way of getting it with all the relevant protections. But I would leave it to the team when they are here. We will allow them a chance to respond, inshallah, later on. Hussein Bhai, if we can pick it up when they come, we can take them. Shiraz Bhai will be around, and Ali Bhai, yeah? Okay, good. So we'll come back to that question. Be rest assured. To move on, inshallah, I would like to introduce the next very important agenda, and Brother Muhammad Mehdi Karim will present the paper on WF External Relations. So without further ado, let us invite him. And just to give you a perspective, that there are a lot of things that are unfolding in the world. I gave a confidential review this morning offline with respect to things that are happening in the world today, and more can be discussed later. There is so much ongoing in the Ummah. Some very sensitive materials, some we are under different jurisdictions, less constraint for other regions in what they say, more constraints as you move to the West. What is our policy? I mean, right now we don't have any coherent, documented process. So what happens, for example, if there is an event that unfolds in a certain part of the World Federation office bearers get together, consult experts, consult the office of the Marja, and then issue a statement. So that's one part of it. Then the other part of it is external liaison, developing relationships in the countries we live, in the environment we live, to make sure that there is social cohesion with the institutions, the governments, at the same time protecting our identity and, most importantly, our faith. So to do all this work together, alhamdulillah, Muhammad Mehdi Karim kindly volunteered to present a paper to us today as a discussion. And we are very keen to see that this is the first phase of things that will evolve over time in developing capacity. We have already people, alhamdulillah ta'ala, who are serving in various positions in different jurisdictions, working at government entities or non-government entities, NGOs. They're all over the world, from the Khoja community, how to tap into that, how to create lobbying elements within our institutions. We have the RSC curriculum, we have all the challenges that our kids are facing at the education front, the hijab issue in France, for example, many, many issues that are happening besides the political things that are going on as we speak. And our latest concern, of course, to ensure that, inshallah, the haram of Janab Sayyidina always will remain baqa, like the message of Sayyid Shuhada. As the Shair says, Ji ke marna sikhaya Hussein ne, aur mar ke jeena sikhaya Zainab ne. That mar ke jeena sikhaya is our spirit, and it will remain there, inshallah. And this institution will always be there, unequivocally, to protect that in the best way we can, within the framework of transparency, governance, accountability, and importantly, understanding the law of the land and the guidance of the marja. So without further ado and preamble, I will hand it over to Muhammad Mehdi Karim.
Thank you so much. Could we get these slides up? Respected President of the World Federation, Safdar Uncle Jafar, esteemed presidents of regional federations, our esteemed scholars as well, fellow councillors, my elders, brothers and sisters, Salamun alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah, it's been an incredible journey putting together what we are presenting today so far. I've had the opportunity to learn so much from the conversations I've had, meet so many people from across the globe, and most importantly, serve this community. So today, I'll set out the vision. We'll have a small workshop where you can actually see some of these issues and opportunities in practice. I'll open the floor up to questions, and then we have a vote at the end on a resolution. So, let me tell you a little bit more about the vision. I think the first thing to clarify, and it's important we do this because there have been some questions going around, is what is the scope of this paper? To be clear, this is the World Federation's strategy. The World Federation's strategy does not bind the regions. This is our strategy, and it will not bind the regions. What is external engagement? So external engagement is any prospect or opportunity that involves engaging with members from outside the Khoja, Shia, Ithna Ashari community, but most importantly for the benefit of our community. And I think it's important for me to tell you a bit about the inspiration behind this paper as well. Alhamdulillah, my family were quite close to the late Ayatollah Sayyid Fadl Milani, who passed away earlier this year. And we would often go to the Al-Khouy Center for iftars on a regular basis. And I remember on one particular occasion sitting there and hearing the stories of Ayatollah going to the COP conference and talking about Islam and the environment, of him meeting senior figures to talk about Islam and discrimination here as well, or even him engaging at the highest level. And I often wondered, why aren't we doing this within our community? Or why aren't we doing it as apparently? And that leads me on to my second inspiration, that being my great-grandfather, Ibrahim Sharif Dewji, or EHS, as we know him commonly in the family. Many of you know, because it's been said in the past, that he was the one who went out to Sayyid Mohsen al-Hakim to get the Ijazah for Africa Federation, which strengthened the organization. But at the same time as serving as Africa Federation chairman, he was also the chairman of Arusha Town Council, something in the civic society where he was benefiting civic society, but also bringing ideas from there into Africa Federation and vice versa. Look, I don't share these stories about these two towering figures to eulogize about the past. I share them because Ayatollah Milani and Ibrahim Sharif Dewji are two of my role models, but two people who championed external engagement for the benefit of our community. And we can also do that too. It's not easy. It'll take time. It's a long-term vision, but that's where this paper comes in. We're having the discussion, we're laying out the points, and let's see where it goes from there. I think it'd also be amiss not to mention another person who, at a local level, is championing external engagement, and it's befitting that we're in Birmingham Jamaat, because that person is Sheikh Nuru. Sheikh Nuru does a lot of work on the grassroots level, working with organizations, and ultimately has a role in civic society here, and I wanted to also mention that too. So put simply, external engagement is important. But why do we, as the World Federation, need an external engagement strategy? For three reasons. Number one, I think it's important for us to create mutually beneficial relationships and share best practices with other communities. In many areas, this institution is doing very well, but there are some areas where we have work to do, and there are other organizations out there that may be doing better. So it's important to establish the relationships, have the dialogue, and work out how we can learn best practices. Secondly, it's important to increase Shia influence. The World Federation has an extensive network already, a network that can help from a perspective of advocacy, fundraising,
and many other things. We had Dr. Ahmed Asa mention the UN, and others mention the UN relationship, and that is something that we've had for 21 years, but something we haven't really leveraged. And number 3, something quite pertinent is to protect our community. We've got to be real. We have to understand that our community faces threats, especially here in the West, in the UK, North America, as well in Europe too. There is a rising anti-Muslim sentiment. And we've got to be prepared and have the frameworks to ensure we're best protected. But the thing is we're not starting from scratch. It's not as if we're not doing external engagement already. I know there are various regions that do external engagement well. But what is the purpose of this paper? The purpose is 3 things. Firstly, to make it more consistent, because sometimes engagement happens on an ad hoc basis. You jump when it's the flavor of the month, but then you go quiet. So consistency is important. Secondly, we've got to be strategic. We've got to work out which opportunities to pursue, which ones not to pursue. If we are going to pursue them, how much effort and resource do we put in? And these are key questions that need to be answered. And number 3, we have to be ambitious. And the reason why I say this is because I think that often, if you don't understand the full potential of external engagement, then you can't plan ambitiously. And that's what we need to start doing more. So, after having many conversations with experts in the field, conducting some research, talking to the regions as well, we've come up with the following 5 areas where we think that these could be areas where we should focus our attention in terms of external engagement. Number 1, strengthening public relations with other Shia, Muslim, and faith-based umbrella bodies and communities. So the World Federation should aim to build long-term, consistent, and most importantly, mutually beneficial relationships with these organizations. And we can learn best practices and get to know shared opportunities and challenges. Number 2, it's important to increase our level of influence within wider society. The World Federation has relationships, but we need to maybe invest more with individuals and organizations that can help the World Federation to achieve our stated aims, not limited to advocacy and fundraising, but others as well. And let me make one point very clear, that when we talk about influence within civic society, we're not talking about politicians, because that is one conception, but it's often a narrow-minded conception of what influence within civic society looks like. We're talking about influence on the grassroots level, like was been done here in Birmingham. We've got the UN example as well. Number 3, it's about creating external engagement ambassadors, because we alone here in this room cannot do the job. We have to send and create talent and build talent and send them out to these external bodies and be advocates on our behalf. It's important that they are selected, they are mature, and they do not compromise on their values, but we need to ensure that we train them and put them in a position where they're able to go out there and represent us as well. Number 4, creating contingency plans for emergency situations. The first 3 I've mentioned are opportunities, but the last 2 I'll mention are threats. We have to ensure that every region and every Jamaat has a framework in place whereby if something happens, we can proactively respond. If, for example, your mosque is attacked because of an anti-Muslim hatred crime, what are you going to do next? You can't leave it to rash decision-making, can't leave it to last-minute decision-making. We have to be prepared. I often use the example that in schools you have a fire drill. Why? Because if a fire happens, then you know that you go outside the building, you line the students up, you go through a register, and the plans and procedures are in place. Why? So you don't panic at the last minute and you can save lives. In the same way, we need to be prepared for the threats that we face, come up with frameworks, and ensure that when these problems hit, we are prepared. Could be far-right attacks, could be negative publicity from the media, could be heightened regulatory or governmental scrutiny as well. And number 5, we have to ensure that any external communication that the World Federation issues aligns with the values of the World Federation and ensures that we go through processes to make sure that they are legally compliant and compliant from a regulatory perspective as well. The key question, as regions might be wondering, is, well, if this is for the World Federation only, where do regions come in? The regions come in because, as the World Federation, we can develop the external engagement policy paper. But we understand that regions themselves are best placed to understand the individual nuances of their regions. And so what we would hope is that the regions take this as an example and as an inspiration to develop your own strategies as well. You fill in the details because you know your communities best. I don't, but you do. So use this as an inspiration to develop your own strategy as well. And this is an offer from myself to say that if any region wants help in developing their own frameworks, please reach out to me. I'm more than willing to help. What we've done here can be replicated across the regions. I might not have the individual data and knowledge about the regions, but I'm willing to work with you in order for you to craft that as well. But even though this paper is for the World Federation only, and it doesn't bind the regions, I wanted to ensure that I engaged with every single region in coming up with this proposal. Because at the conference in May, which was my first taste of this forum and this body, I heard sometimes that regions said, well, we weren't consulted or we weren't approached in this process, and that's something that didn't sit with me. The World Federation is an umbrella body. We represent all of the regions, and therefore, even though this doesn't bind you, we must engage with you. And alhamdulillah, since working on the paper in May, we've had constructive conversations with every region, starting with Africa Federation. It was amazing to speak to your Secretary General, Zahir Uncle Jafar, who actually I found out is related, but that's a separate point, who asked some very constructively inquisitive questions on the paper and gave very, very good feedback. And Shabir Uncle Najafi and Amin Uncle Nasor have also provided good high-level overview as well, and talking about the excellent initiatives that AFED are doing in this space. From Nasimco, we had a heartfelt conversation with Arif Uncle Jaxi, the president of Nasimco, about the potential our community has and how, in some aspects, we are many years behind in this space, and I thank you for your time and effort that you gave on that call. Moving on to Pakistan Federation, we managed to receive invaluable advice and feedback from Abul Hassan Uncle Gokul, both on the phone and in person as well. In fact, he went through the paper in such a level of scrutiny that he was asking about key words to figure out what does this mean and what does that mean, and that's important. And for that, we really thank him for that. Australasia Federation, Raza Uncle Bajani asked some excellent questions on the high-level strategy that ultimately helped us to talk about, well, what is the next step? And what is the vision behind this as well? And actually, the conversations that we had with him guided the ultimate strategy too. With India Federation, Ali Uncle Shroff offered some wise pieces of advice as to the potential hurdles we might face in rolling out this vision and how to overcome them. So I thank you, Ali Uncle, for your constructive support as well. And with COAGE, we've managed to have the conversation with Arif Ali Uncle Hirji and look forward to continuing that conversation as we move forward. And the beautiful thing about this whole process is that from the people we spoke to, there were different views. Believe it or not, we are different human beings. We have different visions as well. But we talked, we engaged, we reasoned, and we rationalized. And without engagement, this paper would not have been as rich as it was. And for that, I say a huge thank you. But up to now, I've talked about the great opportunities associated with this vision. But there are also risks, and we have to be cognizant of that too. For example, the potential erosion of our core values, the potential for the World Federation to be distracted from some of its core aims, the fact that external engagement could afford more publicity, and that is something to be wary of too. These are all risks we have to be aware of, but we need to plan for. Risks should not stop us from doing what is right, because often some of the greatest rewards come from risky situations. But what is important is that when you take these decisions, you mitigate the risks effectively. And that is where the ExCo resolution comes in. The ExCo resolution comes in to ensure that whenever we pursue an external engagement opportunity or make a piece of communication, that we meet certain criteria to ensure that we mitigate against the risks that external engagement has. And these 4 criteria that we've come up with in the resolution will ensure that the decisions that are made follow a framework and follow a process. There is often a heated debate about this, that people have views on one side, people have views on the other. Our job is not, or my job rather, is not to hold what view is right or wrong. It is to ensure that we go through a framework, a process, that when something happens, you ask the right questions, you go through the process in detail, and then you come to whatever conclusion you want, but make sure you go through the process, and you're not under undue influence or the way that decisions could be made at the moment. And these 4 criteria are that whatever we do, external engagement opportunity or communication, number 1 and paramount, must be in accordance with the principles of our Shia Ithna Ashari Muslim faith. Number 2, must not be detrimental or have the potential to be detrimental for the Khoja Shia Ithna Ashari Muslim community. Number 3, must be aligned with the aims and values of the World Federation. And number 4, must be in compliance with the rules and guidance provided by the UK Charities Commission, under which the World Federation is a registered charity under number 282303. And a decision will need to be made balancing these criteria, and ultimately that's what the resolution does today. And the resolution is one of the ways we could potentially mitigate the risks. It's very much a starting point. It's what I feel would help us to do the first step into building these mitigations. But it's something that I open up to the House as well to hear your thoughts, and that would be quite invaluable. So what will happen next? On a World Federation level, we will, number 1, hopefully build a team in relation to external engagement. It's important to note that this is a vision. It's a program that will not happen in the next 3 years, not happen in the next 10 years, but ultimately it's a 20-year plus vision. And so this strategy is not set in place. What I'm outlining today is just the initial thoughts. We need to iterate and continuously refine the vision as well. And we need to look at where this has not gone right in the past and where efforts have not been sustained and critically appraise that moving forwards. On the regional level, as I've mentioned, hopefully you take inspiration from this framework and start to develop your own. And I put my hand out again. If any region wants that help to develop that framework, please let me know. So look, this is a big vision, but big visions are achieved when we take small steps, and it will result in long-term outcomes, but hopefully it will lead to a strengthened community. Before I end, I would like to thank the team at the World Federation for giving me this portfolio and having the belief in me. We've had some constructive conversations and felt free to disagree at times, and I think that's important behind the scenes, but it's important for them to give me the trust and give young people the trust to drive these agendas forward, and for that we say a thank you. I want to leave you with a thought, and this is the final thing I'll say before we move on to the workshop, that this community has a lot of potential, and there are many people out there who say that we do not achieve it. There are many people who say the World Federation could be doing more. But in this room, we're a bunch of doers, not sayers. The very fact we are here discussing means that we actually get things done. So today, I invite you to join me on this journey and be part of the change to ensure that our community is strengthened and grows to new heights. Because imagine in 20 years' time, we sit back and look at today as the day when the seeds were planted and we're sat in a much stronger positions. Thank you so much, and before I end, I'd like to invite you to recite a Surah Fatiha for the 2 people I mentioned here, Ayatollah Saif Fadl Milani and Ibrahim Sharif Dawji, and all of the Marhumin who have inspired this vision to come to fruition as well. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So, as I promised, the next part is the workshop. If we could get the slides up, please. And in terms of the workshop, the way this will work is I've got 2 key questions, and these 2 key questions reflect some of the sort of factors that come under external engagement. So it says waiting for connection. We can start with question 3, actually. So we talk about influence, and I just want to pose a conceptual question. And every table, I want them to discuss this, because these are high-level questions. We're not expecting to come up with concrete, finalized answers. Now, I just want to get the brains thinking and the creative juices flowing. What does greater influence for the World Federation within wider society actually look like? Could that involve developing a strong voice at the UN? And how do you build influence without compromising your values? So, if possible, in your tables, if you can discuss this, and we will sort of come back, regroup in the next 5 minutes, and I'd like to hear your thoughts, if that's okay. Put a time on it, 5 minutes. How do you put a timer on? Right, fine. So we got 1 minute left, 1 minute thereabouts, and then we'll come back. Feedback? So bringing it back to the front, I know we've got 26 seconds left, but in the interest of time, I'd like to hear some of the thoughts that have been discussed so far. So would the best way to do this be hands up? Ali Joan? Anyone got any thoughts? Mahmoud and Kudala will start. Anyone else got any thoughts on this first question? And Shabir and Najafi as well.
Yeah. Is it on a specific question?
This one up here, yeah.
Okay, sorry. So I'll come on a comment on your presentation at the right time.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, sure. Mahmoud Anko.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
As soon as you said that whatever the strategy is will not impact the regions.
Yes.
And then you recognize the nuances within the region.
Sure.
This is fantastic. This is fantastic. Now, it got me thinking, all right, we still need to create a global influence.
Yes.
We still need to create a global influence. How do we do it? There are certain things that actually can be done at a global level.
Sure.
That play a direct role into even not just a regional, but even at the Jamaat level.
Yeah.
And those are the things that we need to identify and create them globally. Sure. I'll give you an example. I was just talking to Arif by public relations. PR is a global thing, it's a global theme. Why don't we as World Federation have a best PR firm in the world on a retainer? We have, for example, them on a retainer. My Jamaat, we had a murder at our mosque 3 years ago. We were scrambling. Some people don't even know, right? We were scrambling. We were scrambling. We didn't know what to do. And he was a Shia caretaker who was brutally murdered at our mosque. Now, the advantage is, alhamdulillah, we had a very, very, very good relationship with our sheriff's department and everything. I made one phone call and their entire boss and everything was there. But how do we communicate that afterwards? What do we do? Right? So if there was a PR firm, I could have just reached out to and say, here, I have access to this. Okay, guide me on how do we do PR. Before that, we had instances where we had invited a Maulana and not knowing that Maulana had done some LGBTQ commenting before that. Sure. We started getting hate mail and things like that, right? Yeah. These are all of the things that we could use some global services, legal services. There are some global legal services. I personally think that if we can focus at this body level to provide those services centrally so that that same person or those same people who are global in nature can think of our institutions globally and create a messaging or create a strategy for us or run the strategy for us that everybody can tap into. We are going to be efficient in terms of our spending. Sure. We are going to be coordinated, right? I mean, why should we spend the same amount of money from different organizations, duplicating? Why don't we have these services together? Legal services, United Nations, you can have, what does this mean for us at the United Nations level? Like Shabiba was just talking about it. So this is the first thing that come in my mind, that there are things that are global. Let's sit and find out what are these things, what are these concepts that are global and that we can do. Then within that framework, yes, you're absolutely right. Each region can figure out their nuances, what Africa can do, United States cannot do, and so on and so forth. But these services are very, very crucial. And the last point is, do we have our people that can do that? Even more important, right? I guarantee you we have people who are quiet, who are at the global level and are extremely good at what they do, right? We just don't know them. Yes. Let's go hunt for them. And that's what you can do. And your team can do, go hunt for these people and say, these are some core services globally that can be provided by some core people, especially if you have people who are experts in Africa and in North America and in Europe and in India who are all doing this at a global level, create their team, right? So, thank you.
Thank you, Mahmoud Uncle. Should I answer now or take another question? Okay. Shabir Uncle.
So, I will go on general format as what he said. First of all, Mr. Chairman, brilliant paper, very timely. The way we want to operate, we need this, and we need this basically diplomatic expertise and how to format. Let me tell you, from all the regions, and I don't know the insights of all the regions, but I go on what I see they publicize. Now, they may have White House. I mean, your dad's photo is the then Prince Charles, now the king. So you may have all that. But on how it comes out, it's very little. The biggest exchange, interaction is in Africa, and I'll tell you why. It is Africa Federation, which has access to several diplomatic agencies. We interact with the ambassadors at one-to-one level, and because of that, and the ministerial levels and diplomatic missions and state levels, because of that, we have to come in the public forum. And as Mohammed Bedala said, we may be businessmen, we may be politicians, we may be leaders. We are not diplomatics to give that image. That's why what you have come is very important. Very quickly, I'll tell you. Shani bhai bajuma beta chatle. Like Mulaji's office. We had highest level with Mulaji's one-to-one. How do you go? How do you portray? This was there, we would stick. Recently, just 2 weeks ago, we finished Arusha at highest level. His Highness Aga Khan, we have had interaction twice. We just had a very high level with the princess. And they said, Zanzibar, tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, Dar es Salaam. I couldn't make it. He flew in with JFF. They organized, at that level, what our communities. Now, what I'm trying to say, we need these experts. We need the PR firms, or then we can call on WF. Okay, look, we are going. I'm telling you, we are doing this on a weekly basis. Mulaji jo kitlo wado. This is very important. The image and how do we convey what we want to do and take advantage at that level. We would even probably, you're so eloquent and so good, maybe, you would come, we'll say this is what we want to express. So this is so very important now. And now that we are coming. This UN thing, let me tell you what happened. I was instrumental when the UN was done, and this United Nations, all of them here, including was done by Shabar, is coming, Shabar Lakha, okay? You know what we did in the first 2 years in Dr. Hassim's time? We had a PR office. The whole idea was to tap foreign exchange. We couldn't do it. So we had a PR firm charging us £50,000 a year fees for 4 years. And you know how doctor is. Doctor came, that PR firm was needed. I'll tell you what we are going with the Security Council right now. We have a PR, who is representing somebody like Shaba. When we have an ambassador on this NGO, Uganda, Tanzania governments are going to use us as our lobbying. Who would sit there? Africa, Bhai might have the capability. We won't have. We need somebody from World Federation to do this. Security Council, we had 13 votes to India, and Israel was not there. And it was lobbied. It was lobbied on the lines of what you had. So in short, this is so much needed. It is needed Africa and UK diplomacy level, you say what we are facing, Islamophobia. And when we go there, we need a backup guideline representation. So it is very timely. And without this and the PR, there is PRs in our community, we can't do it. Amaru chairman and vice chairman, but I think I'm very impressed. I thank you. And we, at least Africa, should take up your ambassadorial role on top of this letter and represent us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more final questions? Rasul Uncle. Correct, yes.
Sorry. We're just discussing this particular question. What does greater influence of the World Federation within a wider society actually look like? That's the question we're working on. I think leveraging our NGO status.
Okay.
We've got it.
Yeah.
We've got that. And what's so frustrating is that we're not leveraging it. You see, all the stuff that's being discussed is all at Jamaat level. The Khoja Shia Ishnashri, we are, as Jamaats, representing our community. What's happening in Birmingham with Sheikh Nuru, it's a pride for all of us. What's happening in Leeds, for example, with our interfaith is a pride for all of us. Whatever happening in London, World Federation can't take that position. But what World Federation can do, and it has got, is the NGO status. The biggest platform, and we're not using it, yes, exactly. The biggest platform on the NGO status is the Economic and Social Council. What more influence do we want if we can leverage it there? And I think this is where we need to focus on. Fantastic paper. And whatever you're saying about external engagement, absolutely agree with that. But I think what we've got the infrastructure, we've got the status. But people like yourselves need to go out and leverage that for us.
Appreciate that. I'll take the comments in turn. So starting with Mahmood Uncle, thank you very much for your comments. I agree that we need to build this central bank of resources, and that's what the role of the World Federation is, so that you as the regions can tap into those resources when you need them. We don't set the policy for the regions, but when you figure out what you want to do, you can come to us and use those services, right? So PR, legal, that is agreed, and I think we're aligned on that. And one thing I'd request is that from the Nasimco group, if this is something of interest to you, I'd love to work with you, but I mean, obviously through Arif Uncle, if Arif Uncle wants other people, then please do sort of approach us. We're willing to have that conversation, so please, let's keep this going. Shabir Uncle, I'll take you up on your offer of the ambassadorial stuff, but that's a side point. Absolutely, that's what this is as well. Good work that you're doing, excellent work that you're doing in Africa Federation as well. In fact, let me also mention the fact that you met with the High Commission of Pakistan in Dar es Salaam Jamaat after the attacks in Parachinar happened as well. That's yet another example of excellent work that is happening at the Africa Federation or under the Africa Federation banner as well. And the big important part about this is this knowledge should be shared with other regions as well. And I'm sure there are other regions who are doing excellent work that you could benefit from as well. But if we could set up that mechanism where you can share your experiences with others, that's quite important as well. Finally, with Rasul Uncle, and thank you very much for your comment, Rasul Uncle, about influence. The UN and leveraging our ECOSOC status is, as mentioned, essential. I believe we got it in 2003, and that's 21 years, and what do we have to show for it? I think very little. You're right that a lot of what's been mentioned here may be at the Jamaat level, maybe at the regional level, but as I was saying to Mahmood Uncle, if you build up the resources here, then we should be strong enough for Jamaats and regions to be able to tap in, as in when they need it, to further their own goals. But you're right, as the global body, we need a global vision, so bodies like the UN and other global bodies should be sort of the center of attention there too. Very, very quickly, and we have to keep this quick because I want to... Oh, sorry, Murtaza Uncle. Last one, and we'll move on to the second.
Yeah, I concur it's an excellent paper. And I have some understanding of where you're going because, well, I understand exactly what you're saying because the teams that we've, from a personal perspective, we've advised as well is all this public advocacy.
Sure.
What I think there's a low-hanging fruit for us over here is that we work with many businesses. You're talking about, the Gates Foundation, and you talk about Rockefeller Foundations, all of those. And their focus is on Africa, okay? Because there's a lot that they feel that they can do in Africa, whether it's poverty eradication or malaria eradication. So we've got an NGO status, and you're going to take the low-hanging fruit first. If we can build on it, we're using our, whether it's WF aid, take a cause that matters to, whether it's at the United Nations level or the world level, yes. With our experience and our resources, if we can push through, you will tap into a lot of funding that will be there outside as well.
Yes. If
you take on that funding, okay, you can then use also part of that funding to what we've been discussing earlier, which is our economic upliftment. So you've got an avenue to tap into financial resources to do what you want as well. At the same time, you're making a mark because we're there, exist to serve. So you're taking it one step further to say we're existing not just to serve our community, yes we are, but from a humanitarian purposes, we're there to exist to serve humanity, and we can do it the right way. And as Shabir Bhai said, we have a lot of influence over there. We can work on that, and we can actually roll out in Africa, which is actually, at the moment, if you look at all the United Nations, they're all focused in there.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the comment. I think I concur very much with that. Funding is definitely something that you can get access to, so that's something we will bear in mind as well. Very, very quickly, moving on to the second question. We're going to keep this tight. So 3-minute discussion, 5-minute feedback, if that's okay. That is, imagine a Jamaat within your region has an anti-Muslim attack tomorrow. What immediate steps would you take to respond? And under that, what procedures do your Jamaats currently have to ensure that they can proceed and respond quickly to make sure that their members feel safe? Number 2, how would you deal with any media requests that come to you, recognizing that media involvement could really worsen the situation? And number 3, what steps would you do to work with local authorities to make sure this incident doesn't happen again and you fortify protection? So again, 3-minute discussion on this question. I know that this might be more relevant to certain regions than others, but I think it's worth everyone having this discussion as well. So key question, imagine a Jamaat within your region has an anti-Muslim attack tomorrow. What immediate steps would you take to respond? 3 minutes. If you could put the timer up, please. Yes, and we're having... I can... In the interest of time, I know there's a few seconds left, but if we could bring back the conversations, I'm keen to hear some responses to this, some questions as well. But I think if we can start the discussion on this, keen to hear from people as well. So any hands up? We'll start with Zohair uncle over there, Murtaza uncle, Mahmoud uncle. Fine, Zohair uncle.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
So I think a great question, and by the way, a fantastic paper. And actually, emergency response was part of something that COEG had looked at in the manifesto, and is something that we're keen to look at moving forward, as is all level of external engagement, which we've been able to start working on as part of our national policy and public outreach department. So I guess just one of the sort of key questions I have is around how we externally engage with statements. We're keen to engage on all levels, at all, no matter what takes place. We wanna ensure that we have a voice, and lots has been discussed over the last sort of couple of days in regards to grassroots and how we engage grassroots. I'm very cognizant that we need to ensure that we represent the views of grassroots. And so that means that at the very top level, World Federation needs to be thinking about how they represent the views of the people on the ground. Now, I think a big part of that is, given everything that we're seeing happening in the world today, that they need to feel engaged at grassroots, that the World Federation is actually in the same place. And I think some importance needs to be given in terms of statements. So it's not about not releasing a statement, it's more about how do we release a statement in a safe way. I don't believe that not releasing a statement is in any way, shape or form acceptable or the way forward. What we need to think about, for example, as we've seen the events unfolding in the last 24 hours, how do we actually engage that, release a statement and do so in a safe way? And maybe we need something more documented and some policy around that so that everyone can feel like we're in the same place. And that would be my main question.
Thank you very much, Sir Uncle, for the question. What I'd say in response to that is that I think that that's something that on a regional level you'd be best placed to do. The World Federation cannot come up with a statement on policies that COGE will adopt, which will be the same as something that Africa Federation will adopt as well. But what we can do is come up with a framework that, as the World Federation, we go through a step-by-step process. I'm fully aligned with you that when you come up with decisions about statements and other pieces of communication, that you need to follow a due process, and you cannot be reactionary in terms of issuing a statement or not. So we need to follow due process. It's about setting up those frameworks in place and asking the key questions, okay? So I think key questions could involve, for sure, what are the legal and regulatory requirements? Is there a need for the community to issue a statement versus is this an individual sentiment? And these are key questions that you need to ask in coming to that conclusion. And you mentioned the very important point about the grassroots as well and representing the grassroots view. So all of that needs to be taken in turn, and you need to develop a process where you take into account everything and come to a conclusion. And if that conclusion is issuing something, then that's fine. If it's something else, then you need to reason your way and come to an informed decision, right? I can't say what is the right thing. That is beyond my scope. What I want to ensure is people ask the right questions, because at the moment, from my experience, I don't think there are the processes in place. So that is my only request. Develop the processes so that you ask the right questions. And in terms of the processes, obviously that must ensure the values of Shia Ithna Ashari faith and our values at the forefront, and also balance the sort of views of the institution, so in our case the World Federation, and the values rather of the World Federation, not views, values of the World Federation, and also legal and regulatory requirements. All of these are considerations that we come to in developing or coming to that conclusion, if that makes sense. Who was next? Was it Rasul Uncle? Yeah, Rasul Uncle, sorry.
Sorry, I think we just went off topic.
Yeah.
Because the question was on the screen that the question,
sure.
Are we discussing that, or are we discussing this? Oh, sorry.
So sorry, the question was asked, so I answered to that question.
Okay. I think we'll go into the debate later once we come to the resolution.
Sure.
If we just working on these.
Let's stick to this
yeah, I'd put my hand up.
Sorry,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hujjat has taken over, Mabika Jamaat.
No, because I wanted to answer the question. That's the reason why I put my hand up, yeah? So the question that comes is, what current procedures do you have in your Jamaats to ensure that they can respond quickly? There has been a lot of, it's not just what happens in the world, but that happened locally. We had, if you recall, a few months ago, we had riots happening in the UK as well. And it was a quick response that we had to make in terms of what we do. We close the center or we do not close the center. To what extent do we inform the community members as to what the risks are and what do we do that? So what we have is we have an advisory team that helps the president and his EC to make certain decisions. That's not their job to make the decision, They're the advisory team that help and say, look, these are the issues that you need to look at. These are the statements that you look at. And they also have some intels about locally what's happening as well, so that also gives us an understanding. Now, we have two things. We have the pressure from the members as well, and we have to also look at how we respond for the benefit of the members. So to give you an example, we had a lot of people knocking on our doors and saying, you need to close the center. And there were a lot of people, and they said, no, you cannot not have Wafat or Kushali on that night. So you're in a very precarious position. I think there's too much noise going on.
Sorry, if we can just have silence for more example.
Yeah, so it becomes a very precarious position. So I want us to understand this, that you are in a sandwich over here.
Yeah.
As to what do you do now? Do you go fully into what you've been told, and sometimes you get two sides being told as well? Or do you then look at the other, sitting, because when sitting on the chair, you're talking about, you're taking a risk. Would you want to take that risk as well? So we decided at that time that we're going to take this, and then we did what everybody else was planning to do, which was for a few days we did close the center to monitor what was happening. We did a statement and went out. But what I'm saying is that this response had to be immediate. We had to make the decision in a few hours.
Yes.
Now, if I didn't have a backup system for me to help make that decision, I don't know what decision, whether it was the right decision, the wrong decision I would have made. Now, it may be for this one, there was also COAGE involved because it was a UK-wide issue over here. The riots were not just in London, but they were all over UK. So concertedly, we had the others like MCB, others as well, they were feeding us the information. But there could be something localized as well. So I feel that, if we have an advisory team that helps you make that decision, then at least from a governance perspective, because this is also important because we're a charity and we need to make sure that we have a system of governance as well. So from a governance perspective, at least we could say, look, we had people who were experts in this field. We took their advice. Whether it was wrong or right, later on you can decide on it, but we did take the due process.
Thank you very much, Murtaza, for that comment. And that is what the resolution at the WF level seeks to do. It seeks to ensure that you follow due processes for reaction, or when you have to react at a statement like a mosque is attacked, that you go through the process, you follow certain values, and therefore you ultimately come to a situation where you consult with the right people and make that decision. So what you've said is articulated in the resolution as a response to the question that was on there in terms of attacks on mosques. Mahmoud Uncle.
So can you keep that up, please? Yeah?
Yes.
I'm going to be trying to be very concise and precise. What current procedures do you Jamaats have, right? Our Jamaat does have it,
That's
right?
good.
And I'm sure every Jamaat has something. We have WhatsApp groups, broadcast groups. We broadcast certain information that, hey, this has happened. This is the next step. Whatever decision-making criteria is, we do have that, right? Number one. How do you deal with any media requests? We have an entire outreach division, and our outreach division does include some PR capacity in there, right? People who have been trained, not necessarily PR professionals, but people who have been trained in the past, how to not respond and so on. Now, what steps would you take to work with local authorities? This is one of the things we have done as outreach. We've made very close relationships with our local councillors and sheriff's department and everything, and I've invited them. We have these iftars and all of that stuff. We've invited them out to our local community, and that has yielded a lot of benefits. So just to answer that now, what I'm trying to get to is, I'm not sure every community thinks of it coherently in the same manner. One of the things I think at the level of the World Federation you guys can do, we can do, is you can have that team that talks to every Jamaat. And what have you done? What have you done? What have you done?
Yes.
Once you do that, now you come up with best practices. Imagine if you have a broadcast list. If World Federation has an outreach capacity building,
right,
that actually then...
Could we please have silence whilst Mahmoud Uncle is sharing?
Imagine if World Federation has an outreach capacity team that is actually connected to every Jamaat's outreach team. So my Jamaat, I can say, well, I want to build an outreach team. What do I do? Don't worry, you will be connected to our global institutions outreach team that have learned from everybody else and can give you. Imagine if I'm part of an outreach team that's new and I get an email from World Federation and say, have you remembered to talk to your local councillor? Can we help brainstorm this with you? Now, these individuals who have taken on this responsibility for their Jamaats don't feel lost. Because they have the entire world through a networking capability that we are building here to learn from and say, oh, really? I didn't know New York has done this.
Yeah.
Right? But you know because you are through Nasimco, through this other thing. Oh, I'm in Orlando. New York has done it. Oh, wow. We know this person. So I'm not myself, imagine if by myself trying to find somebody nearby or globally that have done some ideas. And these ideas sharing, just pushing content, or pushing ideas, or having a global outreach team made up of Jamaat levels and regional levels that will help individuals even just get the, what do you say, inspiration on what else to do. Okay. Because many times people want to do, just don't know what else to do. They don't know if this is the right thing to do. Is it the right thing? Is it an Islamic thing to do for me to go and brush, and rub shoulders with this individual or that individual? Well, at least there's globally people have done it, how they've done it, why they've done it. These are all super valuable things that are, I would say, again, go back to your, they are agnostic of the region and the Jamaats. They can be shared, and that is where we need to build capacity at our global level.
So just to clarify, is the point that World Federation should have an outreach team which facilitates this communication between regions?
It is, well, no, not necessarily.
Okay.
That could be a side effect of it.
Right.
But it is an outreach team that consists of all the outreach teams, that learns from all the outreach teams and says, if you want to build your outreach team, just bring your people here. Right. We have all of these best practices we've already learned. We can share and guide them. And they can pick and choose what they want to do.
Exactly.
Right? And now suddenly something global happens. You can communicate to all the outreach teams and say, does it make sense for you guys to do this? These Jamaats have done this. Does it make sense? Some people may say, no, it doesn't for us. But at least they know what everybody else is doing, right?
I agree. And again, I'd sort of extend that hand to say that if you ever need to sort of talk, then let's talk and let's start this conversation and dialogue.
But before you cannot do any of that before you have a structure in place.
Correct.
That actually connects all our outreach teams. And in fact, in that,
okay,
globally we'll start learning the new answers.
I'm very conscious of time because we have Dr. Mitani waiting, again delayed by an hour, and he has a flight to take. This is his last paper. We will take one more comment from Arif Bhai, and then we will decide the way forward.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I think that the debate in itself, the discussion in itself, has got huge merit. This is the only stage where Jamaats, regions, and leaders, and indeed observers through streaming come together and we discuss. Today is a black day by itself. The situation is as such. So maybe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sees what does this community do to be able to respond during times of crisis. The Council of European Jamaats, as my brother Zuhair Bhai, the Secretary General, expressed, have a national policy and public outreach board. But it's working on 3 levels. Level 1, which is safety and security. Safety and security, which is based on creating an emergency response plan. That's what we have been discussing. I don't think that is enough. We must have where we create early warning systems. So before something happens, we really have early warning. This is called mobilization before something happens. And there are clear theories and experts, even within our community, on this, especially in East Africa, before riots happens. We need to have what you would call an incident reporting mechanism. When something happens in one Jamaat, the other needs to know that it is coming. And that means that that fear factor within the Khoja community, which is so closely knit and has got very good network, thanks to our Murabbi WhatsApp, we can actually get through it very fast.
But then we have to have what you would call mobilization on local with authorities. But that means the way the Jamaat takes a massive role in that, not the regional body. So that is one sub-department within. The second one is media and research. Let me give you one example, it will explain everything. Today, we have approximately 40 million to 50 million Muslims in Europe. But do we have a count how many Shias there are? So I'll give you an example. In the country of Sweden, we have approximately 9%. Do you know how that happens out of a 10 million population? Because of what's happening on the ground there. Shiraz Bhai talked about specifically a labor question, but there's also an equality question and justice reason. Now, if you have that, are the learnings from one country on how you speak to the authorities and those who are making the laws, how can you then cross-fertilize into other places? So we will have a media and research one which speaks about what is the role of the Muslim Shia Ithnashri working in the workplace. Still no one has published. If you want to go and employ a Shia or a Muslim, what kind of things do you have in place? This is called engagement, and we are planning to launch a paper specifically on that. Then you have the problem of one Jamaat being scrutinized, for example, by Charity Commission. So why do we not do the Control C, Control V? That we have a repository. This is how we answered the questions. Next Jamaat can use that. But silo making doesn't work. So we have the, so in end, what I'm trying to speak and say is that this came from a regional body, yes, COAGE. What I just said, every regional body can do the same. And it can communicate specifically to the World Federation, who holds also that data. There is nothing about that this should be a silo making. Rather, this should be something which is socialized and democratized within the Khoja Shia Ithnashri community, very easily. So these are the three levels. I don't think that we should react very in the time. At the same time, risk, and when it comes to answering, there is something that we need to have either choose, are we going to follow the Quranic and the Ahlul Bayt message of what is required, or are we going to have our basis which is called neutrality? The answer is that on different times you adapt yourself, and therefore you have to have the right people available all the time, not the one who shouts the loudest. Ahsant. Sorry for my longer deliberation, but I think that we have put some thought through this, and we have actually used experts to come up with this plan, and we're very happy to share our thoughts if anyone else would like to adapt the same. Ahsant.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of you, for your sentiments and a good discussion that we have had so far. I'm just going to summarize my understanding and the next steps, because Mohammad Mehdi Karim in his paper has proposed a resolution, and I will leave it to him to give the rationale before the resolution is put and tabled. I think there is clear recognition in this House with unanimity that this is an issue. We can't put it under the carpet. And with the current prevailing situation in the world, fast changing, even more important, and as I gave this opening discussion this morning that has happened, and many more to come, we need to be ready as a community. But that's one aspect. Engaging with the wider society and making sure that there is penetration across the board so we can influence the Islamic perspectives and the ethical and moral challenges is another dimension, so on and so forth. As Mohammad Mehdi Karim has said, that this is a journey. COAGE has its paper, Africa has its perspectives, there is an offer on the table, those who don't have any policy, Mohammad Mehdi is willing to support you with local support, so on and so forth. So that is work in progress. Right now, the reality is we have nothing at the WF level. And I, as the president and my office bearers over the last few years, have been very concerned. And my biggest concern is the unity of this community, because that cannot be compromised. And when the sentiments of the community are running very high and we all take different positions, we are creating a facade in the community where people are given labels. This House cannot tolerate. So for example, if WF does not issue a statement, label is given that he is against X or Marjaiya, or label is given that he is following a certain ideology. And suddenly, unfortunately, these divisions and commotions create this harmony that destabilizes the very fabric of the unity of this institution. At the same time, the community has aspirations. As Murtaza Bhai mentioned, enormous pressure. Atyuche statement kado. I remember when there was last crisis, statement Nikkeru a whole right we could not sleep. And we cannot just issue a statement without having a process in place, and we don't have a process. So then what I do as a president is I consult my office bearer. This is what happened. We talk to experts. We talk to the office of the Maraje. We look at the Charity Commission's law. We inform Farabai about our position, legal. We do our best. And we issue a statement, or we don't issue a statement. At times we don't issue it. I recall distinctly that when political decision happened and Aga issued a statement, I immediately contacted the Office of His Eminence and said, based on the local advice that I have got, we should not be releasing the statement. However, because you have issued the statement, are we compelled? I have an answer very clear in black and white. Your decision will be made based on the socio-political situation of your country. So it was not, and then I went to ask, is it a Shari? The answer was no, this is a geopolitical statement from His Eminence's office. If it's a Shari statement, then we will be informed about it. And then I called the office of His Eminence here in London, and they reconfirmed the fact that His Eminence does not require us to issue any statement. It is up to us to decide. So this House has to decide. So what we have done is, and what Muhammad Mehdi Karim in particular, with engaging all of you over the last many months has done, is he's come up with a paper, which he, in his words, says is a baby step. It's a journey. It's only the start, but we have something on the table. And on that basis, a resolution has been put, and I will ask him to read and rationalize. All we are doing now is saying, as far as these office bearers are concerned, this House agrees that this is the parameter with which we can start. The issue is just unfolding now in Sham, we know that. And I gave the briefing to this House this morning. And at some point, something has to happen. If WF doesn't issue a statement for any reason, and for example, COH does, the community will say, are they divided? Are they converging? The same merger. Is Africa issuing a statement? Is Nasimco not issuing a statement? Labels start. I don't want these labels to happen. We are one community. We need a basis to issue a statement. So if you look at the resolution right now, and if you can put it on the table, and Muhammad Mehdi will read the resolution, and we have sought guidance from the ulama to ensure that the framework is in line with Sharia, is only to give the office bearers a way forward. How then this House will move forward, how the regions will facilitate this is your decision. But we need guidance, and we need to strengthen that guidance, and when the regions look at that, then you can decide if you want to adopt. But I don't want a situation, and I'm being very open, without mincing any words, that I want consistency as far as World Federation is concerned. We live in one region. WF is in Europe, and COAGE is in Europe. So the socio-economic circumstances are similar. And if both the region and WF issue completely diametrically opposed statements, it will create commotion. Having said that, at the same time, Africa has its own geopolitics, and we have seen at times, you have issued statements, but you have told us your geopolitics allows you. Ours doesn't, but it's early stages, and I'm very open to discussing with COAGE's proposition, with Nasimco, with Africa, with India. With India, it all itself has its own nuances. So my suggestion is that let Muhammad Mehdi present this resolution, gives us, the office bearers, a guidance to start with your support. And then we evolve at the next ExCo with a proposition from COAGE, Nasimco, others, to see how we can take this forward in line with the discussion and the support that you will need to give. That's my suggestion. If we can put the resolution and if we can read it, then we can discuss this matter.
Okay, so.
Yeah, I have made it clear, but Habib Bhai wants me to reiterate, this only applies to World Federation.
Yeah.
We are not taking the autonomy of any region, but I am presenting my position as a president that I don't want a situation where I'm being very open. Stanmore issues a separate statement. COAGE issues a separate statement. And World Federation is on the same issue when we all three are in Europe. That's the spirit. Now, we may have to take a certain stance that is different for the local issues, like, for example, Leeds Jamaat has had his local issue. That is an issue for COAGE to decide about. It doesn't have to get involved. If we have to get involved, COAGE tells us, you need to support us with an additional statement. We have a process. So this is only a starting point, and we will agree to disagree, but we can converge by the next ExCo. That is my suggestion. It is a journey. It is a beginning of that journey. That's my suggestion. So if you can read the proposal.
Yeah, so this House resolves to ensure that any external engagement undertaken by the World Federation or any...
I'm so sorry to... I need the guidance from this House, please. Namaz is in half an hour. I know this will need more time. Dr. Mitani, which is the last agenda item, has a paper on conduct policy. He has a flight to take. He is suggesting that he presents the paper now, and then we can come back on this. Are we okay? Are we okay, COAGE? Are you okay with that? Yeah? India Federation? Others? If you are okay, it will take 20 minutes for him to present the conduct paper. It will be a reflection. There is no resolution there anyway. On this one, after Maghrib, we can convene, because this is an important subject, and we need to somehow find convergence. So thank you so much. I appreciate that. So we'll park it, we'll come back. It shows the passion and the sentiments, and I'm very happy to see this discussion. We're very open-minded to make sure, I just want to make sure the unity of this community is preserved. That is my only appeal. Everything else is secondary, inshallah. So we will introduce, Dr. Mitani is already online. Dr. Mitani, we have done a special favor, and the ExCo has permitted us to bring forward your agenda item in light of your flight. So let us recite Salawat Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad. Dr. Mitani, you need to give the preamble. I don't need to. Please just give a quick preamble, and then you can go into your paper. We have 25 minutes for the presentation and a brief discussion, as we will have to break for Maghrib in half an hour.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Respected President of the World Federation, the World Federation office bearers, the respected presidents of the regional federations, councillors, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum jami'an wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you so much for allowing me to present this paper. The preamble that I want to present is that this has been a very difficult process in looking at the whole area of conduct and the policy paper that I want to present on conduct. Partly because I did not have the kind of engagement from regional federations that I had hoped initially, and it continued in that way. At the end of the day, the task force actually had just a small number of people who joined, and because of the importance of this paper and the pressures that I had, we ended up following a process. In the task force, unfortunately, even for the members that were present, they were all male, and we had requested some female representation. So what I did was we still had our meeting with the few people on the task force. Not all regional federations were represented, some partly because there was a transition in leadership and so on and so forth. But what I did was I personally sought out feedback from a lot of people, and especially from the sisters across the globe, to give us some feedback on this particular paper that I have tabled. The process that really is important for me to now engage in with the permission of the House is that we have tabled this particular policy paper, and what we want to do now is to ask the regions. You'll see that the paper has draft written on it. We really want to ask the regions to really take this paper and circulate it to the appropriate people within their regions to get some wider feedback, especially from the sisters of the community, of the regions, and then send that feedback back to myself so we can further refine this particular paper. Having said that, I've already received some feedback and comments about this paper, which I think some of them have been very good comments, which we will continue to include when the final version hopefully comes out of this particular paper. I think it is important that we have a wider consultation process through the regions, especially from our sisters, to make sure that it becomes something that is truly relevant, within the World Federation and regional federation bodies. So. With that sort of preamble, I am not going to go into the details of the paper. I assume that it was circulated to you in advance, that you've had a chance to really review it, maybe digest it a little bit. I'm sure some of you will have a lot of comments about it, and I'd like to have more discussion than I would to have some sort of a didactic presentation. If I can have the slides up, I'm just going to give you a feel for the recommendations. We've got the recommendations basically in 4 or 5 slides. The recommendations are in front of you, and like I said, they need to be further refined. The first one is around the code of conduct and engagement, the definition of what a code of conduct actually is, the importance of amending existing contracts that we may have in terms of sexual misconduct and abuse of power dynamics, especially amongst the people who may be employed by the various jamaats, including the alims, is important. We also have recommended that resident alims and leadership and those engaging within the community should have adequate training. We also recommend very clearly that resident alims should have established credentials, reference checks to the reporting team, and have training commensurate, to their scope and their impact. And we are really wanting to make sure that the sisters and the women have a voice in leadership settings to provide insight of lived experiences and aid in the appropriate design. The next slide is a recommendation on the federation reporting systems. We think that the World Federation should create a safe reporting mechanism or even facilitating anonymous reporting and accessible hotlines and so on and so forth. This is all part of the recommendations that are clear in the paper that you have received. It's very interesting through this process when my name was identified as leading this task force. I had a number of calls from individuals who had been exposed and victimized of misconduct and advances and so on and so forth. And for me, I have to tell you that it was quite upsetting. There were a lot of sleepless nights to sort of say that, is this really what my own community is going through? So internally to the federations, having representatives who could manage, raising awareness, providing education to regions in conjunction with, a non-executive committee, alim representative from each member Jamaat, resident alim or alimat be trained in trauma response. Sometimes I think the ulama are not appropriately trained to provide trauma response and guidance to victims. And I think that makes it very, very difficult for them to actually tackle this particular issue. And externally to the federations, to have reporting systems outside of their federations as well, I think is extremely important. Collection of data, I think, is also something that each federation, I think, should be reporting, collecting data, making it available to representatives to assess and initiate investigations should they feel that that significant threat to the safety or trust of the congregation exists. There is a feeling sometimes, that if you look at the research around conduct and misconduct, when an allegation comes, and especially an allegation that is expressed by even more than one person, it is extremely rare for that to not be a true allegation. And I think there is a myth about this that, maybe people will just, have a personal beef with somebody in a leadership position or an alim or something, and they may be falsely accusing them. Whilst that can happen, it's extremely rare that happens. As far as the visibility, I think the centers should display material prominently for a confidential and safe reporting system, which is very important as well. Special or larger events with extended interaction with people in positions of power need to include similar material alongside a note of the importance of respecting that particular resource. So I think that it's very important to do that. We go to the next slide, and that is the recommendation on the response framework. When an issue of such magnitude sort of arises, the community will need significant support. There should be trust between the congregants and those in the leadership. Federations, local federations and world federations should have a response protocol to assist Jamaats through this difficult time, investigate the reports, and navigate, a very complex legal situation that may actually arise. In some countries, you have a legal obligation to report, even if it is not verified. You still have a legal responsibility to report. And clear and fair communication, I think, to the community is extremely important. One of the things that we have seen is that there have been allegations, for example, with a leadership, let's say Ziyarat groups or things like that, and the regional federations or Jamaats, and even the World Federation sometimes, continues to sponsor or promote, these organizations who may have been reported to have engaged in misconduct issues. And the important thing is that we need to really create a culture where there is protection for whistleblowers. It's important that we make sure that is very clear, so that we encourage people who actually have concerns to come forward. It's not easy, for somebody to have been exposed to a misconduct, event, to actually come forward at the level of a community. That's not very, very easy to do. I just want to move on to the next slide, which is on external, guidelines for individuals. In the previous one, we've talked about internal events and external events. If I just go to the previous slide. In the paper, you will see that, we have had very specific recommendations around external events as well as in internal events, and because a lot of the accusations that have come up are really related to external events like ziyarat groups and things like that, where there have been some very serious allegations that have come forward. And I think that it's really important that we look at those recommendations that are outlined in the paper so that we do not ignore that in any way. And we'll go to the next slide, and the final one is really around the guidance for individuals. And it's very, very important to have sexual misconduct representative training. We have experts within our communities who actually do this for a living, and we've had conversations with them, and they're really willing to help. Except that nobody asks them, and so they are kind of thinking, why is nobody asking us to help? We are really wanting to help the community. So I think that there is an opportunity there. There is important education that needs to happen with executive committees and alim training on power dynamics and sexual misconduct. Alim training for counseling is very important. Not every alim, in fact, most alims, I would say, are not really counselors. They're good guides in the community for spiritual guidance, but that doesn't make them a good counselor. And so I think it's important that, once we have vetted that person and there is, reasonable confidence about the credibility and the dignity of that person, that they actually be engaged in a formal education program. And then, of course, the final thing is that general public training on power dynamics, how power dynamics actually happen. I know some communities have already taken this on as far as doing workshops and so on and so forth, on training and education. But I think that it really needs to have a very clear, consistent approach so that the message is a uniform, organized, integrated, and efficient message that's consistent, that goes across the organization and the regional federations and the Jamaats. So I'm going to stop there because I think what is important is if we can have just a few minutes of any feedback that you may have. But what I'm asking the House really is to take this report. I'm asking the regional federations is to take this report, which is in draft format, to really follow a process within your own region in engaging, especially the sisters in the region, to give their feedback on some of these recommendations and what we have articulated in this paper, so that we can include even more feedback and change the dynamics of this particular paper and make it like a living document that continuously will need to be tweaked based on the feedback that we get and the continuous monitoring of the events that we have, including the data that we have suggested that should be gathered centrally, to allow us to formulate even more specific guidelines on this. So I will stop there, and I'm happy to. I would be happy to take any questions, but more importantly, I'm more concerned about trying to get some feedback from people in the community.
Thank you very much. We have 10 minutes. And I want to ask you to speak this again. Just say yes or no, Dr. Mitani. Your main ask from this House is to take this document seriously, take it back to the region, reflect, and report back to the ExCo, or decide what they want to do with their own policy, or come back to the conduct team.
I would ask that if you do that and come back to the conduct team with your further feedback, then we can enhance the paper further and be able to circulate it to the councillors and the regions as a final kind of draft, final policy that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll start with COEG. It'll be at least one from each region. Murtaza.
I think this is an excellent paper. Just to reiterate, we have taken this matter very seriously about 6 years ago when we had a complete safeguarding team that was presented to the EC. We have a lot of documents and papers in place. We have safeguarding officers that are nominated as well in the community. So we have a safeguarding officer whenever there is an issue. We have a permanent madrasa safeguarding officer sitting in madrasa every session. So if there is, and it's not just what you've mentioned, but there are other items as well. All I'm trying to say is that this is important, but the only thing is that where you transcend, the whole paper may be slightly different, because at the Jamaat level, it'll be different. At a regional level, you will be looking at different aspects of safeguarding. We are happy through COEG. If you want to have any communications or understanding from what we've done, and that may be of interest to local Jamaats, we're there, we're available, and we can put you in contact with our safeguarding officers.
Thank you very much. I want to bring in Sukainaba. You want to add anything? Unfortunately, you are the only female councillor. I wish we had more, inshallah, hopefully. But if you have comments on this, particularly Dr. Mitani stating clearly we need engagement from the ladies. This is a serious matter. Please.
Assalamu alaikum. I concur with what Murtaza Bhai has just said. We do have this safeguarding in place at Hujjat Madrasa as well, also with the annex team and etc. If you do require any assistance, we are there to assist with the local Jamaats within UK under the umbrella of COEG.
Thank you very much. I believe Mohammad Arif Bhai Jagani is online representing Nasimco.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bismillah.
Okay. So, Dr. Mitani, just I'm just bringing this up because I'm not sure of how this paper is like, if it's more of a starter or a theoretical, but if a case were to come, let's say hypothetically a case were to come or arise, can you walk us through the process of how you envision this should be handled from the Jamaat level through the regional federation or the other way around, and who are the key individuals who would be involved in it, and what are some of the steps that can be taken to, let's say, before the situation gets escalated to a higher level, that we can somehow resolve it at the Jamaat level or at the federation level before it goes to the authorities or something like that. So if you have any idea of how this is going to play out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take all the comments and then we'll give the final word to Dr. Mitani, because I'm conscious of Salat time and it's flight time, importantly Salat time. Africa Federation, I'm putting you on spot, Muhammad Reza Bhai, because thanks.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. If you know, Pramukh Sahib, that we had this problem in Dar es Salaam, and we gathered all the council of ulemas and we had so many meetings. And we also did a program on the child protection, and we called speakers from outside. Yes, we knew the problems are there, but what is the way forward to make policies, we didn't know. Actually, we waited for this paper, what this task force is doing. So I think it'd be nice to engage with the Jamaat, because we know the problems, what are there in the ground. I know, I respect the regional bodies, federation, yes, you have to go through the federations, but the problems are in the Jamaat, because we deal with the members, with madrasa, with school, and not the federations. So I don't know how we can get engaged. I know we have a representative from Africa Federation to this task force, but they should be aware that Jamaats, and you take our views, because we have experts also in our Jamaat. Thanks.
Abul Hassan Bhai Gokul, please on Zoom.
Also, if Abul Bhai is not there, if you can just give a perspective. Because is he online? Okay, he came off. Let's back on. Abul Bhai.
Yes, sir.
Bismillah,
Request
Abul Bhai.
was for the other section, okay. Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So this refers to the paper on external policy.
No, sorry, Abul Bhai, external policy.
I'm switching off my video.
External policy we parked after Maghribain. The conduct policy has been deliberated.
Okay.
So a quick comment on that
Yes,
because
yeah.
we have a few minutes before Maghrib.
Yes. No, so nothing to add here. My assessment was for the previous section. I'll join in after Maghrib then. No problem.
Okay, so are you in support of the conduct policy? The recommendation is to look into the paper and come back to the team if you need any specificities or the way forward. That was the ask from the lead.
I think it's absolutely fine. We go ahead, but I
Yes,
would suggest a
it
lot
was
more.
looked into.
A
I'm
lot
okay
more.
there.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you asking him? Sorry, beg your pardon.
Yeah, sorry, Abul Bhai. Continue.
Yes, I'm okay with it, but it does require a more in-depth study. So I'm in favor of studying it further deeper.
Okay, thank you. India Federation is popped out. Sorry, they are not here. Last word, Murtaza Bhai, then I'll. Yeah.
We will, actually this paper has come to the councillor, so definitely I would like to have some time so we can discuss with our MC, and because we have got experts in this, and then we come back with our feedback.
Okay.
Safdar Bhai, I would suggest a lot more closer engagement with the local Jamaats at this level.
Okay, so Dr. Bital, I'll give you a last word. I just want to summarize the sentiments the way I've understood here. It's very clear to me that the Jamaats have a lot to give. Correct. There are policies in place, they're safeguarding, because they deal with the grassroots directly as the first. Then you have the region and then the World Federation. And one suggestion is that probably the Jamaats need to be more actively involved with the region, through the region to the team, conduct team. So that's coming out loud and clear. And the second thing I'm hearing, Dr. Mitani, is that I think people want some more specificities on the process. You know, how does it escalate? How does it go up the ladder to make it serious? So I'll give you the last words and then you can summarize and close your submission.
Yeah, I appreciate what is being said. The issue is that every regional federation and every area has different processes that would need to be put in place. So we can't come up with a process that is the same for every Jamaat. Because, for example, the legal issues are different in India, Pakistan, Africa than they would be, for example, in North America. Around what the legal requirements would be. So what we've come up with is a general kind of guideline and recommendation, and then ask each region to work with their constituent Jamaats in developing a process that would be appropriate for that particular region. So as Nasimko's respected Secretary General said, that when it comes to what would the process be for, let's say, North America and North American Jamaats, even in North America, the process for the US and Canada may actually be a little bit different. So that is why the regional federations have been engaged in this, so that they could develop those processes, have a central repository of data that can then, determine how we are going to continuously improve the policy paper. So I think that that's really what we want to do, and I'm happy to help. I'm happy to see that Dar es Salaam and others have experts and so on and so forth, and maybe they have that framework already in place. If you think, and the House thinks, that this guideline is enough for them to develop their own particular policies based on their own legal and legal counsel and so on, then I'm happy with that. If you feel there needs to be a little bit more, then I'm happy to get the feedback, receive the feedback, and be able to make a more updated version of this particular paper.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. And I know it's coming to Namaste time. I need consent from the regional leadership in particular with two options here. Either we close the chapter, as Dr. Mitani said, there is a guidance there. Now it's up to the regions and the Jamaats to take it. Or do you want this to continue? Because Secretariat is very busy. We have a lot to do. And this was brought up because the grassroots did report this matter. And I was only discussing with Sister Farah, our legal counsel, that these things are increasing. So for example, if a grassroots comes and talks to one of us here and says, I have this issue, what is our legal obligation? Do we go back to the region? Does it go back to Jamaat? WF itself has safeguarding policies. WF itself has a safeguarding officer, but that's at our domain. Now, naturally, this house has to decide how we want to move forward. So I need very quick guidance before we close the meeting. Others will have to come back. અમીનભાઈ તમે હતા નહીં પણ બહુ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ સવાલ છે કે આયા આ કંડક્ટ પેપર હવે થઈ ગયું છે રેકોમેન્ડેશન છે એના ઉપર કામ વધારે આગળ વધારવું જો હોય તો ટીમ કેન કન્ટિન્યુ ટુ વર્ક પણ ડૉક્ટર મિઠાણીનું કહેવું છે એ આપણે બંધ કરી નાખે જો કન્ટિન્યુ કરે તો પછી રિજનલ ઇનપુટનું બહુ જરૂર પડશે તો એ આઈ જસ્ટ વોન્ટેડ આરિફભાઈ અમીનભાઈ these are the only two presidents I can see to give comments and get the sentiments and I'm cognizant 2 minutes left before Maghrib. Dr. Mitani, we may have to close and then I'll take the sentiments after at Maghrib. If needed, I will come back to you. But I want to take this opportunity of thanking you very much for the great work. I know it's been challenging and I think you have been very polite, but it is my role to say that he had found it very hard to mobilize all the regions to support him. It has not been an easy task. Eventually, he had to come up with something and this was postponed twice. Last ExCo માં આવવાનો તો નથી. એટલે બહરહાલ હવે મગરીબનો ટાઈમ છે તમને બોલો એ મગરીબ પછી આપણે ટાઈમ દેશો તમને but Dr. Mithani, thank you so much. We appreciate and we'll come back to you with whatever feedback we get from the regions. Yeah, thank you. તો આપણે મગરીબ પછી 5-10 મિનિટ આના ઉપર ને પછી સીધો આપણે આ છેલ્લું આઈટમ છે આપણે કારણ કે મગરીબનો ટાઈમ થયું છે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ તો 4:30 we will be back inshallah. Santu, we will try and finish the meeting by 6 p.m. inshallah. That's the pledge. I hope we stick to our pledge. We were supposed to finish by Maghrib. It's not bad. 6 p.m. So Muhammad Mehdi will have to be pretty succinct, inshallah. Thank you.
Tell me what time Adhan go. Yes, bear with me.
إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن عليا ولي الله أشهد أن عليا حجة الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله الطاهرين.
So everyone, inshallah, we start in a few minutes if everyone can take their seats. Inshallah, we want to finish by 6, so if you can, everyone take their seats so we can finish off the remaining items.
Bar Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad salawat. Allahumma salli ala. Councillors, kindly take your seats, please. We'll start in 1 minute. Councillors, please take your seats. We are just starting now.
આવતે વર્ષે કરી નાખીએ પછી હું ને બાઈ છૂટા ને માથા કૂટી છે બચાવની વાળ ધોરા થાય છે હા ખુદા હાફિઝ કરી નાખીએ જાઓ તમે તમારી કામ બાઈ કુરાન છે.
Mominin, can we please take our seats? We need to start. We really want to aim to finish by 6 p.m. We will much appreciate that. Jazakallah. If those who are outside can come in, we will much appreciate it. Ahsant. Yeah, okay, we will start, inshallah. તો અમીનભાઈ, we stopped you. સવાલ એ છે કે આ કંડક્ટ પેપર જે પ્રેઝન્ટ થયું છે ડૉક્ટર મીઠાની ટીમનું, એના બે રિક્વેસ્ટ હતું. એક રિક્વેસ્ટ હતું કે આયા એ પેપર હવે બંધ કરી નાખીએ, હવે જે આવી ગયું છે કે એના ઉપર મઝીદ કામ કરવું છે, ફોલોઅપ કરવું છે, સપોર્ટ કરવું છે રિજનોને. કારણ કે સેન્ટિમેન્ટ્સ હાઉસના શું હતા કે જમાતોનું કહેવું છે કે લોકો જે જમાતોના કાઉન્સિલર રિપ્રેઝન્ટેશન કહેવું છે એ લોકો પાસે ઇન્ફોર્મેશન વધારે છે. બીજા રિજનોનું કહેવું છે કે ના અમને જરૂર છે. તો એક મિક્સ ફીડબેક હતું. તો અમે તમારા પાસેથી જાણવું છે આફ્રિકાથી કે જો તમને ખપતો આ ટાસ્ક ફોર્સ કન્ટિન્યુ કરે તો પછી એ લોકો તૈયાર છે કે તમારો ફીડબેક મળે તો એ લોકો કામ આગળ વધારી શકે.
હા, બિસ્મિલ્લાહ રહેમાન રહીમ. મને લાગે છે કે આ લોકો કામ કન્ટિન્યુ કરે, કારણ કે આપણો રિપ્રેઝેન્ટેટિવ આફ્રિકાનો આપણે જરાક મોડા દીધા, કારણ કે આપણને સરખું એક પ્રોફાઇલ દેવું હતું ને અલહમદ મળ્યું. તો મને લાગે છે કે હજી આ લોકો જરાક વધારે ડીપમાં એના ઉપર કામ કરે તો શું રિજનલ ફેડરેશન અને ખાસ કરીને જમાતને એક બરાબર વય મળશે આના ઉપર કામ કરવાનું. અને આપણા રિપ્રેઝેન્ટેટિવ છે, વાત કરશું કે જરાક જમાતો સાથે બેસે અને સરખા એ લોકો પાસથી ફીડબેક લઈએ, કારણ કે એ લોકો ગ્રાઉન્ડ ઉપર હોય છે ને એ લોકોને વધારે પ્રોબ્લેમ હોય છે. તો મને લાગે છે કે આ તમે હજી એક્સટેન્ડ કરો આ લોકોનું મિશન.
Thank you. Can we get from Nasimco? I know Mohammed Arif Jagani mentioned about specific policies, escalating process. Do you want us to continue with this from Nasimco? Mohammed Arif, are you online? Mohammed Arif bhai?
Yes, I am.
Would you like us to continue with the task force, or do you feel it's adequate and we disband it?
Yeah, I think they need to continue. Like, it's a good start that Dr. Mitani has made. Obviously, he mentioned that he has had a lack of support from women and other people. So I think also at the end of the day, this paper has to come up with some kind of a framework that lays out a process either for the Jamaat's levels or from the federation level, and explaining exactly how a complaint can be handled and how it can go about through counseling. It can be diffused if possible, or resolved before it escalates to the legal levels and stuff. So there needs to be a practical plan that outlines this approach, and I think that has to be part of this this framework. So that's my thought as well.
Thank you very much. So Nasimco is supportive, Africa is supportive. Maybe you can represent COEJ. I've sought the COEJ leadership to come in. We really need to move on. Please, Mutaz bhai.
I have a different perspective in this. I think from a strategic level, World Federation, in my opinion, has already started the whole process, and it has to now lead to the Jamaats themselves, because what happens in a Toronto Jamaat is different to what happens in a London Jamaat. So I'm not in a bad way, but I'm just trying to say is that I don't know what value will come out with the added resources that are going to be put in to get this thing forward. Well, my suggestion is that Dr. Mithani is there as an advisor. Any Jamaat that wants to tap into, they can tap into it, but I think it's the regional federations that they should go out to the Jamaats and say, now the process, you should have it on board. A strategy paper was prepared, and it's been decided that each Jamaat should have their own conduct paper. That's my take on it, yeah? Because to me, as I said, 8 years ago, we've already done all of this, yeah? And we're happy to help any individual Jamaats in COEJ to help them get this thing on board.
But bear in mind the maturity levels of different regions on this subject are very different. So be cognizant of that. Because I don't want to dispense something that then creates an issue with at least some regions where the maturity is not the same as Europe and America, for example.
I'm totally agreed with that. And that's what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that you disband this. I'm saying that I don't know how much more extra work is required. All I'm saying is that there's an advisory body in place that is available to any federation to tap into. That's what I'm trying to say. What I'm coming from is that do we need to put in additional resources into getting something maybe of no value to some federations? That's what I'm trying to say.
Fair enough. Well, point taken from COEJ. India Federation, Astin by Tame, I don't know, we need a view કે આ conduct paper છે આજે આવ્યું, બે ઓપ્શન્સ છે, યા તો પછી આપણે કે આપણું હુજ્જત તમામ થઈ ગયું અને we move on, યા તો પછી એના ઉપર મઝીદ કામ કરવાનું છે. The team is ready to do either way. તો એનું sentiments અમને ખપે છે from each region. આપણા પાસે આફ્રિકાનું સેન્ટિમેન્ટ છે ટુ કન્ટિન્યુ, પાકિસ્તાનનું સેન્ટિમેન્ટ છે ટુ કન્ટિન્યુ, નસીમકોનું સેન્ટિમેન્ટ છે ટુ કન્ટિન્યુ, કોએજનું સેન્ટિમેન્ટ છે કે રિસોર્સિસ ઓલરેડી છે તો રિફ્લેક્ટ કરવાની જરૂર છે. એ પોઝિશન છે. તમારું શું પોઝિશન છે? ઓકે, યુ વોન્ટ ટુ ક્લેરિફાય કોએજ સ્ટેન્સ? જી આરિફભાઈ, પછી તમે બોલો.
I would like to go another part, add on. We have certain joint projects when safeguarding and misconduct or avoiding misconduct is in place. For example, when we have Madinatul Ilm and we have trips where all the regions from all the Jamaats globally attend, that is an opportunity of sharing that this is our policies which we have taken in place. From every region, every participant has to go through a process of saying, of training, if there's a mentor or a teacher. So if that groundwork has been done, can we not just put a small paper together that this is what we are following, a 2-pager? Okay, it's on the back of this paper as well. And World Federation has only done the groundwork for it. So what that means is, if a trip, Khoja Heritage, or Madinah Ilm, any other workshop where there is supervisory role, someone who is either teaching and there is a student, a young adult, anyone who is vulnerable, at that point that 2-pager can be shared and it should become like a staple document which is available. I just want to add on, we actually already do some things and we can refer to this kind of paper which has already been done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. India Federation?
No, so just trying to discuss out. And I think the consensus and the view is that definitely this should be continued. There's no doubt about it. And ideally the best is under the banner and the patronage of World Federation. If it goes ahead, it will be better. So if there is anything else which you believe that the local Jamaats or the Federation have to do it, we'll be happy to support on that. But ideally we should just go ahead on that particular thing.
Okay, we haven't got Australasia online, so I think we have got the same. I think there is broad consensus that we should not disband the team, because Dr. Mitani gave 2 options, either disband it or continue. I think the consensus is we continue. The level of engagement may vary. From what I'm hearing with COAGE, there's a lot of material. We go minimum, keep it simple to regions that may need more support. So my suggestion to close this is for each region, through your representation on the conduct task force, to please provide your input. I think the offer has been provided already from COAGE and Ujjat that material is ready, from Jamaat to COAGE and COAGE to the World Federation, to give all the material to the team as required.
If it's telling her you don't come.
And inshallah, I hope through your representation, we go back to Dr. Mitani, give his feedback so he can build on the process. And when we come to the next ExCo, I'm hoping we can close that. And every region by that time either has enough tools for safeguarding, or if they still want further work, then you'll have to come and report back at that ExCo. Yeah, inshallah. With that, I would like to thank Dr. Mitani and his entire team, and let us recite Salawat Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Murabbi Muhammad Bhai Barwani, who has participated and is a very prominent member of this community. I know him for many, many years, when he was the president here, and passionately supported this community and was a source of a lot of solid advice and work in this community. So welcome to Muhammad Bhai Barwani as well. Muhammad Bhai Barwani, kita request છે કે તમે ઊભા રહ્યો તો મોમિનીન જોઈ શકે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ.
અલ્લાહ મસ્ત.
બધા આફ્રિકાના છે, તમારું ઈ નેક્સ્ટ શબ્દ હશે ને. ખેર ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. I think let's try and culminate the previous discussion. So Muhammad Mehdi, over to you. And I know that there was a resolution on the screen. If you want to read it and give your rationale, then we take it from there, inshallah. Again, I reiterate that this resolution is not binding for regions, it is binding for us, the office bearers. So we have a baby step, that we have something in place as a process, and then inshallah we will build up as we work together on this engagement.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to start by saying I think the gap and the pause came at a nice time as well, because what we have to realize is that the vision is sort of one aspect and the resolution is another, right? So we'll have the debate and the discussion on the resolution, but the vision is still something that continues beyond. In terms of the resolution, let's read that out. This House resolves to ensure that any external engagement undertaken by the World Federation or any external communication issued by the World Federation must, number one, be in accordance with the principles of our Shia Ithna Ashari Muslim faith. Number two, not be detrimental or have the potential to be detrimental for the Khoja Shia Ithna Ashari Muslim community. Number three, be aligned with the aims and values of the World Federation. And number four, be in compliance with the rules and guidance provided by the UK Charities Commission, under which the World Federation is a registered charity under number 282303. In determining whether to pursue any external engagement or communication, the office bearers shall have the final decision. However, they must ensure their decision appropriately balances all four criteria points, those four that are up there. And the OBs, and there has been a change in the resolution from the one that was in your packs, and the change is outlined clearly. The OBs should seek counsel from experts who possess both a deep understanding of the Khoja Shia Ithna Ashari Muslim community and a strong grasp of the ideological, political, and legal nuances of external engagement. And you've got a clarificatory note at the bottom. Experts may include, but are not limited to, the Office of the Maraja, external legal counsel, and individuals within the community who have significant experience in this field. So that is the resolution. And just a bit of a background behind this, we talked about the risks associated with external engagement, and as was mentioned, the World Federation doesn't have any policy to deal with those risks at the moment. We acknowledge that this is not a comprehensive way to deal with risks, but from a position where we're at the moment on ground zero, you need baby steps to get there. And I think this resolution is a baby step to getting there to ensure that we have the right frameworks in place. And these four criteria are criteria that we have asked the regions for when we sort of approached them as well. We've also engaged with the scholars in the World Federation and been through these four principles with them, and we had a constructive meeting with them to go through that as well. And they sort of gave further advice as to how we would be in accordance with Shia Ithna Ashari Muslim faith, but in principle we're happy with the four criteria as well. So this is something that is a baby step onto something a bit more robust, but it sets the framework. If people ask, what is the framework, where do we turn to, what are we considering, then you can say that in any prospect you carry out, we must ensure that these are satisfied. So that is the basis of the resolution.
Thank you very much. So for the discussion to proceed, and I know we have an SSS from Abul Bhai, should we have a proposal and a seconder? Then we can start the discussion. So are you proposing it as a councillor?
So yes, I can propose it as a councillor.
Any seconder? Ali Bhai Shraf, Mohsin Bhai Lalji, Muhammad Ali Bhai Nasser, Suhail Bhai Burani, Haidar Ali Bhai Megani, Sukaina Bhai Nur Muhammad. Okay, so we have the resolution now. Abul Bhai, over to you. Please take the comments.
Thank you, Sadr Bhai. Once again, I'll just switch off my video so we have a better connection. Okay, to start with, just acknowledging the very useful paper. This raised some very pertinent points and questions, and it's opened up for, it's inviting us to deliberate on these points that were otherwise previously not highlighted. Mehdi, thank you for having acknowledged my efforts and attempt to scrutinize the paper critically. Certain points that I had raised are still unclear. I will just read out these. This entire concept of external communications is primarily related to tabligh versus taqiyya phenomena, and also as far as the Constitution of World Federation is concerned, it emphasizes or it begins with the purpose being to propagate the message of the teachings of Ahlul Bayt and the Quran. One thing that had been recommended in the Constitution was it's not only propagation but also protection, which should be given a constitutional cover, because as times are changing, and what we saw just last night or early this morning is included in my apprehension. So it's not only propagation, it's about protection also. Having said that, the paper needs to inbuilt a greater understanding of the Islamic philosophy, deeply studied and understood and inbuilt in the policy, not only at the WF but also at the regional levels. Although I know it doesn't bind the regions, but if we are expecting the regions to also develop their own external communication strategies, it cannot be sans the Islamic foundations of philosophies. Having a stance is one thing, and how it is communicated externally is another thing. So there should be no ambiguity internally in the stance that we generate or communicate to the regional federations, but how the World Federation or the regional federations communicate externally is obviously dependent on their geopolitical situations. But as long as these external communications are adjusted for the core criteria given in the resolution, and once the fundamentals are in place, the fundamentals I just referred to, then is the question of clarity in the relationship and the authority, responsibility lines between the WF, RF, and the CJs, which the IRG is developing. And my last point is that the communications are obviously, or the spirit or the content of the communications obviously are dependent on the purpose statement, which will regulate the content of the communication. Until such time that this is understood uniformly across, in my humble opinion, the resolution is premature at the moment. This is my humble take. Thank you.
Thank you, Abul Bhai.
Any other comments? Yes, Arif Bhai.
I so agree with Abul Hassan Bhai in regards to the thought process of what should be there and shouldn't be there. From Council of European Jamaats, we do not feel that this is a resolution which needs to be tabled. As explained by Mr. Chairman, that this is for a guidance or an operational method of what to follow for the office bearers to follow. And as such, a resolution of the methodology of what you need to follow, what you've written after the 4 points, and also the risk level assessment, it is dependent on your level of understanding. Now, point by point, we feel that rather than a resolution, you need to have an operational procedure in place. There could be a document. If you do not have one in place, then you may want to work on one. If you would like our help from Council of European Jamaats to create one, we are at your service. We, however, at COEG will have a certain way of assessing risk, on how to look at legal angle, and also specifically in regards to have a preventative method in place as well. So I would rather than going for a resolution and having that on the table, I would rather suggest very strongly that instead you create an operation paper which works. I also believe that resolutions are such that we have to think about its longevity. When you have office bearers who have got 3-year terms, the risk level, the modus of how you would like to go about, depends, end of the day, on those who are the trustees. I do not believe that we pass a resolution where we as regions should police the office bearers of the World Federation and say, did you follow this exactly? And then ask you at every juncture that what is your view about detriment? That is a perspective. What is your view about a person who shares expertise? Is it the one who shouts loudest or is self-proclaimed as an expert? End of the day, this is again a judgment call all the time coming back to the office bearers. So I do not see at all the reason for having a resolution. I've written multiple points to the very nice paper which Muhammad Mahdi Bhai has written, and which goes deeper on every point of these 4 points. If you like to share that, of why, but in interest of time, I'm not going to go into that, but in case we are going towards a resolution, I will ask to come back with a further point from this table. Thank you.
Thank you, Arif Bhai. Ibrahim Bhai, please.
Thank you. So actually, I've been saying this for a while here at the table. Like, I honestly do not see the point of this resolution whatsoever. Like, I think that if we have to tell all of you that you need to follow principles of the Shia Ishnashri Muslim faith, then we have a problem, a much bigger problem. So I think when you look at these points, like, these are obvious things that, you know, we expect this from all of you, and I don't think it needs a resolution to enforce in any way.
Rasul Bhai, please.
I concur. I think it's an important document. But whether you need a resolution, I think that's something that I would concur with the other two speakers. I don't think you need a resolution. But what you need is a policy. You definitely need a policy. And I'm speaking from some experience here. You may all know, may or may not know, Leeds Jamaat is currently under compliance and regulatory inquiry by the Charity Commission, which is the same body that regulates the World Federation as well, because we're all registered in this country. And we had probably a 4.5, 5-hour meeting, compliance inquiry, where the compliance officers attended well, not our premises, but attended our solicitor's premises, and they asked us about various aspects. And one of the things that came out, and just going back to the resolution, when I say I don't need it, but just one thing that I just want to point out, one of the questions that that was asked, now I'll just repeat the question. in relation to the blank referenced above, and assuming that they were given by blank as reported, how were the trustees satisfied that the contents of each of them was in furtherance of the charity objectives, and number two, in the best interest of the charity? Now that's very important, because when you look at the resolution itself, it says, be aligned with the aims and values. I think what the Charity Commission, when they quizzed us, was this: what is your objective? What is the objective of your charity? So we went back and we had an educational objective, and we were able to sort of give an argument of what it happened. But what I'm trying to say there is that be aligned with aims, I think, needs to be more aligned with objectives. I think in accordance with, and if you look at the Constitution itself, the first objective of the Constitution of the World Federation to promote the Shia Ishnashri faith throughout the world. So it's already covered in there as far as our objectives are concerned. The second problem with this resolution is number two, and I think Arif Bhai, it's a subjective matter, detrimental. Yeah, so we're creating another layer which we shouldn't. And the other point that I think it's very important is the policies. The question that came out, do you have a speaker policy? Yes, we do. Do you have a social media policy? Yes, we do. To the extent that they actually reviewed the contract, and they said to us, well, why isn't the social media clause within this contract? So then the answer that we gave was, when was the contract signed? The contract was signed in 2021. When did the Charity Commission guidance on social media come out? 2023. So how can we put your guidance into our clause? So I think what I'm trying to say, and there's a whole guidance, CC9. I've got it here, and by the way, we spent just under £15,000 on our legal fees just based on all this. But there's a whole paper here, and there's guidance, where it allows charities, when it's an emotive subject, when it's a political subject, you can make comment on it, but it needs to be in accordance with your charity objectives, and you need to demonstrate that it's in the interest of your charity. So I think rather than having a resolution, I think the intention is good. The presentation that you did was fabulous. We don't have any sort of issues on that. But I think it needs to be a policy document rather than a resolution. The other point that I'd just like to make, this inquiry started back in, I think, just after October the 7th, when we were starting when our lectures were being sort of monitored. Recently, or in recent future, we had an issue where a political leader who our faith is aligned with was involved in a crash and who passed away. And our marja issued a statement. And we, as our community in Leeds, wanted a statement of some sort of acknowledgement. When we approached our solicitors, that this is the statement that's given by our marja, and we would like to repost that on our social media, the first thing that came back to us was, how does it comply with your objectives? And I think this is what I'm trying to get at. Whatever we do, however we treat any statement, the thinking has to come back to the objectives and CC9. If it's a political matter, if it's an emotive subject, then it's CC9. If it's a financial issue, then it's another guidance. But I think that's what we need to really aim at.
Thank you so much, Asil Bhai. Mahmood.
Okay, I've been reading this for quite a while, and I'm trying to figure something out. I genuinely don't think that that the intent was to come up with the first parts. please correct me if I'm wrong, but the intent is the office bearers are asking the floor in the House to give them the final authority to make a decision on whether to engage in an engagement, pardon the pun, or not, which is that sentence that says, in determining whether to pursue any engagement or communication, the office bearers shall have the final decision. And the reason is that the office bearers get a lot of pressure to do something, and they want the House to say, you are accountable, responsible legally, therefore you have the final decision. If that is the intent, the rest is implied, and the rest is confusing the House. I would request, and I would do it on your behest if necessary, is you ask outright that we are under a lot of pressure from a lot of people, whether it is Jamaats or grassroots or federation, to act in a certain way in these engagements. And these engagements are nuanced, as we spoke about, and they are different according to different places. So please, trust us, the office bearers, that we will do the right thing. The rest is all implied. The fact that you have taken an oath of office and you are a trustee, you are required to do the rest of it, all of the other stuff anyways, right? So if that's the case, let's have a one-line resolution that gives you the final decision of what to do. And if that's what you're asking for, I think it will be a lot clearer to the House, and we can decide, when we can deliberate whether to pass that or not. That just gives you, I think that is also implied that you have the decision, but it gives you extra strength that a resolution was passed and you were given the final decision. But I'm requesting that you ask for it. And I can ask on your behalf if you need to.
Thanks so much, Mahmoud. Amin bhai.
આ પહેલી વખત સબ્જેક્ટ અહીંયા આવ્યું છે ને મોહમ્મદ કરીમ બહુ સારું કામ કર્યું છે, બરાબર, અને આ જમાનામાં જરૂર છે. પણ મને એમ લાગે છે કે તમને કહો છે ને, જેવો પોલિટિકલ સિચ્યુએશન એટલા જલ્દી મૂવ થાય છે, તો આમાં ફ્લેક્સિબિલિટી ખપે. ને બીજો તો ટ્રસ્ટ ખપે. તમે લોકો ઓબીસ છો, મારી નજરમાં તો ભલે આપણે કહે કે રેઝોલ્યુશનમાં એક લાઈન લઈ આવે, પણ ઓમ તો તમે લોકોમાં એબલ છો ટુ એપ્રિશિએટ હોલ ફેડરેશનના લેવલમાં કે કેવી રીતના આખી કોમ્યુનિટીના નામથી તમે લોકો એક તમારો ઓપિનિયન આપો, બરાબર ને? એ તો મને લાગે છે કે એમાં વધારે ચર્ચા નથી. હવે ઘણીવાર આવે છે કે શું કામ ન કર્યા, પણ એ તો ઓપિનિયનમાં ચર્ચાઓ રહેશે જ. ભલે આપણે લાખ રેઝોલ્યુશન લઈએ, એ નહીં બદલે, કારણ કે આ બધું સેન્સિટિવ મેટર હોય છે. રિલિજિયસ એંગલ, પોલિટિકલ એંગલ, સિચ્યુએશન એકદમ બદલે છે. ફ્લેક્સિબિલિટી ખપે તો આપણને એમાં ટ્રસ્ટ છે. તો મને લાગે છે કે એક પોલિસી પેપર હોય તો બરાબર છે. તો આગળ જતાં કાંઈક પણ એમાં તમને રીએડજસ્ટ એડપ્ટ કરવું હોય તો બરાબર એ, પણ ઓબીસને તો હક છે આ ડિસિઝન મારી નજરમાં. એમાં વધારે આપણને રેઝોલ્યુશને લેવાની જરૂર નથી.
Thank you, Amin bhai. Mohsin bhai.
I think I would agree with the House here. I don't think we need an official resolution as such. I think the first question you asked, the elephant in the room, we trust you. I mean, you are sitting at the top of the table. We trust that you are the leader. We have voted for you. So we do understand that the decision that World Federation comes out with in any statement is going to be something which is based on taking as best of counsel as possible. Now, the point number 2 about labels being applied for, I think Amin bhai has rightfully stated, they will always be there, whether we do it or whether we don't do it. So I don't think this resolution passing will actually change anything per se. Even with this resolution, you put up a statement, the labels will still follow. So personally, I do not think that there is a need for this resolution. It is obvious to all of us that we are in the middle of a very grave situation globally, and World Federation as the parent body will do what is best in the interest of our community. Just like every single Jamaat has their own specific situations of regional federations, I think as World Federation OBs and as the committee body, you have the right to make that decision. So we have complete trust on that one. I don't think there is a resolution needed as such, to be honest.
Thank you, Mohsin bhai. We have Shabir bhai Najafi and Mohammad Zabai Devji after that.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Pramukh Sahib, we have trusted you, as everybody has said, and you have to take the right decision at the right time. I'll just give you an example. Okay, there was one statement, I don't want to go into details. Okay, we, Dar es Salaam Jamaat, could take out the statement, but Africa Federation couldn't. Being in Dar es Salaam as the head office or secretariat is in Dar es Salaam, but Africa Federation is not only in Tanzania, it is also in Kenya. So looking at all those things, they couldn't take out the statement, but we could take the statement out because we are in Dar es Salaam. And there was a lot of pressure in the social media why Africa Federation is not putting a statement. But there are two different things. Being there in Secretariat office in Tanzania, but they have other branches and they are registered in Kenya, so they could not do. So that decision is the office bearers have to take. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, good paper, good guidance, timely, we need it. And whether it's in form of policy paper or decision, all the previous speakers, what have they said? It's, you know, a fantastic input, and that's a good guidance for this House. So we should look at that. But I think elephant in the room. We need to be very open, or at least I need to be. We are doing this partly, and it's a perception to me. It may not be the right thing. Is we need a one-liner or two-liner or 10-liner, because when the time comes, we have that to protect. Let me tell you, these resolutions will never protect you, because the time comes from the grassroots. They don't care about resolution. It's more of an emotional and rightful emotional thing. So that's going to come up. This is not going to protect us. And as we said, that we have full trust and confidence in the office bearers. In fact, these councillors and these federations should protect whenever there is an uproar or said, so hold on, we can't do it. So that's, you know, we don't need to protect ourselves by resolution. They don't even care about resolution. So that's one thing. And another thing is politically, it's linked to this. We have a dynamic personality here who has been put in the forefront because we can't dive in the sea, and he's done a brilliant job, timely that we need to do, and we'll follow up on other aspects. I think we should have done one thing politically here. This, including Africa Federation, this thing has been circulating to us for a long period of time. When I say long, few weeks. Here, I've seen and now Koli Murabi, going door to COAGE, to Africa Federation, but I think that's the time we should have expressed our guidance and input and say, Joe, our best option amche. Don't bring a resolution. Resolution is a right. Whether we want it or not, you cannot stop a resolution. That's a right of a councillor. Okay? And that, if I was against, I'll move it. However, as an advisors, you can ask resolutions ke anabadli ache, and then we don't present a resolution to throw it out. It's a right, it can be debated. I think we owe it that. Don't wait till here resolution propose karin second. Okay, you know what? Whether it's co-age, it's a non-starter. That's not right. It's a right to go all the way, but we should put a total community spirit in it. So I think I concur with the directions that we are going, policy karna ke, but in future, let's not shoot it in the wild like hunters do in Shanibai is here. Apne advice ape, and in lokane samjave. Brilliant, very flexible. But I tell you, I commend you and I commend the office bearers. But let us not, office bearers make a decision whether to publish or not. It is our job to defend that decision, even if we are not aligned with that. That's our legal constitutional right. So I think we go along that, but future ma dhyan rakjo. Hun layout to angdi nahi karjo, java dejo resolutions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hassan Shabir bhai. Habib bhai, please.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So thank you so much for your very valuable input and comments. Okay, we can definitely turn this into a policy paper, internally discuss and review, and of course take further input and provide further input to Mohammed Mehdi here. So one question that always comes up, right, is that how many press releases will we have as a community? So that's a challenge. So we can issue a statement from the World Federation after full consultation with, as mentioned in the resolution, with different parties, including Maharaja, our advisors, legal advisors, community elders, etc. So there's one statement that may come out from the WF. Regions at their own discretion can also send a statement. And local Jamaats at their own discretion can also send a statement. So one protocol we used to follow in Canada when I was the president of the Toronto Jamaat is if it was a local issue, Toronto Jamaat would potentially issue a statement. If it was a regional issue, something happening in the US or in another city like Vancouver or Winnipeg, then Toronto Jamaat would not issue a statement. It would be the prerogative of Nasimco to take and issue a statement. If something was happening in the world, it may be something in the Middle East, for example, beyond Toronto Jamaat, beyond Nasimco, we generally didn't come up with an official statement because that was the job and role of the WF. I'm just saying this is the best practice we have followed. I'm not saying we're imposing this on the regional federations, the local Jamaats, but I think if we have a just high-level consensus on this, we can move this forward very quickly because we don't want to confuse the Ummah, the public, the interest, the authorities outside that looking at us in terms of WF, COAGE, Nasimco, Africa Federation. So I just wanted to share this. I think it's a good way. But we are very happy with your input, and we'll take this as a policy paper with the approval of the President. Yeah.
Any other comments? Mohammed Bedi, you want to add anything before I give guidance to the House?
If that's okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so firstly, thank you very much, everyone, starting from all of the tables who have provided the comments. I think that it's incredibly valuable feedback that we've received, and this is a learning process for me as well. So I appreciate gathering all of your views, and this is important as we move forward. I think, as Shabir Uncle said, it would be useful in future if these could be shared in advance so that we don't end up having this discussion here. And the resolution was shared in advance sort of a month earlier. So it would be useful if feedback can come in earlier. I know some regions did, but generally across the board, if all can play ball, that would be good. But I think a few things we picked up from here is that generally there is the level of trust in the World Federation to do the right thing. Right? Is that the reason why we don't need to explicitly spell this out? That seemed to be the sentiment from most tables that I seem to get. So I think that, does that give sort of the confidence in the World Federation? That was the sentiment that I got, because the reason why this was developed in the first place was because a lot of people asked, well, what is the framework? So then, if you give full trust to the OBs, does that mean that you don't want to sort of see the thought process as well? I understand the policy paper is one option, but I just wanted to explain the rationale of going into details and explicitly picking these things out was because some people said, well, we don't know what process is followed, if that makes sense. So I just wanted to rationalize that because it's important to make that point to understand where did the 4 points come from.
Thank you very much, first of all, for a very comprehensive discussions and points that every region, I think India Federation ne kai bolu che ke nathi? Okay, thank you. All regions have given their views on this matter. Mohammad Mehdi Karim was probably the first youngster to present this paper and socialize with every region more than 3 months ago. He actively engaged with almost every major region and the councillors extensively. And I only wish and hope that that feedback was given to this young man in advance, rather than coming and said, "Mashallah, bo fine che, parantu a resolution કાઢ નાખો." PNS માં જોઈ લીધા છે આમે. આવી રીતના જ પછી આપના જવાનો પછવારે જાતા જાય છે. જે હકીકત છે એ હું બોલું છું. અને this was one paper, interestingly, not written by the office bearers. It was written by him, and we gave him a free hand. You go and seek input from every region, come up with something, socialize, to the extent that the 11th hour he was after persevering to get that very feedback from you. And if that feedback was there, ke resolution ni jarur nathi, to he would have modified it. And that is the only thing that has upset me personally. I'm not worried about the rest. I'll come to the rest now, because I think we need a way forward. The sentiments of the House appears to be that we don't need a resolution. And there is trust on the World Federation. But we know what we face. We know what we face. And the pressures are only increasing because the geopolitics of this. Abul Bhai, you know very well in Pakistan, how much pressure you are under and you and your team are labeled in a particular ideology. And how we have been supportive to make sure that it's neutralized.
Point of order, please.
What is the point of order? There is no point. It's the process.
No, yes.
What is the process?
In the draft document, it says that this document will be crafted together with the regions. There was no crafting with the regions. It was a document which was presented, and even though it's a white paper, it also includes a resolution.
So I don't see the point of order. Point of order, I cannot understand the point of order.
My point here is that it is an assumption given that we have not given feedback, but we have given thorough.
But why didn't you bring this at the beginning when we discussed? Because the paper is already presented. Point of order comes at the beginning, not at the end at my submission.
I did express, but you expressed.
No, but you even gave your comments.
Yes.
To the paper, which meant there was no point of order. So let me express my views.
No, Mr. Chairman, you said that there are regions who have not given their input.
Right.
And this is not right.
I understand an email went to all.
And it also said that it should be crafted together. This paper has not been crafted together. So I am trying to express that we think the paper is extremely goodwill, has got many good points, but we do not feel that a resolution.
Fine, I've taken a point.
That's it.
I have taken a point. I'm just summarizing. I don't see any point of order in my summarizing. And of course, the House has decided it doesn't want a resolution. We'll not have a resolution. No problem. Let me express my view so the community can know my perspective and the perspective of the office bearers. So what I'm trying to say, the pressures we face as a community, as leadership, when you sit on this chair, it's not an easy chair. We are currently being labeled. Abul Bhai knows that because I worked with him. And we are trying to avoid that friction within the community where you are labeled on one ideology versus this follower, that follower. We are one Shia Ithnashri. We prescribe and have respect to all the Maraja and we follow Census and ID. And that is the last thing that I want in a very small community where there is fragmentation because views expressed by the World Federation or the regional Jamaat are completely diametrically not aligned. You all talk about trust, alhamdulillah. But the masses are watching. If I am living in Europe, and I know Muhammad Bhai, you mentioned that Islam can give a statement, Africa does not because it looks at the whole of Africa, fully understandable. The masses do ask questions. And when an issue happens globally in the Middle East, like Habib Bhai said, which is nothing to do with Europe, and if, for example, London Jamaat wants to issue a statement with respect to what's happening in the Middle East, which is different to COEJ, which is different to the World Federation, what is the committee going to tell us? You trust us? We trust World Federation, we trust COEJ, we trust the Jamaat, 3 different statements. I'm only doing my hujjat because I believe in the unity of this community. It is for this House to decide. I have done my hujjat in the presence of the global community that I don't want to see friction and segmentations in this community because of the fact that the geopolitics are changing very fast, and I don't want ideologies to come in a way that we try to interpret the faith and issues in perspectives that suddenly becomes ba'is-e ikhtilafat rather than ba'is-e unity. That's all I'm saying. So if this House sentiment right now is telling me that we should not put a resolution, fine, that is your wish. You talk about trust, fair enough. You trust me, it has been recorded. And I have no doubt that COEJ fully trusts us, India Federation fully trusts us, Pakistan, I'm recording it for posterity. Pakistan Federation fully trusts us, India Federation fully trusts us, Nasimco fully trusts and Africa Federation fully. Any statement we issue as World Federation will have the trust of all the 6 regions. I am recording this for posterity, so that my community can know that this is the stance of this house. And let me add to that one more point. Can we at least agree, Amin Bhai, with the spirit that we have the 6 presidents in a group, that before any region issues any statement, and through the region to the Jamaats, when it comes to global matters not related to the specific region, that there is a consultative process where we talk about these matters. Africa presents its perspective, COAGE presents its perspective, Nasimco, we present our perspective. At least we can find some common ground so that when we go to the community, we speak with 7 voices. That will give me comfort that this community will remain united and nobody is going to play the ideological card that I will never allow this house, because that will create a challenge which going in the future will really be painful to us, particularly because our marja is a source of our unity. And that is critical for us, Mominin and Mominat. Our masses love us, their sentiments are high, our young people want to see such statements. And their mindset is clear, and sometimes they are upset when our regions or the global body doesn't issue a statement. And that is why a policy paper is being presented as a starting point. It is a baby step. And this baby step is being taken so that we are moving in a direction. આજે અમે છો કાલે બીજું કોઈ હશે ક્યાં પ્રિન્સિપલ ઉપર અમે અમલ કરે છે શિયા ઇથના શ્રીફેત ઉપર મરજઈયતનું એડવાઇસ ઉપર compliance issues ઉપર you may agree, and I don't disagree with Rasul Bhai, this is all obvious, it is in the constitution. The constitution ના માટે લખ્યા છે, constitution લખવાની જરૂર નથી. અમે શિયા anyhow, I will respect what this house guides me, but I'm just telling you the pain I have, because I don't want to see a day where Murtaza Bhai issues a statement completely different to COAGE and completely different to the World Federation, because it's going to create chaos. On the other hand, if we can agree with the 6 regional presidents today that we will at least consult each other, it will give us comfort. That's what I'm looking for, a comfort. And then if we agree to disagree, at least the other presidents and everybody will be a witness to perspectives, and we can move forward in harmony. After 6 months, we will come back, we will review our position, the operating paper will be put together. That's all I'm asking for. જી અમીનભાઈ.
ના, આ બરાબર વાત છે. જ્યારે એવો માટર આવે તો 6 પ્રેસિડન્ટ, તમે 7માં 7 પ્રેસિડન્ટ ઉપર તો હવે કોમ જરાક ટ્રસ્ટ તો કરે ને, બરાબર? આપણે ભેગા થયા, આપણે એનાલાઇઝ કરે ને પછી ભલે આપણે યુનિફોર્મ સ્ટેટમેન્ટ ન કાઢે, પણ કહી શકીએ કે આના એન્વાયરમેન્ટ પ્રમાણે આ છે, યા આ લિમિટ છે, યા આ છે. અને પછી જે રિજનલ ફેડરેશન છે એ જમાતને ગાઈડ કરે, કારણ કે ઘણીવાર જમાતું સ્ટેટમેન્ટ કાઢે છે એના ઓના પ્રમાણે. તો આ એક ચીજ સારું છું કે આમાં આપણે એમ એલાઇનમેન્ટ થાય, કારણ કે હજી હું તમને કહું છું, જેવો પોલિટિકલ સિચ્યુએશન એકદમ આગળ જાય છે, આપણને નથી ખબર કાલે શું થશે ને કેવા સ્ટેટમેન્ટ કાઢવું ખપશે યા નહીં કાઢવું જોઈએ. તો આપણે આમાં ફ્લેક્સિબિલિટી રાખીએ. હવે 7 પ્રેસિડન્ટ ભેગા થઈને જો એ કામ કરે તો પછી મને લાગે છે એમાં તો વજન હોય ને.
Thank you very much, Obi. That gives me a lot of reassurance. Arif Bhai Jaxi, I'll go through each region.
So yeah, in principle, we definitely agree on what you just said. Just as recent as when we had a situation or tragedy recently, we got in touch with you. We did have a phone call, and then in turn we had a phone call with our presidents just to make sure that they do not issue any statements that go against the wishes of the community. Basically, we did get, at that point, we did get some Jamaats that were upset, but overall we have to control that. But at the same time, I think we need to be in alignment as well, from World Federation to the region and then down to the member Jamaats. Son.
Abul Bhai?
Assalamu alaikum. Everybody, yes, fully agreed. We need more consensus. And if the seven of us can deliberate on such issues, so we'll be avoiding these turmoils or contradictions amongst. This is of paramount importance. However, the regional factors differ so much to Sadarbhai, the geopolitical factors. But yes, whatever the region does and should do in consultation with or with information to the other presidents, that's absolutely clear. One thing I must also put on record here, like you said, for the legacy of the progeny, Mehdi should not feel disheartened. He's an asset. He's worked hard. Diamonds shine brighter when they go through the grind. So we must make sure, we must all together make sure that he doesn't lose heart. This is a process, a learning process. It also showed that most of us, I'm being a bit blunt, had not read the paper through, like you correctly pointed out. Otherwise, the resolution that was at the end of the paper should have been responded to as not being relevant. However, things also evolve in debate. Reading a paper through is different, and when exchange of thoughts emerge, the perceptions change. So that could also be a cantonment for those who had not read the paper in time. All in all, yes, I agree with your suggestion to do consultative sessions in future for such statements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Awal, much appreciated, and also clarifying Mehdi's role. We'll come and thank him very shortly. India Federation?
Pramukh Sahib, the reason why we seconded and we went ahead with this proposal was looking at the geopolitical situation globally and looking at back home in India. It's getting very serious nowadays. You can't even mention any countries of Middle East, okay? And the laws of land are such that you are immediately put under arrest. So, for us, and with passing day, the situation is going to get more difficult. In this scenario, we as India Federation or as individual Jamaats would always want global body, the World Federation, to put the right perspectives, and you being at the helm with, in consultation with Aga's office and assessing the entire global community and the stand taken by WF is one thing which I feel everybody should be united upon and leave this responsibility with the World Federation and its office bearers to follow. However, this may differ at different levels. This may differ, but we as India would be, if you say, issue this statement, then also we will have second thoughts whether we should do or we should not do. Because this may land us in trouble. So I think we are happy to go with the way you decide, the head debate decides, inshallah.
Thank you very much. And Arif bhai, go ahead.
First of all, Muhammad Mahdi is a person who walks with the ethos of being a servant of his namesake. I'm using this quite heavily because this is his akhlaq. Secondly, with your surname Kareem, surely you are extremely generous, been trying to knock on doors multiple times. I think most of us would have lost that sabr, but you tried over and over again, and I think through this process you are a teacher and we have become students. I want to emphasize, can you imagine that if you did not publish this paper, that we would not even talk about engagement. We would not talk about outreach. We would not speak about the difference between the West and the East. We would not talk about methodologies between what we would call the parent body, the grandparent body, and the child, and then being able to have a consultative process. Secondly, I would like to say one thing, that throughout these 3 days, from the afternoon till now Sunday, I may want to compare with everyone here, but the messages I receive is we are coming across not connected with what our own people want. The honest truth is, from Vancouver in the west, all the way to Melbourne in the east, relative to where we sit, people march on the streets. In the different khutbah of Jummah, the second one speaks about the statements on Jamaat levels. And I see it very problematic that we who represent these people do not have a view and come across passive. So I like very much what Rasul Bhai said, that number 9 in a charity commission from a UK perspective is quite wide. How wide is it? It depends on the trustees. Is it in your objectives to safeguard you even proper, to have policies in place? Then those are the actions we need to take. The great poet from Isfahan, Saadi, says that fear is the cheapest room in this house. And my dear, I do not like you to live in such accommodation. We as Muslims are going to be faced that we are going to look at fear. And on the pendulum, on one side, you have what Ali Akbar Bhai Shroff said, Mr. Chairman, that you cannot come out with statements because the situation is such. And on the other side, you will have to, because that is your moko, your opportunity. I will say that even at times, when the situation is that tough, and it would be prosecution, difficulty, closure, even that lady whose rib was broken went to the court where they had a different regulatory view and she spoke up. But that judgment has to be taken not only through what our policies are, but the policies themselves have to be based on a source of conviction, which is the two gifts which are left, the Holy Quran and the Ahlul Bayt. Consultation, Mr. Chairman, we welcome it. But we may have difference of opinion, but that's part of consultation. We may land it differently. But we will not, as a region, go and say that the World Federation issued or did not issue. We will just say they followed a certain protocol. They followed a methodology. That's what we will do. But I cannot say to all the thousands of people who are marching on the European streets, in our Jamaats and the ulama who go out, that please do not exercise what your Islamic conscience does, and that we will not represent you according to statement. To not do anything is the only thing which I know we will not do. But we will be measured, we will think about the situation, and we love consultation. Ahsantum.
So just to understand what you said, and of course you have a perspective of the view of the public in your eyes, I just want to summarize my understanding of what you said, and please correct me if I'm wrong, and then I'll decide on the next steps and give you the last word. Of course, you will have the last word. are you saying that when any major crisis develops globally, not talking of Europe, and that is your territory, coexist territory entirely, India, same thing, Pakistan, we don't get involved unless you ask us to. If there's a geopolitics globally, the World Federation would convene a meeting of all the 6 regional presidents for consultation, where the 7 presidents together we will air our views, and we will give a recommended approach and statement to the community so the community is aligned ke amaru stance che. Khuda na kare inshallah. I've just spoken an hour ago to the representative of His Eminence during Maghribain about the latest situation prevailing. And we have direct contact with the office of His Eminence, alhamdulillah. And you know, we all know that the World Federation has had this for many years. We will present that to you as 6, 7 presidents. We will seek legal expertise in line with what has been emphasized here, people who are experts in this field, our legal counsel, and discuss this with all of you. And once we have discussed, we may agree to disagree, have a perspectives. You have heard us, we have heard you, you have expressed yourself. After that, then the regions will be entitled to issue their own statements if required to, if not. Is that my understanding?
Partially, I would say. I would say that we may have difference of opinion. And there also could be situations where we could not meet each other. But our intention would be that we should consult each other. And I do not see that what is global versus regional. World Federation is actually global everywhere. And nowadays, if you really look at it, I'm looking at the programs which Darus Salam Jamaat did. I commend them. But some of these programs and statements could not be done other places. That's a reality. I actually believe in a slightly different way. That there could be a situation that when something happens in Pakistan, and it has happened before, that in its own territory it can't do anything, but then its brothers, the regional federations, and its parent, the World Federation, can do something. And this could be something very similar in the future because things change.
Okay.
So that is my view, that I don't have a perfect saying that we would then come to a consensus. We would respect each other, we would come, and maybe we would, inshallah, come closer so much that we could at every stage have joint statements. But I think it will not be the case for every part. Thank you.
Okay, so basically, my understanding is that there is consensus in this house that inshallah, when anything happens, we will convene first, discuss the matter to the best of our ability, express to each other this is our position, and then hopefully find consensus and move forward. And if regions decide to do otherwise, it will be entirely at your, but at least that first process is important. And the reason I'm saying this is that I don't want this community to be disunited or get different messages, and that is extremely important. Having said that, coming to a young man here, and I have mentioned several times, the Secretary General also mentioned, and Rasul Bhai, you also alluded to the fact that others as well, that alhamdulillah, many young people are coming into serving the World Federation, and that was the spirit and the essence, because this is the future generation that's going to be here when we'll have either retired or probably gone 6 feet down, inshallah, with the blessings of and the barakah, and that they will remember us in their du'as, inshallah. As you have heard the sentiments, and again, my suggestion is, I'll give you the last word before I thank you. My suggestion is that continue the engagement process with the regions. I have been offered operating procedures. Are they all ready? Do you have an operating procedure? COAGES is ready, or is it work in progress?
We
Just
have
briefly.
Yes, I will answer. I said that we will create a board where we will have it, but we have significant amount of material. For example, what Rasul Bhai alluded, this is a learning part because we are in the United Kingdom, and from a registered charity point of view,
Okay,
It's a
so you
big
can
advantage.
share
So
that.
that we can share.
Okay,
But
good.
when it comes to the question you really asked, do we have policies in place?
You don't have policies.
We
No,
don't.
I don't think
but
anybody has.
No, we have partial.
Okay.
Rasool Bhai, for example, spoke about from a social media angle.
Right.
What is a speaker's policy, and so on and so forth. And now World Federation also have policies for speakers and others, and they can be jolted. Rasool Bhai?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, we do have speakers policy, social media policy, risk mitigation policy, which where the statement issue will come in. And there's a file here, and we're happy to share with you so that you can build on that.
Share with the team, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So there's operational policies. We don't have a policy per se, and I'm keen that we have a policy within the organization at some point in time, but I'll leave it to you and the team you want to develop. And let us hear your views in terms of having heard the sentiments of this house and the spirit. What is your feeling in terms of the way forward? Maybe you can provide that last input.
That got quite serious, didn't it? So I think we need to bring some happiness back into the room. But before I do that, let's answer the serious points. Firstly, I just want to say this again, a big thank you, because this is a learning exercise for myself first and foremost, but I think for all of us as well. As was mentioned, the fact we're even having this discussion in the first place has raised the questions, got us thinking about the right questions to answer. Right? So it's not only us who are learning, I hope everyone is learning in this process as well. So I say a big thank you for that. The second thing I want to say is that it's interesting how in these things, the element which is the smallest becomes the biggest area of focus, because the external engagement policy has so much more to offer than just statements, right? Statements is 5%, if not less. So let's focus on that aspect as well, the rest of the 95% of the other sort of 4 areas where there seemed to be consensus that that is the right way to go about as well, and that is a positive message we have taken. Abul Hassan, Uncle, you mentioned don't be disheartened. Don't worry, I'm not disheartened. My heart is full, because ultimately the reason why we're here is because we love the community, right? If the community comes back and tells us that maybe this is not the right way, you do it for them. Right? So that is it's not disheartened, it's full that you're willing to engage with me as well. On a lighter note, people did say that when you come here it'd be like a dragon's den, and I think I can now say that I've been in the dragon's den and I understand exactly what people said. In fact, people say the House of Commons is bad. I might have to bring them here to the World Federation. But look, I think we seem to get consensus that one of the ways, or the immediate way forward, is that whenever a situation arises, the regional presidents have to come together with the World Federation president, and I'm happy that that's happened, because that is an element of progress in the first place. Before this meeting, that wasn't even the case. So the fact we even discussed this in the first place and have come to a solution, may not be the resolution, but a solution, is very, very positive as well. In terms of the policy paper, I think it is an option to develop. One of the reservations I have is an initial reservation, and it is sort of an initial reaction, so I might need to think about it more, is that if we develop a policy paper and I bring it back here, the resolution was 3 or 4 paragraphs, and even then people didn't read it properly and you had changes of minds here and there. If we were to develop a policy, would we not end up spending the next 5 years discussing that and ensure that in ExCos, one day each ExCo is spent discussing this policy paper? That's just my initial reservation based off the experience so far in terms of how people engage with the resolution. So if we add more detail, isn't that more something that would be more under scrutiny? Fine, that's just a question I'm holding out, and I'd like to sort of hear the responses on that as well. Just the last thing to say, and sort of stealing from Shabar Uncle here, he started the ExCo like this, so it's only befitting to end the ExCo like this as well. I'm young, there's a lot to learn, so I'm here to listen to my bapao, dadao, mao, na dadi mao. So please, give us any advice you have, help us to move forward, and that is a genuine ask from all of you. Please, give us the guidance to move forward. Thank you very much.
The fastest thick skin achiever.
મોહમ્મદભાઈ કરીમ, તમે ગુજરાતી બોલો છો, તમે કીધું ને તમે અહીંયા છો ને રહેશો કારણ કે યુ લવ ધ કોમ્યુનિટી, તો તમે ગુજરાતીમાં બોલો કે હું અહીંયા છું રેસ કારણ કે હું એક કોમ પ્રેમી છું.
So can I take this opportunity to, he's one of our boys. No, he's one of our boys. He's been with us. No, not just that, he's been with us for the last 3 to 4 years, advising us on various matters. He's done really well. He is the diamond that we have polished and brought it in front of you. And I would like you all to recite a loud salawat for the efforts and inshallah his success, and one day to sit where Safdar Bhai is sitting. Salawat.
African blood. Murtaza uncle, I worry because you say I'm part of Stanmore. Shabir uncle says I'm part of Africa. How many parts do I have and how many parts will be left after all of this?
You only listen to me.
African blood. The reality is that you are the marhum great grandson of Ibrahim Sharif, and you are the appointed counselor of the president of the World Federation. I'm glad everybody wants the part of you, so alhamdulillah, this is a great blessing, and let us reflect. There's a lot that has come out of this, everything very positive as we heard. People are now thinking of the next step. What's the calculation? The minimum we have achieved is that we will get together as presidents in a mature environment, discuss the geopolitics, try and get inputs from people, learn from each other, and hold the community together. That is the spirit with which I think we have started that process, and you will get the du'as for that. The more unified this community is, the more sawab will accumulate, inshallah, with the work that you have started. Policy papers, engagement, talk to Rasul Bhai with his experience. Rasul Bhai, I wanted to close this, but is it very pressing? Because I know you have been through quite a lot in the Jamaat, so there's something to be shared. But
Mohammed,
very quickly, please.
Mohammed, I suggest you get a policy document ASAP to protect and safeguard the trustees. You don't need to bring it here initially. You get it done and make sure you safeguard them. Because if we didn't have a policy document in place, we would have been in serious issues. So I think you have to safeguard them.
Can have an offline. We already are working on a policy document. Our legal counsel is here, but I suggest that that point of Rasul Bhai be taken on board. Thank you, Rasul Bhai, because Leeds has been through challenging times, so they have quite a bit. Anyway, I don't want to digress. So let's reflect. I think the paper, as you said, is so broad in terms of engagement. You offered, I already heard Africa wants your services. They will probably appoint somebody to work with you, try and see if you want to expand your team, talk to COEG, talk to Nasimco, India Federation, and in that way others will get engaged. And I think let's continue on the journey, come and discuss with the office bearers, and then we can find a path forward, inshallah, in terms of ensuring that the paper is a starting press and it continues to flourish. Inshallah, I know you need time to reflect on that. So with that, really, thank you so much. You have heard the sentiments of the house. We are very pleased to have you, and you will continue the great work. And as Shabir Bhai said, you already started the training of being thick-skinned, but it is surely, purely for the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that is what makes it distinct. We exist to serve, and you are an embodiment of that service.
Thank you.
Please let us recite a loud salawat for him once more. We are now at any other business, you'll be glad to know. And I think Suhail Bhai has something to say.
Assalamu alaikum everybody. અમે ટીમ ઇન્ડિયા અને અલીભાઈને બધા બેઠા હતા તો અલીભાઈએ મને કીધું કે રસૂલે ખુદાએ કીધું છે કે ભાઈ જે લોકો મસ્જિદ બનાવશે એનું ઘર ખુદા બનાવશે. તો મને કે આ બધા મોટા મોટા બંગલા બનાવે છે, આપણે નાની ઝોપડીનું તો વિચારીએ. એટલે અમે બર્મિંગહામની મસ્જિદ માટે ઇન્ડિયા ફેડરેશન $25,000 અનાઉન્સ કરેલું. બીજું ગઈકાલે પરમ દિવસે આપણી વાત થઈ હતી ઓસીઆઈની, તો ઇન્ડિયામાં અમે ઓસીઆઈની ટીમ બનાવી નાખી છે. એ કોઈપણ જાતનું ગાઈડન્સ કોઈપણ જાતના ડોક્યુમેન્ટ્સ માટે અહીંયા નંબર અને નામ ઝહીરભાઈ વકીલને અપોઇન્ટ કર્યા છે અમે. મીડિયા પ્લીઝ ડિસ્પ્લે ધ નેમ એન્ડ નંબર. ઝહીરભાઈ વકીલ દરેક આખા વર્લ્ડમાં બધાને ગાઈડ કરશે અને ડોક્યુમેન્ટ કઢાવી આપશે ઇન્શાઅલ્લાહ. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ.
થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ. કોણ કહે છે ઇન્ડિયાવાળા સખી નથી ને નથી દેતા? અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ, this is a good demonstration of support from India Federation to Birmingham Jamaat project. Jazakallah. Thank you. Any other business?
Mohammad Azadevji.
બિસ્મિલ્લાહિર્રહમાનિર્રહીમ. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, અમે જ્યારે આવ્યા અહીંયા ત્યાંનો કીધો હતો કે હું પોઈન્ટ ઓફ ઓર્ડર નાખીશ, કેમ કે તમે ત્રીજી ફેરે અમને લંડન બોલાવ્યા છો અને તમે આ 3 દિવસ અમે ઠંડીમાં તમે અમને પછવાડી તમારી બેક બાઇટિંગ કરતા હતા કે ક્યાં તમે અમને ફસાવ્યા છો. પણ અમે ખુશી થાય છે કે અમારા આવવાથી બર્મિંગહામનું જમાતનું કામ થઈ ગયું, તમે તમને બધું માફ કરે છે. અસમ જઝાકલ્લાહ.
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, જો એને આફ્રિકાની ગરમી ઘણી વખત કામ આવે છે.
ઇબ્રાહીમભાઈ,
આફ્રિકાનું ડેલિગેશન બહુ ઠંડુ હતું. અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ.
તો પછી તમને પછી મજા નથી આવતી ને?
ઇબ્રાહીમભાઈ.
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, નેક્સ્ટ એક્સકો દારેસલામ જમાત ઓફર કરે છે.
હા, તો અમીનભાઈ કોન્ફરન્સની અંદર અમને ઓલરેડી આવી ગયું છે એ રિક્વેસ્ટ. આપને લગભગ 5 જમાતના રિક્વેસ્ટ આવ્યા છે. બર્મિંગહામનું થઈ ગયું છે, બાકી બીજા 5 જમાત વી વિલ સિલેક્ટ એકોર્ડિંગલી. પણ one of the excos will be in Africa in Dar es Salaam, inshallah. Which exactly we will work with you, secretariat will work with you.
Reunion નું બી રિક્વેસ્ટ આવી છે.
એ રિક્વેસ્ટ ઓફિશિયલ નથી આવી.
2016માં તો માશાલ્લાહ એક્સકો રિયુનિયનમાં થઈ હતી, પણ બધાને એક્સકો નથી યાદ, લીચી યાદ છે.
Assalamu alaikum. So let me ask you first if you know what is the most beautiful city in the world. Any?
Kigoma.
So many correct answers. It's amazing. I wasn't expecting. So put your hand up if you've ever been to Vancouver. Yeah, not bad. About 25-30%. Low, I should say. So that means there's about 70% that have never seen the other part of the world, which is a shame because, as we just said, it's the most beautiful city in the world. So to that end, I'm here to invite you all of you, and including all your sports clubs, to the upcoming volleyball tournament being held in Vancouver on behalf of the Van City Sports Club. The tournament will be held the weekend of May 23rd to the 25th in Vancouver at the beautiful campus of the University of British Columbia. So enjoy breathtaking volleyball, breathtaking views with both men's and women's volleyball. If I'm not mistaken, this is actually going to be the first volleyball tournament that is being held in what we call the athletes' village. So unlike most other tournaments where hotel is over here and the venue's over here and then you go somewhere else to eat, we are actually going to have an athletes' village right at the campus where you live here, you eat here, you play here, everything is in one place. No transportation required. Okay, this is going to be amazing. Think of the Olympics, right? And I think that what I want to say is this is not a North American tournament. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, we already have 4 teams from Stanmore that have confirmed already, 2 men's teams and 2 women's teams. I believe there's 1 Hazari team that is also confirmed. So I'm hoping we will get some teams from Dar es Salaam coming, and hopefully Dubai and other parts of the world, India, Pakistan, I'm sure you guys play too. So please go to our website. It's vancitysportsclub.com. And inshallah, we'll see you all in May. The weather will be nice, so please come. And please share the information with your sports clubs. We will get the SG to send the information to you. Don't let it sit in your inbox. Please share with everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibrahim bhai. Arif Ali bhai.
Mr. Chairman, if you allow, if Dr. Muslim Khoja can stand up, please. So, 2 points. One hand is a big vote of thanks to KSMC of Birmingham, all its volunteers, amazing hospitality, and I have seen the President, Muslim Bhai, always smiling, look at him, and then serving. Truly, may your hands never hurt, and may you always be a leader for your community. Really a big vote of thanks to you. Really appreciate. And on the point of Birmingham, from Birmingham Jamaat community, a new pledge to COEG that for India, an additional $25,000, inshallah. Asante.
Mohammad Reza bhai.
Pramukh Sahib, can I just come in here? કોએજે માશાલ્લાહ $25,000 લખાવ્યા ઇન્ડિયા ફેડરેશનના પ્રોજેક્ટમાં આપણા પાલઘરમાં અને ઇન્ડિયા ફેડરેશને $25,000 લખાવ્યા બર્મિંગહામમાં. તો આ તો એક ગોલ થઈ ગયો, તો મેચ ડિસાઇડ ના થઈ તો હવે
પેનલ્ટી આપણે બી વધશું ને એ લોકો બી વધશે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ.
હા, એટલે વાંથી આ પ્રમુખ સાહેબ વધે યા અહીંયાથી પ્રમુખ સાહેબ વધે તો કંઈ ફેસલો થાય કોણ મેચ જીત્યું.
પણ એટલી પણ તમને જો મુસ્લિમભાઈ મને રજા આપે કે એના પર્સનલ ટ્રસ્ટ તરફથી પણ એક મકાન તમને શામિલ થઈ ગયું.
એટલે એના માટે નહોતું, એમ હતું કે સોહેલભાઈ કંઈક વધારે એમ.
હા, તો જે વધારવાનું છે આફ્રિકા મોકલી દો, તમે પાર છો.
ઇન્ડિયાએ શરૂઆત કરી છે ને અલીભાઈ.
આ ખોજા પૈસાનો એક કડો છે કે એ ગોળ ગોળ ફરી ને એ જ પૈસો બધાનું કામ કરી આપે. બસ તમે મને 14 મિલિયન આપી દો અને તમે હું પાછા આપી દઈશ તો અમારું એ કામ થઈ જાય ને તમારું એ કામ થઈ જશે.
અમીનભાઈ પ્લીઝ બિસ્મિલ્લાહ.
બિસ્મિલ્લાહિર્રહમાનિર્રહીમ. છે કે આજે અમે ઇન્વિટેશન તમને આપ્યા છે તો જરાક એનું સમજાવું કે આપણે ડૉક્ટરની જરૂર હોય શરીરને ધ્યાન રાખવા વાસ્તે, એટલે હોસ્પિટલની જરૂર હોય તો એ અમે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ હોસ્પિટલનો બી પાયો નાખીએ છીએ. પછી આપણે રૂહનો ડૉક્ટરની જરૂર હોય તો અમે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ મદ્રેસાનો પાયો નાખીએ છીએ. અને પછી આપણે કહેવાનું છે કે આપણા બુઢાઓ આપણા મા બાપનું ધ્યાન રાખે તો અમે યતીમખાનાનું બી સાથે અમે પાયો નાખીએ છીએ. તો ઇન્શાલ્લાહ આ 3 ચીજમાં મને લાગે છે એ બીજું ચોથું કાંઈ છે નહીં અને બધા ઇમોશનલ આપણા છે અને આપણી જરૂરિયાત છે આ ચીજની. તો એક્સપેક્ટ કરું છું ને હું તમને આમંત્રણ આપું છું હાથ જોડીને કે પ્લીઝ તમે બધા આવો, અમને હોસલો વધારો તો અમે આ કામ આગળ લઈ શકે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. હસન બધાને એક્સપેક્ટ કરું, હિસાબ કર્યો છું કેટલા જણા છે યા એનાથી ડબલ આવશે કેમ કે તમે મારી ભાભીઓને લઈ આવશો. હસન યતીમખાના બેવાખાના ના સોરી બેવાખાના ના બેવાખાના હું કીધું આપણા મા બાપને ધ્યાન રાખવાનું છે એટલે બેવાખાના.
આ તો ઇન્વિટેશન ગઈકાલે આપણે દઈ દીધા હતા પણ હવે વનકુવરવાળા આવીને ઊભા થઈને ઇન્વિટેશન દીધા તો અમને એમ થયું દાર એ સલામ હમ કિસી સે કમ નહીં, તો દાર એ સલામ ને અમને એમ થયું કે અમે ઊભા થઈને ઇન્વિટેશન આપે છે કે 18 જાન્યુઆરીના છે ને પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, તો તમને બહુ બોરા પ્રમાણમાં આવવાનું છે. આ તો રૂની વાત કર્યા, પણ અમે બધા જીવતા છે, તમે આવજો ઓપનિંગમાં જરૂર ઇન્શાલ્લાહ 18 તારીખ.
અને ગરમી હશે ત્યાં ને?
હા ગરમી હશે. આફ્રિકા તો ગરમીથી કામકાજ ચલાવે છે બધું.
Hasan, jazakallah.
I think we are done now. Anybody else? Because we want to invite Muslim. Okay, I think we'll end here before I do my closing remarks. So there is a request from Birmingham Jamaat to have Murtaza Bhai Master to present his vote of thanks. Although we should be thanking you, I don't know, you're going to thank the committee. Bismillah.
So, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Salamun alaikum, everybody. So, yeah, on behalf of Birmingham Jamaat and the building committee in Birmingham, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the World Federation, its office bearers, our regional federations, the Jamaat leaders, executive councillors, and all esteemed guests for accepting our invitation to host the first Executive Council meeting for this term. We're told that there are few times that our du'as are particularly get accepted. And one of those is when it rains. Birmingham definitely blessed us for the whole weekend. And as a bonus, we got winds as well to be accepted quickly. So really the best place to be. Throughout this weekend, we've had the privilege of interacting with many of you. I've met some great people. And we want to thank those of you who braved the weather to visit our site and witness the progress firsthand. Your feedback, ideas, and of course your donations are invaluable to us. They give us the strength and the encouragement to continue this journey, and it does mean a lot to us. So I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our, in addition, I'd like to thank you all the volunteers of Birmingham, particularly Fatim Bandali, Abbas Ali Kemji, Hasnain Bandali, and the whole team for doing a fantastic job. I know how hard you worked, and you started from Thursday, gave up, well, not Thursday, weeks before this, in planning and getting this to where we are. As we conclude, I wish you all a safe journey back to your destination, and let's end with the recitation with the Surah Fatiha, please. Surah Fatiha.
You want to say? Ji Arif bhai, bolo, before I close.
Ahsan. So, with this very serious situation which is unfolding, community members have come together, and besides, on behalf of COAGE, of the £5,000 which were pledged, and also the Consai Shia, also from Paris, another 5,000. We actually have now received further, and inshallah, Council of European Jamaat in total commits for £25,000. Sant. Thanks.
હકીકતમાં આ સભાની બરકત છે કે પહેલા દિવસથી જ એ રહેમતની બારિશ આવતી ગઈ બારે અને અંદર પણ મજબૂતી થતી ગઈ. અને આ એક ખોજા સ્પિરિટનું ઉરૂજ છે કે શરૂઆત પણ ડોનેશનથી થયું ને અંત પણ ડોનેશનથી થયું. અને જ્યારે પણ મને મોમિનીન મળે દુનિયામાં કે આ ડિફિકલ્ટ માહોલ છે, આ આઈ થિંક મોહમ્મદ મેદી હવે ઓળખી ગયો છે, એટલે આપને હવે ઇમ્યુન થઈ ગયા છે કે આ ઘરમાં ગરમી આટલી બધી હોય, જોશ, પણ આ જોશ ખરોશમાં કેટલું કામ થઈ જાય છે. અને ખુદાવંદ તાલાનું લાખ લાખ શુકર છે કે અમે એ કોમમાં પેદા કર્યો છે જે કોમમાં એક સખાવતનું ઉરૂજ છે. અને હંમેશા ખુદાવંદ તાલા આ સ્પિરિટ આપની કોમમાં રાખે ઇન્શાઅલ્લાહ. બીજું એ કહેવાનું કે આઈ એમ વેરી સેટિસ્ફાઈડ એઝ ધ ચેર ઓફ ધીસ મીટિંગ that alhamdulillah ta'ala with the support of all of you, each and every one of you, counselors, invitees, કે અમારા જે મકસદો હતા આ સભાના એ પૂરા થયા. એક તો ગવર્નન્સ ટિક ધ બોક્સ એપ્રોચ ખાલી નથી. આપને આની અંદર ટ્રેઝરીને જે સવાલો હતા એ દિલ ખોલીને પૂછ્યા, સેક્રેટેરિયેટના રિપોર્ટ્સ રિવ્યૂ થયા, તમે તમારું કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન આપ્યા. આપને માફ કરજો કે હંમેશા ટાઈમની કમી હતી અને મોહમ્મદ સાહેબ મને ખાસ કહી ગયા અને આઈ એગ્રી વિથ હિમ કે તબલીગમાં થોડું વધારે ટાઈમ દે, કારણ કે આજકાલ ચેલેન્જીસ વધારે છે અને કોશિશ કરશો આપને એના નાખવા માટે. અને સાથે સાથે આપને આ મીટિંગની અંદર તકરીબન એટલીસ્ટ 4 to 5 ક્રિટિકલ પેપર્સ ઉપર આપને ચર્ચા કર્યા અને ઘણું આપને એક એનરિચ્ડ ડિસ્કશન હતું અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ. બધા ટેબલોથી એક ટેબલ અહીંયા જોઉં છું અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ, તમે આપને કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન્સ આપ્યા, યુ સજેસ્ટેડ way forward, you helped us look at our blind spots, you enable us to look at how we can move to the future, and at the same time you constantly and consistently encouraged us. And for that I am very, very thankful to each and every counselor. તમે તમારા ફેમિલીઝને મૂકીને આવ્યા આ ઠંડીની અંદર, તો ખુદા તાલા તમને આ અજરે અઝીમ અતા કરશે ઇન્શાઅલ્લાહ. Thirdly, of course, my role is to do the thanks. કે બર્મિંગમ જમાત એન્ડ ધી હોસ્ટ ફેડરેશન કોઈ જ આપને આવકાર આપી છે અને એક વોલેન્ટિયર ઊભા રહી ગયા. અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ મને નથી ખબર, મારી બાયરી મારો ડાયટનું કંટ્રોલ કરે છે ઘરે, કારણ કે કેલોરી વધી જાય, વેટ વધી જાય, પણ અહીંયા માશાલ્લાહ થોડીક સખાવત મળી. તો 3 દિવસની અંદર ભજીયાનું તમન્ના હતું એ મળી ગયું, બટેટા મળી ગયા, વિટુંબા મળી ગયા. આપને અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ કુકુ પાકા વળી ઓલું લાંબુનું કુકુ પાકા મળ્યું એ પણ આફ્રિકા શમીભાઈ ના અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ તારા મસ્તી કરું છું. મારી બાયરી સાંભળી રહી છે, બિચારી મારી બહુ ધ્યાન રાખે છે. આજે ફેમિલીની કુરબાની છે કે અમે બધા અહીંયા છે, એ લોકોનો સેક્રિફાઈસ છે આજે કે એના થકે આપણે આ બધા કામ કરી રહ્યા છે. ખુદા તાલા ખાલી તમને ને અમને ને આપના ફેમિલીઝને પણ તુલે ઉમ્ર સલામતી આફિયત આપે. અને બધા વોલન્ટિયર્સ બેઠા છે, all the volunteers are sitting, your families have sacrificed their time for you, may Allah increase their ajr inshallah. I would also like to thank all those who presented the papers and different reports, both at the secretariat as well as the wider team, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala increase the ajr for that. We will announce the next ExCo imminently once the office bears discussed. We have 5 different venues. We'll look at the logistics. Our Secretary General is going to talk to the Secretary Generals of all the 6 regions to come to a consensus. We want to plan this in advance as much as possible. તો હમણાંથી તમને ખબર હોય કે this ExCo will be at this point in time, inshallah. And in the interim, I hope and pray with the barakah of this house, the lot of barakah that Birmingham has brought, કે ઘણી ઓપનિંગ સેરેમનીઝ કરવાની છે અમીનભાઈ. આપને ગ્રાઉન્ડ બ્રેકિંગ જાન્યુઆરીમાં કરવાનું છે, પછી ઘણા હાઉસિંગ પ્રોજેક્ટ્સ ઓપનિંગ કરવાની છે, પણ ઇન્શાલ્લાહ તાલા આપણે દુઆ કરી અલ્લાહ અમને આફિયત આપે અને મોકો આપે કે મેં બર્મિંગમની ઓપનિંગ માટે પણ આવે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. અને ઇન્ડિયાની ઘણા પ્રોજેક્ટ્સ છે, મેમોરિયલ કોમ્પ્લેક્સીસ છે, અને મને મુર્તઝાભાઈને જો નહીં જો તો કે આપને ઇન્શાલ્લાહ હુજ્જતની પણ સરખી ઓપનિંગ કરે જ્યારે બધું 14 બિલિયન આવી જાય ઇન્શાલ્લાહ આવી જશે. તો આપણે દુઆ કરે કે અલ્લાહ અમને તૌફીક આપે કે વી અચીવ ધી ઓબ્જેક્ટિવ્સ ધેટ વી હેવ લેડ ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. બર્મિંગમ જમાત મુસ્લિમ ભાઈ ખોજા પતારે હું કોનું નામ લઉં કોનું ન લઉં, મને મારા સેક્રેટરી સાહેબે 2-3 નામ આપ્યા છે જે લેવું પડશે, પણ એના અલાવા બધા વોલન્ટિયર્સ મુસ્લિમભાઈ ખોજા ઓફકોર્સ એઝ ધી પ્રેસિડેન્ટ જેનો આભાર મનાઈ ગયું છે. મને ખાસ હસનીન બંદાલીનું નામ સેક્રેટરી જનરલે આપ્યું છે, ફાતિમભાઈ બંદાલી, શાને અબ્બાસ હાસમ છે, અને મારો દોસ્ત છે મુબાસન એટલે એ મને દરરોજ ખવડાવતો હતો મુર્તઝાભાઈ ખીમજી અને બીજા મોમિનીન અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ જેટલા અને મોમિનાત છે we would really like to thank you from the bottom. Let us recite a very loud salawat for our volunteers. WF ટીમની અંદર આપણે ઓછું થેન્ક કરે છે. આપણે 6 મહિનામાં એકવાર મોકો મળે શુક્રિયા અદા કરવાનો. ખરેખર બધા ટીમ મેમ્બર્સ છે, શેખ અલીદીનાથી લઈને એની આખી ટીમ, શેખ અફઝલ, શેખ એલેક, શેખ સફદર, શેખ મહેદી, ઝુલેખાબાઈ, સાજેદાબાઈ, સલમાબાઈ, એમસીનું ટીમમાં કોઈ રહી ગયું હોય તો તનવીરબાઈ પાર્ટ ઓફ એમસી, ફરાબાઈ, અબ્બાસભાઈ મેરાલી, Aymanbai, Saberabai, Marcoms, Fatimbai Marcoms, Fatima Sugra, Kausar Sumar, Mikdad Somji અને શાહિદ અલી ક્વાયટલી હંમેશા બેઠા હોય છે અને બધા વોલન્ટિયર્સને આપને એક લાઉડ આઈ વુડ રિક્વેસ્ટ અ લાઉડ સલાવત મુહમ્મદ વ આલે મુહમ્મદ. આપના કોમના સ્લોગન્સ ઘણા છે. એક બનો, નેક બનો, વી એક્ઝિસ્ટ ટુ સર્વ, વિઝને આવવાનું છે, મિશન સ્ટેટમેન્ટ આવવાનું છે. તો એક આજે બીજું મને મળી ગયું, આએ ખોજા એક હોજા. આએ ખોજા એક હોજા એ અબુલભાઈ ગોકલે મને મોકલાવ્યું છે એટલે મને હું એ પણ એલાન કરી નાખું ઇન્શાઅલ્લાહ તાલા. અંતમાં અમારું એ જ કહેવું છે કે ખુદાવંદ કરીમ અમારી કોમને આબાદ રાખે, કામયાબ રાખે. આ જ મોહબ્બત સાથે અમને આગળ વધવાની તોફીક નસીબ, એક બીજા ઉપર બરદાશ્ત કરવાની તોફીક નસીબ. અને હું પ્લેજ કર્યો છું કે આ ટ્રાયંગલ ઓફ ટ્રસ્ટ છે રાઈટ એટ ધ ટોપ ઉપર અમે જાય ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. ઇન્શાલ્લાહ બધું ખૈરિયત છે, ઠંડી બારે છે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. અને આઈ વુડ લાઈક ટુ એન્ડ બાય સેઇંગ કે આપને અમારું દિલ જનાબે ઝૈનબ કુબરા સલામુલ્લાહ અલૈહા સાથે છે. આપણે દુઆ કરે કે ખુદા દે તાલા સલામતીની સાથે હરમ મહેફૂઝ રહે અને આપને દુઆ કરે કે જલ્દ અજ જલ્દ આપને મોકો મળે કે અમે જનાબે ઝૈનબ જનાબ સકીનાની ઝિયારત કરી શકે. અને જે હંમેશા અમારી સુન્નત રહી છે કુરાનથી શરૂ કરે તો આપણે અંતમાં મનકબત અને સાથે સાથે દુઆ વહાદત સાથે તમામ કરશું. અને અંશે we will request Ali Abbas Bhai Okera to bless us with his beautiful voice in recitation of the mankabat as well as dua wahdat that we will recite. કોઈ ભૂલ ચૂક થઈ ગઈ હોય મારા તરફથી કે ઓફિસ બેરસ તરફથી કે સેક્રેટરી તરફથી તો આપણે માફ કરજો ઇન્શાલ્લાહ અને તમને સલામતીથી વાપસ ઘર જવાની તોફીક નસીબ થાય. દુરૂદ પે મોહમ્મદ વાલે. જી
કે ચીજો અહીં બી આફ્રિકા જાય.
હા ડેફિનેટલી આફ્રિકા જજો ઉપર.
જી અમીનભાઈ.
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ મનકબત મોર અમે પણ શુક્રિયા અદા કરે છે કારણ કે અમે શુક્રિયા નથી અદા કર્યા તો એના વગર ન જઈ શકે. પહેલાં તો તમને મુબારકી કે આ મીટિંગ બહુ સારી રીતના ગઈ ને અમને બધાને મુબારકી કે અમે લોકો મેં સારી રીતના આ મીટિંગ
પોઈન્ટ ઓફ ઓર્ડર ઢાંકી રાખ્યા.
તો આવી જ મોહબ્બતની સાથે આપણે આગળ જાય અને ખાસ કરીને કોએજનો આપણે આભાર માને છે કે હોસ્ટ કર્યા અને બિર્મિંઘામ જમાતનો કે જે કોએજની રોશન જમાત છે
અને પિત્ઝા નથી ખવડાવ્યા ફેર.
ના આ ફેરે માશાલ્લાહ જે મહેમાન નવાઝી અમે અહીંયા કારણ કે આપણે યુરોપમાં જાય તો આપણે વિચાર કરતા હોય કે મહેમાન નવાઝી બરાબર છે, અહીંયા આપણે એટલું એક્સપેક્ટેશન ન રાખી શકીએ કારણ કે અહીંયાનો માહોલ એવો છે. પણ બિર્મિંઘામમાં જે મહેમાન નવાઝી આપણે જોયા તો લાજવાબ મહેમાન નવાઝી આપણને એમ થયું કે આપણે ત્યાં જ છે. તો અમે ખાસ આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન તરફથી આભાર માને છે ને દુઆ છે કે એટલા અમને મોકા મળે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ જલ્દીથી આપણે પાછા ઓપનિંગમાં અહીંયા આવીએ ઇન્શાલ્લાહ.
સલાવત અલા મુહમ્મદ વ આલી મુહમ્મદ. कि मासूम कौनैन के किरदार है ज़ैनब, मासूम कौनैन के किरदार है ज़ैनब, अब्बास की तरह वफादार है ज़ैनब. ज़ैनब को पुकारे कोई वक्त मुसीबत, ज़ैनब को पुकारे कोई वक्त मुसीबत, हैदर की तरह कुल की मददगार है ज़ैनब. सलावत अला मुहम्मद व आल मुहम्मद. کہ مصیبت میں ذوق دعا بھی دیا ہے، میری بخششوں کا صلہ بھی دیا ہے، اگر مشکلیں دی ہے میرے خدا نے، مجھے ایک مشکل کشا بھی دیا ہے، مجھے ایک مشکل کشا بھی دیا ہے، کہ حیدر نے اپنے شیر کو لشکر بنا دیا، حیدر نے اپنے شیر کو لشکر بنا دیا، طوفان پلا پلا کے سمندر بنا دیا، کہ لوری سنا سنا کے علی کی مراد کو ام البنی نے ہو بہو حیدر بنا دیا، کہ ام البنی نے ہو بہو حیدر بنا دیا۔ صلوات علی محمد و آل محمد۔ سب مل کے بسم اللہ۔ مدد کیجئے یا امام زمان، سب مل کے مدد کیجئے یا امام، ہٹا دیجئے غیبت کا پردہ خدا را، پردہ خدا را، مدد کیجئے یا امام، کہ بڑی آفتیں ہیں زمانے پہ مولا، بڑی آفتیں ہیں زمانے پہ مولا، پریشان شیعہ کہاں جائے مولا، پکارا تمہیں جب ہوا دل جو مضطر، مدد کیجئے یا امام، سب مل کے بسم اللہ۔ مدد کیجئے یا امام، کہ بلائے ہے گیری نہیں کوئی ساتھی، اندھیرا ہے ہر سو اداسی ہے چھائی، تمہارے قدم سے ہو دنیا منور، مدد کیجئے آئمہ انا، مدد کیجئے کہ تمنائے دل میں بہت کچھ ابھی ہے، تمنائے دل میں بہت کچھ ہے میرے، ہے امید ہوگی بہت جلد پوری، میرے حق میں کر دیجئے جو کچھ ہو بہتر، مدد کیجئے انا، مدد کیجئے کہ ہمیں کربلا میں ہو جانا میسر، ہمیں کربلا میں ہو جانا میسر، مدد کیجئے مولا ہے دل کی یہ حسرت، ذریعہ مقدس سے آنکھیں لگانا، مدد کیجئے آئمہ انا، مدد کیجئے آئمہ کہ ہٹا دیجئے غیبت کا پردہ خدا را، پردہ خدا را، مدد کیجئے آئمہ، صلوات علی محمد و آل محمد، اللہم عجل لولیک الفرج.
If I can request Tawfiq Bhai for Dua Wahda. Brothers, if I can ask you all to stand just for Dua Wahda.
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ એક જ મિનિટ પણ ખાલી મેસેજ આપું છે કે મને ખબર છે એવું બી પતી ગયું છે, પણ અમારી જે બાબુલ ઇમ લાઇબ્રેરી છે with mass publication would like to work with iCare to publish books especially for the children and then workbooks for the children. તો એ અમને જો રજા મળે તો we can work with them and publish these books there.
I think there's a note of approval. Asant.
Thank you.
Just before you all disappear after Dua Wahda, we can kindly request all of you come to the front after Dua Wahda for a big group photo, and then inshallah have a safe journey home. Thank you so much for attending. I'll hand over to Tawfiq.
Let's try and join, let's make the environment and try and join everybody's hands so that if the ladies come and create a circle and the gents with all our visitors together inshallah, and let's make this whole beautiful place of solidarity and unity inshallah with the dua. Let's connect it all. Let's make sure that we are all connected. Aku, please, everybody, including all the guests. Our AV team, our volunteers, our boys, come. Bismillah. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لا إله Allah. Louder with your voices. إلها واحدا ونحن له مسلمون لا إله إلا الله وحده وحده أنجز وحده ونصر عبدا وعز جندا وهزم الأحزاب وحده فله الملك وله الحمد يحيي ويميت ويميت ويحيي وهو حي لا يموت بعده الخير وهو على كل شيء قدير.
Brothers, if I can ask you all and the sisters, if you can all come please to the front of the head table, we'll take a big group photo. Asante.